One day, I was in my uni house, eating my beans on toast, and my housemate came in raving about this Plants vs Zombies challenge he made. I think it got a good 20 views at least or something, but I looked down at my soggy beans on toast and I came up with an idea. What if I could beat Plants vs Zombies 2 with only beans? The rules will be simple. Other than the levels that force you to use other plants, I must only use plants with bean in their name. This includes plants like the spring bean, the chili bean, the laser bean, and the sun bean. To avoid making this challenge trivial, I will also avoid using power-ups. But first, why don't you subscribe so you can flex to your friends that you've been following me from the very start? We start by entering the tutorial, where we are forced to use other basic plants, but I don't see any beans here, so of course I just let nature take its course. The first few levels are all tutorials with infinitely respawning lawnmowers, making it impossible to lose. So I just sat there and watched the zombies slaughter themselves for fun. With the tutorials all finished, I have finally unlocked the Goopy Goobers, also known as the Zoe Bean. This didn't come cheap, so I hope you all appreciate me more than Prince Andrew appreciates the legal age of consent. Day 6 is the first of many boss levels, but guess what? It's a conveyor belt level. These levels absolutely suck, since it won't let me flick beans at the zombies. It is here that I also came to a sudden realisation. The lawnmowers no longer respawn from this point onwards, meaning I have to make the executive decision to play these levels normally, or else I'll just have to keep giving these zombies brain. Finally, on day 7, this is where the challenge finally begins for real. And I know what you're thinking, but Whoie, this looks really easy. Well, allow me to inform you that it's not as easy as it may look. The timer on these beans are absolutely stupid. They take forever to allow for another use. It is for this reason that this premium bean requires the utmost intelligence to use. And if you know me, you are well aware that I am the most intelligent gamer around. I'm so smart I even doxed myself on live streams.
My name is Walter Hartwell White.
Nevertheless, day 7 was still a breeze. However, day 8 annoyed the ever-living fuck out of me. It was harder than anything I've faced thus far. I've even lost a few times on this level. However, I then learnt an important lesson for this challenge. Sometimes, sacrifices must be made in the name of the holy beans. Day 9 I managed to complete first try. However, here I also learned that after I place a bean, it takes a while for them to send out a Goopy Goober, so I had to learn patience and not send the bean straight in to die. I may be at war with these zombies, but that doesn't mean I'm heartless and will send my soldiers in to die instantly. Day 10 was just as easy. I did it first try. There was nothing really that notable about this one, but for some reason, this level in particular just made me sad as I reminisced on better times. I can forgive EA about what they did to Titanfall and the travesty that was Plants vs Zombies 3. However, I will not forgive them for what they did to the Garden Warfare franchise.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Moving on to day 11, I was forced to use other plants, so let's just pretend like that never happened. Day 12 and 13 were simple levels where I just had to make a few lawnmower sacrifices, but on day 13 I had to also compete with Dave, who was planting mould everywhere. You know, I'm starting to think that Crazy Dave may have been responsible for a certain virus outbreak. This level turned out to be a bitch, because planting these soybeans further forward meant they had less time to send out Goopy Goobers. I mean, I was already finding it hard enough to find my mouse cursor on this emulator, so I was very much struggling for time management at this point. Although I could negate this issue of waiting for Goopy Goobers to spawn by feeding them plant food, which spawns in the Incredible Hulk.
I have an army. We have a Hulk.
Look, I'ma be real. I got nothing to say about day 14 without repeating myself, so from now on I'm just gonna skip over the piss easy stages. Just know, when I unlock the laser bean, he will become my main plant, so this army of Goopy Goobers you're seeing now, you better savour it, cause it ain't gonna be here long. The next challenge really doesn't show up until day 17, where my nemesis turns up. The Torch Zombie. I mean, he's turned up before, but this time he was a real dickhead. This guy can just take out any of my beans with one swipe of his torch. He literally made me want to go into a corner and cry. But this was a gimmick level as well, so I could only plant 14 times. And in the end, I managed it. But I wanted to go into a corner, cry, then grab that torch and shove it so far up whatever ass he had left. Day 18 was another gimmick level. A prepare your defences level. And oh boy did I prepare. I'm pretty sure I had more goopy goobers coming towards the zombies than they had coming to me. I just find it slightly ironic that the bean zombies are the ones going to eat meat and these zombies are coming to eat vegetables. Day 20 was the next challenging level, and since the torch zombies spawn at the very start, I firmly believe that with the Zoe bean, this level is factually impossible. I hate these zombies so fucking much. I tried everything. I tried planting the Zoe beans in different locations at different times over the course of an hour. I gathered an hour of footage trying to get this to work. But even with this broken ass plant, it was still fucking hard. The issue was they just got burnt as soon as the torch zombie approached, and even if I put down enough of these Zoe beans to kill the torch zombies, then 2 regular ass zombies would come walking down other lanes, and since the cooldown is super long, I could not send out any more Zoe beans in the time it would take them to come and eat the endangered plants. It was so hard. In the end, I just had to swallow my pride and buy plant food for 1,000 coins to skip the cooldown of the Zoe bean spawning in zombies. And even with this, it was still a bitch. It was so hard, and I only barely, just barely, managed to scrape by the skin of my teeth. When I have more beans, I will come back to this day, and I will force feed these zombies another British delicacy: rat and bean soup. With day 20 finally complete, the next challenge didn't come until we faced Dr. Zombos himself, which is what I would be saying if it wasn't another stupid conveyor belt gimmick level. He went down just a little bit too easy. But with that, Egypt is complete, and I gotta say, I've never been so excited to do a challenge run, but hey, I hope you guys enjoyed, and if you don't believe me that day 20 was impossible, I brought in my good old friend Shagrot's Cave to give it a try.
Alright, get it done.
You had to equip them that.
It's somewhat of a calling card, you could say. I had the same issue. It was the 3rd day of the world.
3rd day of ancient Egypt.
3rd day of ancient Egypt. That was the one that caused me strife.
But the lawnmowers respawn.
I didn't ever use that though.
I guess you could say you could have been more prepared.
Shut the fuck up. We had some... Yeah, okay, there's not a chance. He doesn't even come on the screen yet.
Impossible.
No. When Whoie told me he couldn't beat this level, I called him a... But, no, do you know what? That's not possible.
Say the line.
This level's nuts.
There we go.
The challenge continues in Pirate Seas, where we start off where we left, with the Zoe bean carrying my ass through this entire challenge. Day 1 starts off piss easy, with the only thing notable being the introduction of the swinging zombie coming in to flick my bean. Day 2 is also piss easy, with once again nothing interesting happening other than the introduction of yet a new zombie type, the seagull zombie, who will become the bane of mine and Twitch chat's existence for this entire world. I suppose I had to learn about the birds and the beans sooner or later. After the first few days, we didn't get a proper challenge until day 6, although Dave did start flirting with me. You belong on a register, Dave. In all seriousness though, day 6 absolutely sucked hard. Here I discovered that one goopy goober is not enough to take out the seagull zombie, meaning I need a Zoe bean ready in the lane that the seagull zombies are coming down in order to actually take them out, because if not they'll just fly towards me and fuck my beans. Days 7 to 11 were an absolute cakewalk. This means I have finally unlocked my second bean, the spring bean, also known as the bean flicker. I thought the addition of a new bean would make this whole world trivial. However, day 11 drove me up the fucking wall and out the goddamn window. The reason for this was due to the introduction of the barrel zombie, who, for some unknown reason, cannot be taken out by my goopy goobers, and even when they are, they give birth to 2 more annoying little shits. However, 30 minutes of attempts later, we finally beat the day, and if this is a sign for things to come, then I regret ever starting this challenge. Day 12 was a gimmick level that we completely ignore, and day 13 was yet another, but I had an idea. If I finally used the rent a plant feature, then I could rent the sunbean and I can produce the required amount of sun with only beans. But due to my lack of knowledge of PvZ2, I did not understand how the sunbean works at this point. And what's even worse, I exited the level and I lost my insane rent a plant luck and I could no longer use the sunbean on this level. So I just decided to come back to this level when I actually unlocked the sunbean for good. Day 14 was yet another gimmick level, where I need to prepare my defences, and once again, my defences were indeed prepared, with the bean flickers flicking the zombies into the ocean, and my army of goopy goovers delivering a swift and decisive punishment to the incoming horde of zombies. At the end of this day, we also unlocked the 3-peater, who was completely useless to this challenge. However, Shagrot did inform me that there is a very specific piece of 3-peater art on the internet that I wish I could unsee. Thanks, Shagrot. Now is also a good time to mention that this whole world was streamed over at twitch.tv/Whoie, so come on in and join the fun and watch my suffering live. Day 15 we completed with relative ease. We had to make sure that the incoming zombies didn't trample poor David's flower bed, because Dave thought it would be a good idea to plant a fucking flower bed on a pirate ship, but me trampling it, oh no, that's completely fine, we don't have to worry about that. The next challenge didn't come until day 17, where I spent over 90 minutes on stream. No matter what I did, I just could not stop the imp zombies from getting past my defences. All of the other zombies went down easy, but since there were so many of the little imp zombies, the goopy goober gang got overwhelmed and kept going down to them. On so many instances, I got so close, I could taste the finish line so many times, but it was to no avail. They kept eating my frontal lobe time and time again. In the end, I had to get down on my knees and pray to a higher power, and someone answered. Zeus himself came down from the heavens and smited my foes. Zeus is truly a real one. But with this, I was not satisfied. There was something nagging at me to go back and do it properly. Whether it was pride or erectile dysfunction, I just couldn't let it go. So I did what any self-respecting person would do in this scenario. I got my credit card out, read all the numbers, and once again got blessed with a new bean. The bean sprout. A plant that is so stupidly overpowered for no goddamn reason. The way this little fella works is if the zombies get close enough and lobotomize him enough, he gets very angry and starts to slap the horde of zombies around. He also has a power where if you give him plant food, he decides to neck a Stella and throw a fit. Needless to say, the bean sprout made this day trivial. The house always wins. Days 19 to 21 were all gimmick levels with the side objective to generate sun, so these are all levels that I have to come back to when I've got the sunbean to do bean only. Day 22 was yet another gimmick level, however, it was a prepare your defences level, so I prepared my army and they did absolutely nothing. Due to the sheer amount of imp zombies, even my army got overwhelmed once more. With this in mind, I brought the bean sprout back out to defend my army in the front lines, and lo and behold, it worked. I got to sit back and watch the goopy goobers go up to the zombies and give them a big old snog. It's worth pointing out that while I was streaming, I didn't actually have the bean sprout, so I was streaming this level for nearly a solid hour with my sanity completely deteriorating just watching the zombies come in and kill me time and time again. The final challenge of Pirate Seas was day 24, where I have to protect 2 bean flickers, which sounds easy, right? Well, wrong. I have never seen a bean so determined to end its own existence more than these 2 fuckers. The way these beans work is that they can bounce a singular zombie away, and after that, they are completely defenseless and open to attacks. So if more than one zombie goes towards it at any given time, well, it's Jova. The only way to save them from their defenseless state is with plant food. Using plant food means we can put them back into action and they bounce every single zombie back a few steps. This day is also complete RNG. due to the fact that the imp zombies land in completely random places. So if they land on the 2 lanes where these beans are, and you don't have the plant food to save them, well, may God help you. This level is completely doable though with an insane amount of luck. However, on stream, I just kept losing faith time and time again. I had to take a break from it. I came back the next day with the bean sprout with a fresh mind, and even then, it was still a bitch. Sometimes I could do every single thing right, but still lose just to the sheer amount of imp zombies landing. But after enough attempts, I finally managed to complete the level without losing any of my precious beans. From here, we finally move on to the final level of Pirate Seas, which is a conveyor belt level, and also a Dr. Zombos fight. Needless to say, Dr. Zombos died faster than Vladimir Putin's election rivals. With that, the whole world of Pirate Seas is complete, and all it cost was my sanity and my credit card details. This world has also taught me that I am my own worst enemy, since I have absolutely zero clue what I'm doing. But I have some beans coming in the next few worlds that will carry me to the very end. I just know it, because if not, I will cry. Womp womp. Starting out at day 1, we are introduced to this world's gimmick, minecarts. Usually, a gimmick is meant to make a world or day harder, but these minecarts just make everything easier than it needed to be. Alongside my pay-to-win bean sprout, this level just felt impossible to lose. Day 2 was more of the same, with my pay-to-win beans carrying me through. However, to commemorate the 3-peater incident from the last video, I have made the executive decision to only level up the 3-peater, even though I am not using him at all. Chat also unanimously decided to rename the 3-peater to 3-blower Bob, a name that will be regarded so highly that the gods will name their firstborn children after him. Moving on to day 3, it is yet another day that we pass with ease due to the credit card effect. However, a new type of zombie is introduced, the piano zombie, who works in tandem with the other zombies to make any level they are in a complete fuckfest. What they do is they can destroy any plant they touch just by walking towards it, and every zombie in their vicinity will randomly swap lanes by dancing. It truly is a unison as iconic as Margaret Thatcher and an STD. Day 4 is a conveyor belt level that we beat easily due to being able to move plants around on the minecarts. Even though this world is pretty uneventful, I actually really like the gimmick, since it requires you to think a little bit more. I just wish some levels made more use of it. Although, thinking about it now, I really shouldn't be wishing that, considering how the levels that do use it really make this world longer than it needs to be. Once day 4 is all said and done, we unlock the chili bean. I love this little guy, but his attire is not it, and as a white British male, I am clearly the right person to be calling cultural appropriation out. The chili bean also has a bumhole which he shits himself out of, which as a lactose intolerant person who chooses to tolerate lactose, I can relate to. We move on to day 5 where we test out our new power, the power of fart porn. Other than that, there is nothing remarkable about day 5 at all. All that happened was I remembered that the spring bean existed, but has absolutely zero purpose in the entirety of this world. If you ever feel useless, just remember that this exists. Day 6 is the first day in this world that actually took more than one attempt to complete. The main issue was I could not take out the piano zombies for the life of me before their dance troupe came all over me. After changing my setup and planting more goopy goobers on the minecarts, this day also became trivial. Day 7 was completed without issue, and day 8 reminded me of the 3-peater incident once more. From here we didn't encounter any other challenge until day 13, where I met another enemy type, the bull and imp combo. Here, I definitely could have been more prepared, but after one failed attempt, he went down with ease after I shoved the bumhole bean down his throat. Day 14 was yet another challenging level due to the introduction of another zombie type, the chicken zombie, who is in fact utter horseshit. The way this wanker works is when he dies, he gives birth to chickens who run at you in big numbers, but due to the legendary credit card effect, after one try, they were no match for me. This game is not pay to win, I'm just better. The next challenge didn't arrive until day 20, not because of the challenge since it's a conveyor belt level, but due to the length of this day. This Drake-sized level felt like it would never end, and it's not like I could stop paying attention either since I had to move some of the plants around on the minecart. On my first attempt, I was so close to beating this day, but then some random ass chicken came to eat my ass. This game really thinks the player couldn't take a chicken in a one-on-one fight. I'm glad that this world finally started to utilise the minecart mechanic more, but why does this otherwise fun day have to be so goddamn long? Once we made it to day 24, I was so instilled with confidence that we can do anything, but this day actually gave me a little bit of trouble, since it was one of those protect the endangered plant levels. It's a good thing that the endangered plants were these stupid ass nuts. After a couple of attempts, I managed to create a new strategy for beating this level. If I moved my nut up and down vigorously on the mine track, then I can delay multiple zombies in multiple lanes, giving my goopy goobers just enough time to go and take them out and send these miners back to making iPhones. One more Zombos pounding later, the Wild West is complete. This world was just completely effortless. The credit card power remained strong, and in my dopamine rush of high confidence, I thought it would be a good idea to attempt Frostbite Caves all in the same stream, which was the biggest mistake of my life that near enough cost me my sanity. Frostbite Caves starts in day 1, where I was warned by Twitch chat time and time again of the things that this world would do to me and my beans. But this day was easy, and so was day 2, 3, 4, and even day 5, and every single day up to day 10 I completed first try. Could it be true? Lies on the internet? I was jumping for joy. I couldn't believe it that I am such a skilled gamer that Frostbite Caves seemed to be no match for me. And then I hit day 11. Day 11 of Frostbite Caves is without a shadow of a doubt the hardest day I have encountered thus far. Day 11 stole my firstborn child and force-fed it beans. Day 11 was responsible for every single tragedy this world has to offer. Day 11 hit the second tower. The reason for this immense difficulty spike was the fact that so many zombies all funneled into the bottom lane due to these tiles that move the zombies' positioning, and it just led to my bean sprouts getting overwhelmed time and time again. This, along with the harsh blowing from the developers that I kept receiving, led me to spend an hour and 15 minutes on this day alone. In this time, I came up with a strategy that helped me beat this level, or at least I thought it would help me beat the level. What I needed to do was I needed to save my plant food for the right time and send in a giant goopy goober to destroy my foes in the bottom lane. But even then, when I timed it right, I discovered that even my vegan gargantua got overwhelmed and he had his ass eaten. The wiser thing to do would have been try and delay the zombies' approach in different lanes so they didn't all funnel in and overwhelm my beans at once. But even trying that, I just couldn't do it right. So I had to do something I'm not particularly proud of. I had to utilise the Zen garden and keep planting until I had a bean sprout. Then I subjected my Twitch chat to watching advertisements with me so I can get the gems to speed up the gardening process. Once I zenned in the garden till my bean sprouted, I was ready to take on the day once again, and take it on I did. The way the Zen garden works is it gives your plant a buff for a single attempt of the next level you use them on. When a plant is buffed, they automatically have their plant food activated as soon as you plant them. And with this, I managed to beat the level, but I so very, very nearly lost. Honestly, if I lost with this buff, I think I just would have stopped trying altogether.
Bean and cheese.
Bean only! Get in!
The next challenge came straight after with day 12, where I once again struggled with being blown on as much as I was. A strategy I picked up for dealing with this is by removing my beans just as they were getting frozen, and then replanting them. This reset gets rid of the whole frozen debuff and gives me some more time. With this in mind, I managed to beat day 12 on my second attempt. Day 13 was yet another challenging day, since we had to stop the zombies from trampling the flowers, which also means we can't use any lawnmowers at all. We almost managed to conquer this day first try, but then this giant Neanderthal came in, and my beans got a good old pounding, and all I can do was sit there and watch. Then I went back and kicked his ass by preparing my beans in the lane that he was coming in. Day 14 was also a pretty tough day, due to the sheer length of this day. My plants were pre-picked for me, so I couldn't even do it bean only. The only notable thing about this day really, other than its length, is the fact that my good old friend Poseidon came down from the heavens and saved my ass. Thank you, Poseidon, you are truly my hero. We then move on to day 15, which once again was a pretty hard level since it was a defend the endangered plant level. I put down all my bean sprouts in preparation, and it was a mighty defense. I very nearly lost, but in the end I managed to scrape through this day without issue. There was nothing else really that notable about it. Moving on, we go to day 16, where it was probably the hardest of any conveyor belt days I've faced so far. It was pretty tough, and I found myself getting overrun very quickly to the point where I lost this day quite a few times. However, it was still a conveyor belt level, so it wasn't too hard overall. The only reason I found it hard is because I'm a fucking dumbass. The next challenge really didn't come until day 20, where we had to endure another 3-wave day. This day fucked me harder than David Cameron with a pig, but after a few tries, the day was completed rather easily, and I was rewarded with a zombie holding my bone. Every day up to day 24 was pretty easy, but do you guys remember how last episode I called a certain being useless? If you ever feel useless, just remember that this cunt exists. Well, I finally found a use for him. In day 24 of Frostbite Caves, we have to produce 2,500 sun, but the level is very short, so I don't have that much time to do so. I was down to 1 ice head, and I was just thinking I was going to fail because I was nowhere near the 2,500 sun, but I did have enough sun to put down a spring bean and bounce this zombie back countless times, enough times that I could barely, just barely, make the 2,500 sun quota. The spring bean is the best plant in this game, and I will hear no second opinion. From here, it was easy sailing up to day 27, where we had to protect some endangered plants once again. I set up my defences, but this was yet another gruelling day, with 4 waves to get through. I just felt like it would never end. I put my bean sprouts in front of the endangered plants, hoping they would do most of the work, which they did, up until the very end of the day, where a big, chunky enemy came in strutting his stuff down the bottom lane, and I had nothing to defend myself. All I could do was sit there and watch with this single lone bean sprout. The bean sprout and I watched as every single plant he knew got destroyed. I hope he knows how disappointed in him I am. What a failure. The next attempt I was more prepared, and I added some reinforcement goopy goobers down in the bottom lane, and that seems to have done it. The day was complete with only minor head trauma. Day 28 was another prepare your defences level, and this one, once again, was the hardest I have done thus far. The issue here was once again the cold, harsh winds. After a couple of failed attempts, I came up with a big brain idea. What if I saved some of my sun for the end and planted some bean sprouts at the very back of the level? And I did just that, and better yet, it worked like a charm. Not even the stupid ferret zombies could stop me now. This day single-handedly increased my brain's IQ by 2 inches. Day 28 was pretty much the last day of this world, as day 29 insisted I use the fire pea, which is basically EA coming up to me and saying, "Hey guys, look how good this plant is, you can have it for the low price of an average mortgage." From here, we move on to day 30, the final day of Frostbite Caves, and once again, we send Dr. Zombos packing by giving him the 3-blower bob treatment. I then proceeded to pass out because at this point in my live stream, I was streaming for around 7 hours straight non-stop. Shagrot's Cave can attest that I nearly fell down the stairs after streaming. After giving Zombos the pounding of a lifetime, we are rewarded with the key to the next world. Womp womp. The Lost City begins on day 1, where we are introduced to this world's main gimmick, sun platforms, that you can plant any plant, or in this case bean, on one of these platforms, and they will occasionally give you 50 sun as if they were a sunflower. This paired with the strange abundance of plant food this world gives you, and you'll pretty much sail through this day, beans or no beans. We move on to day 2, where we are already met with pre-placed plants. Day 2 is a pretty easy level, but we are introduced to one of the first of a few new zombie variants, the wedgie zombie, who gets castrated in the most painful way I could ever imagine. Besides that, day 2 was a breeze due to once again the abundance of sun. Day 3 is a conveyor belt level, so instead of just skipping over it, I wanted to provide you with a bean fact. Did you know, in contrast to what my comment section says, Beans are beans, not legumes but beans. Why? Because I said so. On day 4 we get back to beaning all over the place, and we are introduced to yet another new zombie type. The shovel zombie, who at first petrified me. He had me timbers well and truly shivered hard. But then, I learned if I just placed a bean sprout or a chili bean directly on top of him, then he would just have to attack it normally instead of using his stupid little shovel. Regardless, later on in this world, the shovel zombie would in fact shove his shovel so far up my ass that he would turn me into one of those little propeller hats. Day 5 was yet another conveyor belt level, so here I decided to bring back another one of Whoie's gaming hot takes. Did you know? I don't think Breath of the Wild deserved Game of the Year. Moving on to day 6, we are tested with everything we have learned in the Lost City thus far, and don't get me wrong, it did get kind of tough at a point, but the credit card effect carried me through, all with ease and without losing a single lawnmower. On day 7, we are introduced to yet another zombie type, the umbrella zombie, who I have absolutely no clue what they do in the slightest. I mean, maybe they have a slightly higher health pool, but it makes absolutely zero difference to a gamer of my caliber. Moving on to day 8, we have to once again defend Dave's stupid flower beds. Well, you see, Dave's wife died years ago, and these flowers are the last memory that Dave has of her, which is why we need to defend them at all costs. However, I could not give a single fuck, so I let all these zombies dance all over them. In all seriousness, I didn't mean to fail this day, I just fell into a false sense of security and let my guard down. On the next attempt, I kicked this day's ass. Day 9 was yet another conveyor belt level, featuring our favourite dragon, Dragon These Nuts. Day 10 was another day with an abundance of sun platforms, making this day an utter breeze. However, these shovel zombies are getting kinda close to me. It's good that I finally found a use for the chili bean, because the chili bean is carrying hard here with this shovel zombie. Moving on to day 11. Day 11 was a day that I will remember. On this day, we are introduced to the mosquito zombie. These zombies are fucking stupid. They have twice the health of a regular zombie, and they just completely ignore all of my beans on the ground, making plants like the bean sprout completely obsolete. In fact, the only way I could attack them at this point is with my goopy goobers, so I needed to make damn well sure I'm prepared in the lanes they're coming in. Regardless, I managed to beat day 11 first try, even after losing a mower to these flying, flapping fucks. Day 12 was yet another day that I somehow managed to fail. An otherwise simple day that lured me into a false sense of security. What happened here is one gargantua came running down the middle lane. Then I thought I was safe. I thought it wouldn't happen again. I thought I did not need to plant that much more in the middle lane. But then another gargantua came stumbling in right after, and I did not have the firepower or plant food to take out this big boy. Meaning he came over to me and I gave him some more brain. But as with other levels, I beat this day on my second attempt without much hassle. At least that's what I would be saying, but this day also had a side objective of gathering 5,000 sun. I knew this would be possible to do bean only, since on the second attempt I got to the end of the day with only 50 sun to go. This failure was crushing. I could have wallowed for hours, since this day is a long one. But I went back into it and I managed to end up just barely scraping by on my third attempt. Now, coming up is a lot of gimmick levels that had absolutely nothing to do with the challenge, so it's time to speed through them. Days 13 and 14 were conveyor belt levels, so I'ma just skip them, but day 15 was a defend the endangered plant day, which I thought would be a lot harder, until I remembered the ultimate power of my beans, which led me to complete this day first try. Moving on to day 16, it was another conveyor belt level, so once again, we're ignoring it. On day 17, we are introduced to yet another zombie type, the camping zombie. This little shit carries his tent around, and just like it's a the camping zombie carries his tent around like it's a clown car, and releases an unlimited amount of zombies. It's a good thing I gave him gas the second he spawns in, and dealt with him like that, and all of his posse with just one chili bean. The chili bean once again carries. Besides this new zombie type, day 17 was a breeze. Day 18 was another conveyor belt level, and days 19 and 20 were easy due to the abundance of sun. This was once again followed up by yet another gimmick level, with day 21. However, I actually really like this one because of the frog plants. I don't quite know what they're called, but I absolutely love them. They're just silly little guys, and now I want to see a Plants vs Zombies challenge run with only frogs. Chat, get it done. Day 22 was yet another gimmick level with some trap tiles. Some would say it's one of the very easiest days in this whole game, but guess what? I failed. Some could say I'm a bit of a dumbass. But once chat told me how to utilise these tiles to my advantage, I actually really enjoyed this day because of how different it was. I just wish the Lost City utilised gimmick levels in a more creative way that wasn't another stupid conveyor belt level. Since day 23 was piss easy, we move on to day 24. There's nothing that notable about this day, but I did learn I'm about as blind as your nan and completely missed this shovel zombie coming in my bottom row. Besides that, the day was completed on a second attempt. The rest of the days were easy. That is until I reached day 27. Day 27 is without a doubt the hardest day in this world. The reason for this? Well, there is once again another zombie type that's pretty prevalent here. The scientist zombie. Or what I choose to call the old flatulent fuck zombie. What he does is he consumes the sun like it's his morning pills and ass blasts my plants into oblivion with just one squirt of his laser. With him blasting my beans into oblivion, he makes enough room every time for his good old pal the mosquito zombie to come and eat my ass time and time again. This day was pretty grueling, and it took multiple attempts, but in the end I managed to defend all the rows and let the lawnmowers do the rest. These old flatulent fucks are the most irritating zombie in the game thus far. I hate them so very much. However, I do like their design. They do look very dashing, some would say. The next challenge didn't come until day 29. The reason for the challenge on this day was every single plant and zombie killed each other, except for one little lone gargantua who wanted revenge for the massacring of his brothers. However, quaking in fear live on stream, my PC decided to end itself rather than facing the consequences that this gargantua had in mind. My PC always crashes at the worst time. After fixing this technical issue by doing absolutely nothing, I went live again and kicked this day's ass. I should probably buy a new power supply, but I can't be asked and I can't afford it, so I'm just going to keep on going with this one until it explodes. Day 30 and 31 were all done with ease, and then we move on to shitting on Dr. Zombos, who didn't exactly go down easy this time. He actually put up a fair fight, because the game decided to use these trap platforms creatively for once. I really enjoyed this fight because once again it was something different, but just like your dad getting milk from the store, he eventually vanished into nothingness. Womp womp. The far future starts out in day 1, where we are introduced to the very first gimmick of this world. These platform thingies. The way these platforms work is when you give a plant some food, it will spread that food to all corresponding platforms nearby, a bit like communism. With this newfound power, we take on this day and finish off these zombies, unlocking a new bean along the way. A bean that is in fact so powerful it would make Ares himself quake in his boots. The Laser Boin. Since the far future was pretty much designed with this little guy in mind, it probably makes it the easiest world yet, but that doesn't mean I didn't have any fun with it. I for one am just glad that I finally have some sort of range instead of just kind of having to sit there with my beans out waiting for someone to bite them. Day 2 was made trivial with the Laser Bean. Not only can the Laser Bean attack zombies from far away, but he can also penetrate them, attacking all zombies behind him. With this ultimate power, Day 3 was also made trivial. The Laser Beam, paired with the Bean Sprout, made an impenetrable defense that not even the new zombie imp variants could break through. On Day 4, we are introduced to yet another gimmick, one that I in fact love. We are introduced to the exploding sun. If I touch this sun too early with my greasy ass hands, then it will explode, damaging everything in its vicinity, friend or foe alike. Of course, in my infinite wisdom, I chose not to use this to my advantage, and instead to just sit there with a thumb up my ass waiting to pick up the sun. On this day, we are also introduced to yet another zombie type, who I am going to call John. John's whole purpose is to block projectiles, at least that's what my Twitch chat told me. I was so entranced by the laser beam's power that my brain started to rot. Needless to say, with the laser beam, day 4 was completely piss easy. Moving on to day 5, we are introduced to yet another new zombie type, the Conehead Mech. This guy is so goddamn tanky. One laser beam and one bean sprout was just barely enough to take him down. However, if I am not prepared, then I could see this guy becoming a major threat in the future, just like my short-term memory loss. Day 6 was more of the same, with the whole day being rolled by just a single row of laser beams. In fact, nothing really notable happened until day 8, where we are introduced to yet another zombie type, the Mech Gargantua, who I only can assume was brought in to give my beans the authentic JFK experience. But since this was a conveyor belt day, he, along with the rest of the zombies on this day, went down first try, and the same goes for day 9. On day 10, we are also met with yet another new zombie type. The amount of new zombies in this world is absolutely mental, but I guess it keeps the repetitiveness to a minimum, I suppose. Here, we meet the time travel zombie, who spawns in a group of backup dancers seemingly every 5 seconds, and since these dancers spawn basically halfway down the lane, it does not give my laser beam enough time to deal with them, meaning this is the first time in this world that I actually had to think and save my plant food. Needless to say, the plant food on the laser beam is pretty damn busted. Busted enough that it takes out all of the dance troupe and the big time travelling zombie in one felt swoop. The very next day, we have our first plan your defences level of this world, and pairing the laser beam with my premium plant was a recipe for guaranteed victory every time, once again showing the true strength of the credit card effect. The first half of the far future, we haven't lost a single day once. Hell, I don't even think we've lost a plant so far, but on day 12, that was all about to change. On day 12, we actually failed once, meaning I had to restart the whole day. I got sloppy and careless, meaning Lee Harvey Oswald over here could come and fuck my shit up. But on a second attempt, it was a breeze with my Biden blast.
Biden blast!
On day 13, we were once again introduced to a new zombie type, the All-Star Mech Zombie, who, just like the people who never grew out of their high school popularity, is a complete and total cut. He just kinda shoves my beans out the way without any regard for health and safety, making the bean sprout completely obsolete here, so if I don't take him out from range, then I am well and truly fucked. It's a good thing I've got this laser beam, or else this world would be well and truly impossible. From here, we didn't encounter any trouble until day 18, although day 16 did give us this magnificent sight. I love the far future for this reason. Just how chaotic it is absolutely beautiful to me. Day 18 gave us a slight amount of trouble, because it was one of those pesky sun producing levels, where we had to produce a stupid 6,000 sun, meaning I pretty much had to save all my plant food for all the sunflowers I placed down. On a second attempt, I managed to complete this day with the help of lawnmowers. Following on from day 18, we didn't have any more trouble with any days until day 21, which, once again, was another sun-producing day. But at this time, I didn't realise it was a sun-producing day since I was busy talking to my Twitch chat about raiding Shagrot's cave himself. Let's hope this newfound Whoie given fame doesn't change him. Once I realised I had to produce sun, this day was a breeze, since the planting limit wasn't an issue in the slightest. From here, every single day left was completed first try with basically nothing new going on in the slightest, so we move on to the Dr. Zombos fight, and to be honest, this fight wasn't as cool or fun as the Lost City, but I still enjoyed it since I got to put down a lot of these plant food platforms and watch the pretty lights obliterate Zombos. One final Biden blast later, we obliterate him and obtain the key to the next world, the Dark Ages. I have been told that this world will be the death of me and that it might as well be physically impossible, but I was also told that for Frostbite Caves, so I'm pretty sure this world will be easy. Right? We enter day 1 of Dark Ages, where we are introduced to the gimmick of this world, a distinct lack of sun. The only way to gather sun in this world, without my beloved sunbeam, would be to bust open these grave thingies. We don't unlock the sunbeam until day 6, so until then, we have to suffer and plant our beans wisely, so our beans bust open all the graves to give us some more sun. Overall, day 1 wasn't that big of a challenge surprisingly, since there seemed to be less zombies than what I'm used to. Moving on to day 2, we do a similar strategy. Bust open the graves with our bean sprout, and place as many as I possibly can, hoping they bust open more graves. Day 2 overall, once again, was pretty easy, but that's not going to last forever. Day 3, at first, was truly impossible. At least right now, since we don't have any sun-producing plants, and since there are no graves, we only have enough sun for one bean, which just isn't enough. So what I had to do here was clear the day normally, and then come back with the sun bean once I unlock it. Days 4 to 6 were all pretty unremarkable, which I am very thankful for, since after day 6, I could finally unlock the sun bean. The sunbean is arguably one of the best sun-producing plants in the game, and he is one of my personal favourite beans. I mean, just look at this little guy. He's so dopey and looks like he's just been out on a mad one. How could you not love him? Unfortunately, obtaining this new bean lured me once again into a false sense of security. I had no clue what pain awaited me at this time. To test out my new benevolent companion, I went to day 3 once again to clear it with beans only, and I discovered exactly how this bean works. If a zombie consumes my bean, then the more health the zombie has, the more sun he will drop on his demise. For example, if a brown coat eats my sunbean and then dies, he will only drop about 40 sun, and since the sunbean costs about 50 to place, this means giving the sunbean to a brown coat just isn't feasible and makes me a net loss of sun. But a buckethead zombie or a zombie with more health will drop sun in the hundreds, making the sunbean arguably OP and one of the best sun producers in this game. However, this only applies in later parts of a day, since higher health zombies are more likely to spawn then, but at the very start of the day where you're dealing with mostly brown coats, it's pretty much near useless, which is a worry, but I'll worry about that later. We move on to day 7, where I once again test the sunbean and how much sun these zombies drop. It's also here that I discover if you feed the sunbean plant food, then not only will he drop more sun from any given zombie, but he will also smite the zombie with his powers given to him from the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant. Praise the sun. With this newfound bean power, I eventually managed to clear day 7. Day 8 was a day we had to clear with given plants, so we move on to day 9 where we are introduced to another gimmick of this world, meth pipes. When a zombie takes a hit, his power grows. At least I think it's meant to. My memory problems don't allow me to retain information for long. Before long, we complete day 9 with only a few attempts. From here, we move on to day 9 where we are introduced to zombies. The beans went down easy. Day 10 was yet another conveyor belt level, which was a pretty long one. I almost failed right at the very end, but Zeus, unlike anyone you've ever slept with, has returned for round 2. Well guys, we found it. The first of a few days that broke me. Day 11. This day must have been a callback to day 11 of Frostbite Caves, because this day committed domestic terrorism on my psyche. 2 hours I spent on this day, trying time and time again to get through it, studying it, learning the zombie spawn patterns and locations, and when I thought I was making progress in my knowledge and preparations, then the zombies just said, nah, fuck this, let's come from another lane. It doesn't help that we meet the Pope zombie in this day, whose special ability is to not eat any of my beans and to turn all of them into sheep. It's good to see a fellow Welshman in this game. I attempt time and time again, placing my beans in different locations, but to no avail. At one point I got so very, very close, but I got poked on. This level was one that I do believe was entirely possible to do with my current setup, but it's so heavily luck-based, I just had to keep gritting my teeth and trying. But one day, the stars aligned and I managed to complete day 11 with the help of the Zen Garden. Now, I know, you guys don't like the Zen Garden, but if this game is going to cheat by turning my beans into sheep and not giving me any sun, well, I'm gonna cheat right back, and if you don't like it, well, I challenge you to try this day with my setup, and to not go insane. You won't, no balls. Day 12 was another tough day, where we had to protect these shrooms from being eaten. The joy of these shrooms is they just disappear after a minute. So I had to keep refreshing their timer with all the plant food I was given. To be fair, this was a pretty fun day, and for once, the popes worked in my favour by turning these shrooms into sheep, giving me some more time. There was another obstacle on this day though, the Jonkler, a zombie who can reflect all projectiles, which usually isn't a problem since my laser beam can just shoot right through them. But these mushrooms were so hell-bent on offing themselves that the Jonkler actually became a bit of a problem. In the end, and after a few attempts, day 12 wasn't all too much hassle. In fact, I think it was pretty fun and fair, unlike the rest of this stupid fucking world. Day 13 was another conveyor belt level, and day 14 was also pretty chill since we had a lot of sun graves to produce sun, and day 15 was a prepare your defences level, so not even the Pope could penetrate my defences. However, day 16 was the actual first truly impossible day. At the start of day 16, we have 3 brown coat zombies in different lanes coming in, and since there would be no use giving them sunbeams since I would make a loss on sun, that means 3 lawnmowers automatically go right at the start of this day. This wouldn't usually be so bad because from here I can make some sun with the sunbeam and plant food I was given by a zombie who died to the mower, but it just isn't enough. Usually, the sun I'd be given here would be enough to deal with any regular zombie, but then we are introduced to yet another new zombie type, the British zombie, coming to colonise this day. The way this fucker works is he buffs any zombie in his vicinity by giving them a shiny new helmet, giving that zombie a hell of a lot more health. Even 2 of these new night zombies can overwhelm my bean sprout, so I have to take care and take the British down quick. However, 1 laser beam is not enough to take down the British monarchy, and I know that I don't have the sun for any more of these laser beams due to the fact I gotta leave 50 sun at all times for the next sunbeam. With this in mind, I've failed day 16 near enough every time at the start of the day. I am 110% convinced this day is completely impossible with my current setup due to the lack of sun in the early stages of the day. I was not able to take out the British zombie with anything other than launching a lawnmower at it. The furthest I got in this day normally was around the halfway point where I was feeling pretty confident at this time. Until I realised the Pope came in to join the party, allowing these 2 night zombies to just waltz right past. Here I came to the realisation once again, if this game was going to cheat me like that, then I was going to cheat right back. I came to an agreement with my Twitch chat that I was allowed to buy plant food just once at the start of this day for my sunbeam, to just give me enough sun to get started. And with this one tiny change and enough patience, I managed to technically beat day 16 with beans only, and if you don't like it, I once again dare you to try this day with my bean only setup. And yes, in my other attempts to beat this day, I may have accidentally leveled up the sunbeam by 1 level, which decreases the cooldown time by 1 whole second and changes nothing else, so I hope this one level 2 bean irritates you all as much as it irritated me. Moving on from that travesty, day 17 was a simple day, which was completed with ease considering how big my brain is. And day 18 was a day to complete with just given plants. So we move on to day 19. And once again, it is another day that is completely impossible with my usual setup for the same reasons as before. I just don't have enough sun in the early stages of this day. Even with plant fooding the sunbeam, it isn't enough. Usually letting a few lawnmowers go early is all part of the plan, but since a lot of zombies spawn in lanes where I need to protect these endangered plants, letting all 3 lawnmowers go just isn't an option since I can only let 1 go at a time. I didn't even have enough coins to keep attempting this day with feeding the sunbeam plant food because I spent all of my coins de-stressing on day 18 with Zeus. So I had to cave in. I realised this day was factually impossible with my current setup, so we had to go back to the drawing board. While brainstorming with chat, we had an idea. Why don't we bring in a brand new, never before seen bean? We came up with the bean flower, a bean that is also a flower. This special bean is only available in my very specific, very secret version of Plants vs Zombies 2, created by Andrew Wilson himself, in exchange for his freedom. With this bean flower, I finally managed to beat day 19 after a good couple of hours of attempts. The bean flower really carried here. Cheers, Andrew. Now give us Garden Warfare 3. After that disgraceful day, we move on to day 20, and it's just another conveyor belt Zombos fight. After giving Dr. Zombos a sad little pounding, the Dark Ages is done. 3 impossible days. Day 11, Day 16, and Day 19. And for the final time, to anyone that doubts me, I challenge you to go and try these days with my setup and you will go insane. Now, I know what you guys are thinking, but Whoie, if it's not possible to beat this game technically with only beans and no power-ups, then does that mean it's a challenge failed? Well, technically yes, but that doesn't mean I'm stopping yet. I'm having way too much fun making this content, so I will be continuing onwards to the next worlds, and I just want to see the dinosaurs in the Jurassic Marsh. I like the red one. Womp womp. Neon Mixtape Tour begins in day 1, which introduces us to the main gimmick of this world, music. For some reason, these mullet-wearing dickheads hear these sick beats, and the strange white pill they took earlier courses through their veins, making them charge at you more invigorated than ever. But right now, it makes no difference, and I managed to pass day 1 with ease. Day 2 posed a little bit more of a challenge, since we are introduced to our first new zombie type of this world, the emo zombie. Whenever the music plays, the emo's power increases and he starts to kick my poor beans back without any regard for health and safety procedures. I honestly thought day 2 would be much harder, but once again, I managed to beat it first try. Day 3 was a conveyor belt level showcasing this world's premium plant, and for some reason, it was a cactus. So we move on to day 4, where our first major roadblock of this world rears its ugly head. I was shocked beyond words that the first major difficulty spike happened so early in Neon Mixtape Tour. I'm pretty sure PopCap's balancing team was on vacation for this world, because some days are easy as anything, and then other days we get blatant bullshit like day 4. This day is 3 waves long, and most zombies are replaced with bucket heads, meaning my bean sprout, which would usually carry me through these hard days, gets overpowered like it's nothing. I could usually make it to the final wave, but then a bunch of emos came to boot my beans and fuck me over. But after 45 minutes of trial and error, I finally managed to beat day 4, which in fairness, I probably could have done so much earlier, but I was not thinking. After completing day 5 and 6 with ease, it wasn't much longer until we encountered our next roadblock. Day 7. Day 7 fucking sucks. Here, we meet a zombie that renders my laser beam as obsolete as a 90-year-old's nutsack. The roller skate zombie. The way this fucker works is whenever music isn't playing, they shield the zombies behind them, making my laser beam completely useless until they take out the roller skate zombie, which would be fine if it wasn't coupled with the fact that she can insta-kill any of my beans just by touching them. She doesn't even eat them, so the chili bean can't even save my ass here. Eventually, I came to the realization that I just needed to protect my lawnmowerless lanes and let the remaining mowers do the rest. Eventually, I could pass this level without too much hassle. Still, it took much longer than I would have liked. Day 7 was then followed by day 8, which for some reason was really piss easy. This world is more inconsistent than my streaming schedule. The next challenge didn't come until day 13, which is a prepare your defences level. Usually the combination of bean sprouts and laser beams do these days without a problem, but for some reason, the sheer amount of buckethead zombies was absurd and my bean sprout got overwhelmed once more. It didn't help that we got introduced to yet another new zombie type, Michael Jackson, who can just waltz up and insta-kill any bean he so much as breathes on. I don't think I've ever seen so many zombies on a screen at once. After 45 minutes of trial and error, I eventually managed to beat day 13 by placing my laser beam in this weird ass pattern. Day 14 was a day completed with given plants, but then day 15, I believe, is the very first impossible day of this world. It is so heavy on RNG on this day. I realised that zombies have a variable walking speed of about 10%, so sometimes these emo zombies will kick everything out of the way, ending the day instantly, or they'll stop and eat my big old bean sprout depending on luck. This, paired with Michael Jackson's later appearance in the day, made this day straight up impossible due to my lack of firepower, or the fact that I couldn't use the sunbeam at all, since the emo zombie does not like his vitamin D. This day just completely broke me. Since all my offensive beans cost 200 sun, in the end, I had to clear the day beanless, since I just kept banging my head against the wall again and again. Now, don't get me wrong, I do think this day would be entirely possible if I was allowed to upgrade my beans, but I don't wanna. From here, we didn't really encounter a challenge again until day 20, where we had to once again deal with countless buckethead and emo zombies at once. We are also introduced to yet another new zombie type, the breakdancer zombie, who is just completely pathetic and poses no threat whatsoever, which is a breath of fresh air for this world, considering how much it's fucking given me testicular torsion. After a couple of attempts, I managed to conquer day 20. We then move on to day 21, which is another day that is just either straight up impossible or based entirely on RNG, which I do not fuck with in the slightest because of my lack of firepower and having to protect this stupid line of flowers for some reason. It doesn't help that the literal third zombie to spawn is an emo zombie when I don't have enough sun for a laser beam, meaning all I had to defend myself was a bean sprout, which he just casually kicks out the way. I tried delaying him with a spring bean, followed by sending in a goopy goober, but since the music buffs the zombie's health, it does absolutely nothing. So the only way I could do this day was by sending off a lawnmower at the very start before he gets through the flowers. Yes, I do read your comments. This usually wouldn't be so bad, but then a gargantua comes in shortly after. I tried many things. Even after streaming, I tried to let this little imp go and get the lawnmower itself and take out the gargantua, but then there was yet another gargantua, and there was no way to take him out with my lack of firepower, because I discovered filling the back lanes with only laser beams does not do enough damage to take him out. That, and the fact that he can one-shot my beans from just looking at them, made this day pretty much impossible. Hell, I don't even think I need to justify it. Go try it for yourself. You will not keep your sanity intact. After that travesty of a day, we move on to day 22, which is a conveyor belt level. The only notable thing about this day is the nerd zombie has been introduced to fuck my shit up. All this guy does is shove an arcade machine down a lane that spawns in some very cool pixel zombies, which is probably the first cool thing this world does. It's too bad it will be done to death later on and kill the novelty of it. Day 23 was yet another hard as balls day, with Michael Jackson coming down my lanes and wiping the floor with me multiple times, but after a couple of tries and some actually smart replanting of my beans, I managed to clear the day after only a couple of attempts. This pretty tough day was then followed by two very easy days, with day 24 and 25, which I managed to beat first try, and then I had to deal with day 26. In this day, we had to defend some endangered plants against Michael Jackson and some other zombies. Now, the thing with Michael is he can insta-kill all plants in a 3x3 area, which makes him a complete dickhead to deal with. But with enough patience, I somehow managed to complete this day with only an hour of attempts. And I'm going to be honest, I thought this day would be entirely impossible. And I don't even know how I managed to clear it. To be honest, I think I just got incredibly lucky with RNG. With day 27 being a conveyor belt day, that brings me to day 28. Another impossible day. The reason for this is we are introduced with yet another zombie type, Freddie Mercury, who serenades us with seductive tunes, meaning we can't do anything to attack until he stops. Now, the first 5 zombies in this day are all Freddy Fazbear zombies, and they are also followed by 5 nerd zombies. This is also paired with emo zombies, and the sheer amount of bucketheads that accompany them, meaning I did not have the firepower to deal with this in the slightest. All my beans and my bean sprouts were just rendered completely useless, and I had to rely on the laser beam to do penetrative damage. And even with this penetrative damage, he just didn't do enough of it to take out all the bucketheads in one lane. Even my goopy goobers didn't have the potential to deal with them, making this level just completely impossible, even while using my sunbeam to its maximum potential. Day 29 was yet another hard as nails day, with so many zombies coming at me at once, and Freddy Fazbear making my life hell. But once again, I managed to complete this day with minimal suffering. But then, day 30 was our final impossible day. Now, I know, 4 impossible days sounds like a lot, but you gotta keep in mind, this world is over 30 days. So, seeing that I managed to do most of them, I think that's pretty impressive. I challenge you all once again to try these impossible days, and see how long you last. This game will not let you last 30 seconds. The reason day 30 was impossible is because, well, Michael Jackson is the very first zombie to spawn, and not just one of them, but 3, meaning I'm basically guaranteed to lose 2 mowers at the start of this day. This is followed by more emo zombies and even more Michael Jackson clones. I don't even think I need to explain why this is impossible, just look at this. This world's balancing is just horseshit. Some days are far too easy, and others are ball-bustingly hard. I swear, PopCap must have hired Elden Ring's balancing team, because this just ain't it. We then move on to day 31, which was a day to clear with given plants, and this was then followed by, without a doubt, the hardest Zombos fight in the whole game so far. He just has so much health, and this whole fight was about 10 minutes long, while being near enough entirely reliant on RNG, because he can just clear a lane at random, with both friendlies and my beans alike. I hated this fight so much. It was utter bullshit. It took me an hour to do this fight alone, and it just wasn't that interesting. I just had to keep banging my head against the wall till it broke. I hate this world so much. Well, on the plus side, at least it can't get much harder from here, right? And now I can finally go and see the dinosaurs. I really like the red one. Jurassic Marsh starts on day 1, where we surprisingly do not see this world's gimmick. Day 1 was the most basic of basic days, with only coneheads, bucketheads, and a new zombie type, who I'm going to call the Head, coming in to give us head. Even with this new zombie type, day 1 is beaten with ease. Moving on to day 2, we are finally introduced to Jurassic Marsh's world gimmick, dinosaurs. And guys, I hate to say it, but I don't think I like the red one. I'm more of a green dinosaur connoisseur these days, but right now, we have to deal with Mr. Blue Balls over here. All Mr. Blue Balls does is give a zombie a big old kick, sending them further down the lane they're in. They also get kicked over my beans, but this is pretty much ignored just by placing my bean sprout further back. Besides this new dinosaur, day 2 was beaten with ease. Day 3 was a conveyor belt level, so we move on to day 4, which once again was a pretty run-of-the-mill day with a lot of higher health zombies. But luckily for me, I have the Sun Bean, meaning all these higher health zombies actually work to my advantage. In Jurassic Marsh, in particular, the Sun Bean is pretty busted due to the amount of high health zombies, which is probably why I consider this world to be the easiest in the entirety of Plants vs Zombies 2. Needless to say, day 4 was piss easy, and I'm running out of ways to say a day was easy. We move on to day 5, which was once again another basic run-of-the-mill day with nothing new introduced. I'm starting to see a theme in this world where it's just refusing to introduce anything other than dinosaurs, and to be honest, after the disaster that was Neon Mixtape Tour, I'm perfectly okay with that. On day 6, we meet our next dinosaur, the red one. Now, what the red one does is he just flings a zombie into a random lane without rhyme or reason. He doesn't make the day any harder, but he is still a minor inconvenience. Even with this new dinosaur, day 6 was once again pretty easy, and I find myself already bored with this world. Day 7 was a conveyor belt level, and surprisingly, one of 3 days that I actually didn't beat first try. Since it's not a beanable day, I'm not going to tell you how I failed, because I don't quite feel like it. Day 8 was easily done though, and guys, I'm gonna be real, there is absolutely nothing going on in this world. Like, even when I was writing the script, I had no clue what the hell I was gonna talk about. Trying to find different ways of saying I beamed all over the place is tough, when the days have no challenge to them. We then move on to day 9, which was beaten with given plants, and then in day 10, something minorly interesting finally happens. We meet the paracetamol dinosaur, who I thought would be much more of a threat, since they pick up a zombie and drop them near the back of a lane, allowing them to attack from behind. But since the bean sprout has the simple ability to just turn around, they didn't really put up much of a challenge anyway, so I really wish the dinosaurs in this world were a bit more interesting, to be honest. Maybe a bit more menacing, because right now they're just cutie patooties.
From here, nothing interesting really happens until day 12, which was the second day in this world that I couldn't beat first try. The gimmick of this day is you could not lose more than 6 plants, and with a Garg coming in the top lane, the first attempt I did, I in fact lost more than 6. But then I went through the day again and kicked its ass, so I don't even know why I brought it up, it's pretty irrelevant. After day 12, we didn't encounter anything interesting until day 15. On day 15, we have to defend 2 primal walnuts, which surprisingly wasn't the problem here since they have an obscene amount of health. The only issue was the final zombie was a Garg coming down the middle lane, and I wasn't prepared for, but still, I somehow managed to beat day 15 on my first try. We then move on to day 16, which was the final day that I didn't manage to beat on my first attempt, but since it was a conveyor belt level anyway, it doesn't really matter. It just surprises me that the hardest days in Jurassic Marsh were days that were completely irrelevant to my bean-only challenge. I'm starting to think after Neon Mixtape Tour, the devs saw the immense difficulty and just went full baby mode for this world. Once day 16 has passed, nothing interesting happened again until day 20, where we had to produce 2,000 sun on what is otherwise a very simple, short day. But on this day, I made a discovery that will help me on every single sun-producing day going forward. If you delay the very final zombie in a sun-producing day with a spring bean, and keep feeding them sunbeans, then the amount of sun you will gain dramatically increases as the sunbeam stacks on the same zombie, exponentially increasing how much sun you will gain. So after delaying the final zombie with the spring bean for a couple of minutes and constantly feeding it a sunbeam, I managed to gain over 4,000 sun just off this one singular zombie, which meant I beat day 20 with ease, just like every other day in this goddamn world. Once we complete day 20, we move on to a few more basic days, and then we go to day 23, where we are introduced to the next dinosaur, the T-Rex, who is without a doubt the best dinosaur in this game. I mean, just look at him, he's just a silly little guy. What the T-Rex does is he manages to speed up all the zombies near him, making him the most threatening dinosaur with ease. But even with a T-Rex, day 23 was child's play. We then move on to day 24 and 25, which were once again 2 very easy days. The only reason I'm bringing up day 25 is because the very final dinosaur is introduced. The spiky dino boy. What this little fella does is he forcefully shoves a zombie directly into my beans, pushing them pretty far back. Think of it as a way to turn a regular zombie into a far worse version of the all-star mech zombie. It's also worth pointing out, around this time we were introduced to yet another new zombie type, and I'm pretty sure he was the only new zombie type we saw in the whole world, and I'm calling him the Neanderthal zombie. What this guy does is absolutely nothing. He's just got a little bit more health. And as I said before, a zombie with more health, that's only a good thing in my book. With the final zombie type and the final dinosaur type introduced, it was then just a straight shot to the Zombos. We then commence the easiest Zombos fight. Genuinely, I don't know how we went from something so difficult by fighting Zombos in the Neon Mixtape Tour to this piece of piss fight. Needless to say, Zombos went down faster than a granny on a flight of stairs. Womp womp. Guys, I'm gonna say it. Neon Mixtape Tour is harder than Big Wave Beach. Don't get me wrong, Big Wave Beach was tough. Like, really tough, and it was the longest world to complete by far, with a handful of its own impossible days. But, to be honest, I was expecting far worse. That was until I deleted my save file. But I'll get to that later. We start Big Wave Beach on day 1, where we are introduced to the main gimmick of this world, big ass waves. Now, I've been asked many times if I'll be using the bean pad, but I made a vow to my Twitch chat that I would only be using it when it's absolutely necessary. To my absolute surprise, day 1 of Big Wave Beach was not only very beatable, but it also had just the right amount of challenge in my opinion. Let's hope this world continues with this high quality level design. After day 1, we do day 2 and 3 on our first attempts, with nothing that notable about them, although on day 3 we are introduced to my beloved Chomper, who I have recently been informed that now has a cheap copy in the form of an Overwatch character. Now, you guys are probably not going to be happy about what I'm about to say, but the first third of Big Wave Beach was actually incredibly easy. I'm talking Jurassic Marsh easy. In fact, the proper challenge didn't begin until day 13.
The issue with day 13 was we couldn't have any more than 16 plants at any given time, and since it was a day where the tide comes in all the way, I had to bust out my bean pad, which also counted as a plant use. This, along with the fact that I had to produce 2,000 sun with the sunbeam, made this day pretty tough. But after my sunbeam stacking strategy, I managed to clear it. Day 13 was the beginning of my descent into madness. With day 14 being yet another chomper day, day 15 came. This day was one of the worst ones in the whole game so far, with you needing to protect these exploding red cream pies. This day has 4 massive waves of very high health zombies. I could always consistently get to the final wave without any failure, but I always got fucked over by one of Big Wave Beach's newest zombie types, the Merman zombie. This little shit rides the waves until the very end and insta-kills whatever plant or bean he encounters, unless I deal with him quick, but when there's multiple coming in at once in one lane, it's so much easier said than done. It's also worth pointing out that on this very day, Shagrot's Cave himself came into my room, gave the day an attempt on stream, and then shat himself. After a couple of hours of attempts, I managed to beat day 15. I genuinely have no clue how, it just kinda happened. After Creepy Uncle Chomper marks the halfway point of Big Wave Beach with day 16, we move on to day 17, where we meet the next zombie type of Big Wave Beach, the Octodaddy zombie. Now, this little shit is quite literally just the worst version of the Pope zombie. Every single bean in every single lane was now vulnerable, and it was just up to God himself who the Octodaddy zombie tentacled. Besides the introduction of this new zombie, day 17 was passed with my sheer incredible willpower. Moving on from day 17, we didn't encounter another true challenge until day 20. Now, from here, the last third of Big Wave Beach alone took me over 8 hours just for these 10 or so days. The difficulty spike in this final part of the world was absolutely insane, and not very welcome. In fact, as a certified gaming journalist, I'd go as far to say Dark Souls was easier than this bollocks. It's not like there's anything unique about day 20 either, it was just a case of me banging my head against the wall until it broke, and eventually, it did, and I passed day 20, with only minor cranium damage. We then ignore the shitty day 21 conveyor belt day, and move on to day 22, where we meet the biggest bane of my existence thus far, the hookup zombie, who I had to use the bean pad against every single time they showed up, so they wouldn't just drag my beans into the water, making them all soggy. All things considered, he didn't bother me that much on this particular day, since I did manage to beat it first try, but day 23, on the other hand, was worse than Margaret Thatcher. This day took far too long. I'm starting to notice a trend with Big Wave Beach and endangered plant days. Every time there's an endangered plant level in this world, a bit of me dies, but never fear. On this day, we get to protect the banana, who is without a doubt one of my favourite plants. This day took far too long, but eventually I did it by stalling the final Garg and launching bananas at him. And then I made the executive decision to shovel the banana at the very end of the day, so even though I technically completed it, I had to do it all over again. I truly am the smartest gamer of all time. After redoing day 23 and passing day 24, which was a conveyor belt day, we move on to the first day in Big Wave Beach that I consider to be completely impossible. Day 25. Here, we cannot spend more than 3,000 sun, and we had to defeat a bunch of zombies in 10 seconds, which, to be honest, that's just going to be done by default. What I really struggled with is not spending over 3,000 sun. I'm entirely certain this day is impossible, due to the high cost of my Zoy beans and laser beans, meaning I just couldn't put down enough DPS to deal with the sheer number of zombies coming my way. I was warned in advance that day 25 would be a tough one, and my god, it was once again the hardest day in the game so far. I spent hours on this day, trying different setups, trying different ways of gathering enough sun. I even brought out the sunbeam once again, but it was to no avail. Even when I conceded, it still took hours to beat normally. I know at that point it's a skill issue, but this day just seems pretty unfair to me. I mean, look at this shit. How do you beat this without prior knowledge and practice? Well done, day 25. You win for now, but I will be back with the vengeance. After day 25, 26, and beating day 27 with only beans, the next challenge didn't come until day 28, which was yet another impossible day. But this time there was a new reason, and I think this reason's even more valid than the last. I couldn't lose more than 5 plants at a time. Now, considering my only sun producer is the sunbean, which I have to lose for it to produce sun, I don't think I even need to explain why this isn't possible, and the fact that the hookup zombie kept yanking my beans away just made this day so incredibly painful. Even with the bean pad, it made no difference whatsoever. In the end, I had to once again concede the day, only to go onto the wiki and find a setup that actually worked and let me beat this day normally. A lot of people say PvZ2 is hard but fair, but in this day in particular, I'm going to use the wise words of Video Game Donkey and say it's hard, but fuck you. Day 28 was then surprisingly followed by day 29, which once again I managed to beat first try. Whoever's job it was to balance the difficulty in this game clearly didn't come into work, because you'd think day 29 would be harder than the previous days, but nope, guess not. We then move on to day 30, the final day, where I can use my beans in Big Wave Beach, and once again, we had another impossible day on our hands. Now, 3 impossible days isn't bad considering Neon Mixtape Tour had a lot more, but this day was a massive pain in the ass. We had to protect these little cutie patooties, but if the hookup zombie so much as breathes on it, then he goes and offs himself, which makes this guy somehow worse than the potato cream pies from earlier. Every single attempt I made on this day, I was told that the zombies ate my plant, which is just blatantly false advertising. After 1 hour of the game fucking me over and cheating me out of so many wins, I finally snapped on stream, and I decided I was going to go cheat right back. While on stream, I used my expert computing skills to construct a brand new ppdat file, which is just essentially the progression file. I was going to call Zeus on these zombies and take my fucking anger out. But I made a rookie mistake. I didn't back up my original file, and all my data, all my progress, even all my premium beans were gone. This was it. It was the end of my run. It will sit with me for the rest of my life that the only person I managed to cheat was myself. Guys, I hate to tell you this, but cheaters never prosper, and my Twitch chat was stuck staring at my Be Right Back screen for the better part of 2 whole ass hours. That is, until my lords, my heroes, my saviours, Shagrot's Cave, and my other unnamed housemate, who I'm linking their Twitch in the description because they saved my ass. They came into my room, handed me a sprite, and restored my pp.dat file. They also added a few little extra surprises for me. I was back, and I was more powerful than ever. With my new power, I smited every single remaining zombie on Big Wave Beach, and for compensation, me and chat unanimously decided I was finally allowed to break one of my rules and choose a bean to level up, in preparation for the big finale. Naturally, I chose the spring bean and got to work leveling him up. Alongside the spring bean, I also leveled up 3-blower Bob. Now, I finally went to go and destroy the Zombos of Big Wave Beach, and I was finally ready to take on the modern day. Big Wave Beach was tough, 3 impossible days which I will go back to. But hey, still easier than Neon Mixtape Tour. Remember guys, cheaters never prosper, unless you're me.
Womp womp. The modern day is simultaneously pretty cool and pretty shit. On the one hand, you have the return of Michael Jackson and the beloved Pope zombie, and on the other hand, you have days like this. What the actual hell is this? So with that said, let's see how I completed this final world with minimal suffering and level 1 beans. We start the modern day on day 1, where we are introduced to this world's gimmick. Ass cracks that shit out zombies from a previous world. This world actually is a pretty fun gimmick in my opinion. It brings every single zombie from every world back for this grand finale. With this gimmick, day 1 was actually pretty tough. I'm so used to the first day being piss easy, but nope, not this one. However, from the last episode, I still have a mighty powerful spring bean who can indefinitely delay a single zombie, even Gargs. This will prove to be invaluable for this world, but even with the added difficulty of the ass crack, I beat day 1 first try. We move on to day 2, where this world decides to shit out some Big Wave Beach zombies. The spring bean, once again, solos all. To be honest, absolutely nothing happened on this day other than the confirmation that the spring bean is absurdly powerful.
He counters everything, it just makes things a cakewalk. But day 3 was a conveyor belt level, so we move on to day 4, where I am struck with fear. The roller skate zombie has returned. I fucking hate Neon Mixtape Tour. The zombie that completely counters my laser beam is back. It doesn't help that whenever they eat so much as breathe on one of my beans, the beans just give up and die. Because of this roller skate zombie, I failed this day so many times. Even my spring beans couldn't save me, but somehow, eventually I managed to get through this day. I've got no clue how, it just sort of happened. Moving on to day 5, we are introduced to a Plants vs Zombies staple, the newspaper zombie. This Sun newspaper reading fuck gets perpetually pissed off when we destroy its misinformation, and decides he's going to go full Brexit geezer on my ass and charge at full speed with ultra high health and damage. What the fuck happened to this guy in the time between Plants vs Zombies 1 and 2? Even with this insanely powerful newspaper zombie, we beat day 5 first try. We then move on to day 6, where we are given a throwback to the Lost City, with these sun tiles at the very front of the lawn. The goal of this day is to generate 4,000 sun, which is easily done by stalling with a spring bean and using the sunbeam stacking. This day was pretty chill overall, and once again I managed to beat it first try. Moving on, we get to day 7, a big, chunky 4-wave day. And guys, I hate to say it, but I also did this day on my first attempt. Then for some reason, we're playing Candy Crush on day 8. I'm pretty sure PopCap is just as fed up with this game as I am, considering the amount of gimmick levels they're introducing. This is then followed up by day 9, which is, once again, another gimmick day. Day 10 is where the challenge of the modern day truly rears its ugly ass head. What the fuck even is this? This day took me so many attempts. Like, even with all these power tiles, it was hard as balls. I am confident these tiles are just here to fuck with me, considering how useless they are. I fucking hate Neon Mixtape Tour, by the way. Did I mention? The harsh day 10 was then followed by the piss easy day 11 and 12. This game is so awkward with its balancing, it's a bit strange. And then guess what? We got another Candy Crush day on day 13 and another gimmick on day 14. Beans are starting to become extinct, but on day 14, Zeus solos all. No plants, no beans, just the almighty Zeus. Then it's time for day 15, our first impossible day of the modern day. The reason for this is before I even have the chance to use plant food or sun for ranged beans, the pirate zombie swings in and follows the 4th rule of the pirate code to always gobble my nuts. But you know what? Fuck it, this day isn't impossible. I just need to power up a little bit, just to hit the gym, strengthen my beans, all the way to level 1. It's clearly level 1, it says so. The M stands for mustard. My newfound level 1 beans. I kicked this day's ass and beat it on my first try. After day 16's conveyor belt shenanigans, we move on to day 17, where the laser beam carries hard. And you know what? He did every single day from here on. I'm telling you, leveling these beans to Mustard 1 makes this game so much easier. It really exemplifies EA's greed, but part of me is glad because now I get to punish these fuckers like they punished me. Every single day from now has just been made child's play. The only notable thing, really, is the red dinosaur coming back to say goodbye to this masterpiece of a series. Goodbye, the red one. I'll miss you. Somehow, even with leveling my beans to Mustard 1, day 30 was a day that managed to kick my ass. These fucking flowers are some bullshit, but my god, my lord, my saviour, the spring bean came to save the day. The thing about my level 1.5 spring bean is the fact that it can actually tank more damage than the bean sprout, so that's cool I guess. I love pay to win features. I'm just so over this now. Playing PvZ2 with only beans for 2 months on end causes insanity to fester. Don't try this at home, kids, unless you're gonna cheat like me. After completing day 30, we move on to day 31, which was a cakewalk. And now, we can finally finish this game with a boss rush. And guess what? The very final boss in Plants vs Zombies 2 is the Neon Mixtape Tour final boss. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. And with that, we did it. But I'm not yet satisfied, so I went back to every single day that I thought was impossible, such as day 12 of Ancient Egypt and all the sun-producing days in the first half of this series. We went back to day 20 of Ancient Egypt. Day 11 of Frostbite Caves was Beanton with ease. Day 11 of Dark Ages, I kicked its ass. Day 16 of Dark Ages, easy. Day 19 of Dark Ages, easy. Day 15 of Neon Mixtape Tour. Day 21 of Neon Mixtape Tour. Day 28 of Neon Door. Day 30 of Neon Mixtape Tour. Seriously, fuck Neon Mixtape Tour. We then went back to Big Wave Beach and beat day 25, 28, and day 30 with ease. And finally, with that, I can finally say, we're done. We're free. We finally finished. And I can officially say, yes, you can beat Plants vs. Zombies 2 with only beans. But I gotta say, guys, if you're gonna do this, please just cheat. It's better for your sanity. With this in mind, I never want to see a zombie again. This was the most anticlimactic end to a challenge I've ever done. But after 11 worlds, 2 months of my life, and 15,000 subscribers, I thought I'd rank these worlds from my least favourite to favourite. My least favourite is obviously Neon Mixtape Tour, followed by Big Wave Beach, Frostbite Caves, Dark Ages, Pirate Seas, Modern Day, Jurassic Marsh, Lost City, Wild West, Egypt, and my number one world, the best one, was the Far Future. I do want to thank you guys for sticking with me for the whole challenge. I'm super excited to move on to my next projects and test the waters. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta go vomit because I'm recording this while completely hungover. But once again, thanks guys. Thank you for 15,000 subscribers, thank you for all the support, and thank you for changing my life.
Plants vs. Zombies 2 is a game about plants versus zombies. So I thought I would do a little challenge and attempt to beat Plants vs. Zombies 2 with only plants I can grow in real life. The rules are simple. We can only use plants that I grow in my back garden. So without further delay, let's take a look at what we have to work with and what I can manage to grow in the UK's inconsistent climate.
So out here we got a couple of chilies, a few strawberries, peppers, a sunflower, a couple of sweet peas back there I think, death incarnate, some cucumber, some aubergine, sweet corn, tomato, pepper, chives, carrots, this is meant to be a melon, but well, I think it's probably dead. And we got some more lettuce. You can't tell, but that's garlic. And artichoke. Yeah, it's an artichoke.
After inspecting my back garden, I have deduced that we have the following plants to work with for this challenge. The bean flower, Mr. Cornography, the sad tomato, the dartichoke, the crackhead, the melon pult, and this little chili fucker. If need be, we are also allowed to use the iceberg lettuce and the pea shooter since I've been growing sweet peas in my garden and they're close enough for me. Now that we have our army assembled, let's get into this challenge. Also, I'm skipping the tutorial because I can only look into Crazy Dave's loving eyes for too long before I start to feel things. We officially start Egypt at day 3, where I start to brainstorm strategies and try out these new plants. And holy premium plants, Batman, these things are straight up busted. Especially the dartichoke and the sad tomato. The tomato kind of works similar to the laser boing, I guess, since it just kind of stares at people and they drop dead, but the damage this guy does is absolutely insane. But a gamer of my caliber will absolutely need all the help I can get to even attempt this challenge. Moving on to day 4, it's our first of many conveyor belt levels. Now, instead of going over these levels for the challenge, I've just decided to write in the script the first thing that pops into my head. So I've decided to ask you guys if you knew that seals' hands are always freezing cold. That, and they're just silly little cutie patooties. Day 5 is a bit more interesting since all the plants were chosen for us for this day, but it also provided us with the sunflower and pea shooter, which I'm allowed to use. I attempted this day, and it came and went faster than Donald Trump in his meeting with Vladimir Putin. Day 6 was yet another conveyor belt level. So for my second phrase of the day, I've decided to say "Hoim." Now we're at day 7, it's finally back to business. We tried out our artichoke, and my god, this thing can really dish out the damage. But for the high cost of 225 sun, I don't really know if he's an S tier plant just yet. But since we're still in ancient Egypt, I haven't exactly had the best opportunity to try out this plant to its full potential. Moving on to day 8, we try out another one of our plants. This strawberry looking fella who kind of just sits there. But the second I gave this fucker some plant food, he turns into Benjamin Netanyahu and commits multiple war crimes with a big fat fucking smile on his face. I was so shocked with the obscene power of this premium plant, I just had to try it again. So I moved on to day 9, waited until the end of the day where the zombies filled the screen, and gave him some more plant food where he committed further atrocities once more. It was around this time I started to wonder if this challenge would actually be too easy, but like the brave little gamer that I am, I soldiered on. But don't worry guys, I'm sure to lose my mind at some point during this challenge since I am ungodly shite at PvZ. It's come to day 10 where I try out my final plant, the chili fucker, and this guy just clears out a whole lane with the push of a button. You know what? I'm going to exploit the fuck out of this. Other than that experiment, there was really nothing notable about day 10. We just end the day with ease, which you can probably expect to hear for the rest of ancient Egypt. Day 11 was yet another day with pre-picked plants that gave me the sunflower and pea shooter, but since we're in Egypt, the challenge is still non-existent. The same goes for day 12 and day 13, but I actually did have a bit of trouble there. Now, for some reason, Dave decided to grow some mould on day 13, which I can't plant on. Now, personally, I believe mould belongs in a sandwich, but each their own, I guess. Fortunately, by the final wave, I had enough sun and plant food to call in the mass-murdering strawberry, who helped me finish the day unscathed. Day 14 was yet another basic day featuring everyone's favourite corn and flour combo. It was the same song and dance as last time: put down the corn, put down the flour, blow everyone else up with the strawberry. The only thing that was even somewhat notable about this day is one of the zombies just decided to turn around and walk away for no reason whatsoever. I don't know what happened. The next day was a protection day, where we had to protect a bunch of sunflowers from getting the clap from reform supporters, but due to the abundance of sun we got from these sunflowers, we got through this day with relative ease. I swear guys, this does get more challenging eventually. Moving on to day 16, I made a very important discovery. I discovered that even though the strawberry has wiped out everything on the screen before, he doesn't actually insta-kill high health zombies like the Buckethead, which is going to make this challenge a little bit more tricky than I first anticipated. Not on this day though, of course. Every zombie died in the span of 30 seconds. On day 17, we had to beat the day with 16 plants or less. Now, this day was probably one of the easiest ones to beat so far. I did one single row of sunflowers, one row of corn, and a single psychotic strawberry in the middle of the map. At least day 18 had something a bit more unique going for it. It was a plan your defences day, so naturally I saw this as an opportunity to use the artichoke to see how they operate as a unit. Needless to say, holy premium plants, these little shits dish out damage like no tomorrow, but I wanted to give a shout out to this corn guy here. He's just a silly little guy. Day 19 was more of the same, dealing with Dave's mouldy testes and planting a bunch of corn due to the planting limit. Same goes for day 20 as well, with it being another protection day. These days were once again very easy, since the only thing we needed to protect were the sunflowers, who gave me a bunch of sun and let me use my pay to win bullshit even more. Genuinely, the rest of ancient Egypt was pretty much the same. The strawberry and chili carried me through all of it, and occasionally zombies would just up and walk away from me without reason. The only day in this world where I had to look up away from my phone and pay attention was day 22, where I actually had a close call, and to be honest, if I'm having close calls this early on, it makes me fear future worlds, especially Freaky Mixtape Tour. But at least at the end of day 22, I got rewarded with the sound of Dave's freaky mould violating the ground. So with the only remotely challenging day out the way, we blast through days 23 and 24 and encounter our first gargantua. The only thing I can say is I'm willing to bet these fuckers are going to be a massive pain in my ass in the future, since not even 3 strawberry plant foods would take this fucker down, and he's the weakest version of the Garg. But with him dead and begging for mercy, we can go and take on the Zombos of this world. Now, for this boss, I decided to call up an old friend. I had Zeus come in to save the day, and with the help of our good old friend, Zombos is down and we can make our way onto the pirate seas. We continue our challenge into the pirate seas, but no one ever tells me what the pirate seas, so it looks like we're going to have to see for ourselves exactly what changes have happened to my garden. Michael Jackson's Sunflower. Since no plants have died off yet, we can continue on to day 1, where I decide to build a sunflower army and then win. It's that simple. That's all that happened on day 1. Now we're moving on to day 2, where we meet the seagull zombie, and I made some brand new discoveries. The comments of my last video were filled to the brim with tips about the sad tomato. Now it turns out, my strawberry friend over here is completely and utterly useless, and the sad tomato is now the ultimate killing machine. Why, you may ask?
Well, if I use my plant food on the tomato, he decides to blow up and die, but he also deals up to 1800 damage on his way out, obliterating basically anything in his path. I also made a second discovery about the sad tomato. After every single use, his sun cost increases, so it's nearly impossible to fill the screen with him no matter how much I want to. Regardless of my desire to fill the sad tomato, we managed to beat day 2 with ease, and the same goes for day 3. So instead of taking you through the entirety of day 3, I shall present to you the Pirate's Code. Rule number 1 of the Pirate's Code: never laugh at the word poop deck. Now we move on to day 4, where our tomato friend once again proved his supremacy to the strawberry. But on day 5, we actually started to encounter a challenge. There were so many zombies on screen and I started to panic. But don't worry friends, we didn't fail yet, since the tomato once again saved my rear end. Day 6 was yet another close call, but nothing happened that's really that interesting, so I'm going to once again present you with the next rule of the Pirate's Code. Rule number 2 of the Pirate's Code: always be in bed before 9:30. Arr. On day 7, we are introduced to another new zombie type, the barrel zombie, who carries his children around in his sack. Of course, day 7 was yet another easy day, but we did manage to fit our voluptuous tomato friend into every lane somehow. On day 8, it was the mini-boss of the world, which is essentially just a hell of a lot of waves. So instead of explaining this day to you, I'm once again going to say the next rule of the Pirate's Code. Rule number 3 of the Pirate's Code: don't forget to wipe after taking a dookie. We don't want any crusty pirates here. Seriously, that fucking voice hurts my throat. Day 9 was yet another easy day, beaten with our sun and tomato spam. This continued onwards with day 10 and 11, where the tomatoes plant food saved me once more. However, I noticed here that the difficulty was really starting to ramp up ever so slightly, so I had to lock in or things would get real hard real fast. Just like Prince Andrew in a primary school. Moving on to day 12, we are presented with our first gimmick level of this world, the Cocknut gimmick level, so I can skip over this without a second thought. The challenge really starts to ramp up on day 13, where we are met with the first of many sun producing days. We had to produce 2,000 sun. I'm just glad the sunflower was here, or this challenge run would have basically been impossible. Honestly, so far, Pirate Seas has been a giant slog, but at least it's been simple and I can use all my plants instead of having to constantly use gimmick levels. Now is probably the best time to say I am happy to announce I am returning to streaming. I will be streaming this challenge live to you every week over at twitch.tv/Whoie, so why don't you come and give me a follow, or else I'll hand you over to Andrew Wilson. Day 14 was a plan your defences day, so naturally I just decided to use the artichoke and watch. I have nothing else to say about this day other than why don't you artichoke on these nuts. On day 15, Dave decided to return to the earthly realm from the heavens and plant some flowers which he demanded we protect or he would take our bumhole. So protect them we did, and we beat the day first try. After running away from Dave, we make it to day 16, where we had to protect yet another endangered plant, the best plant in the game, the Sproing Boing. Now, even though I cannot grow beans in real life, I just wish I could so I can use this blatantly overpowered plant. I mean, just look at his little smile, that is the smile of Satan. We can pretty much skip over day 17 since absolutely nothing of note happened, but moving on to day 18, we realise it is a gimmick level, and we have to beat the day with only the plants given to us. So for old time's sake, I decided to attempt to beat this day with only the Sproing Boing, which was a challenge in itself, but it was a fun one. Maybe one day I should do a spring bean only run of PvZ2, but that day is not today. Moving on to day 19, we had our very first fail of the challenge. It was another sun producing day, and since I got a bit cocky, I decided not to give the sunflowers any plant food and didn't make it to the 1750 threshold. But the second time round, I managed to remember and pass the day with relative ease. Day 20 was more of the same, with the added goal of having to produce 1,000 sun. I swear, the amount of sun producing levels in this world is just insane. It's like the devs kinda just hit copy and paste on some of the days, almost like I have with the entire challenge run idea. Day 21 was yet another sun producing day, and for fuck's sake, I am not going to cover this day. If EA can't be arsed giving us something different for the third day in a row, then I'm not either. Instead, it's time for Rule 4 of the Pirate's Code. No sugar past 4 PM, me hearties. Day 22 was a plan your defences day, and I was so confident with my artichoke strategy that I went to make a coffee, but it turns out I am an absolute moron for this. Now, for some reason, the artichokes couldn't hit the imps for the life of them, meaning I failed this day, so with my new coffee in hand, I sat down and watched, moving some of my plants around and activating a lawnmower before offing the rest of these children with some spicy food. This allowed me to beat day 22 on my second attempt. Day 23 was yet another tricky day, since Dave decided to once again come on my screen and plant some more flowers down. I thought I had this day in the bag until a zombie just decided to ignore my favourite plant and just walk right past him without so much as a kiss on the mouth. However, I did manage to beat this day on the second attempt. On day 24, we had to once again defend the Sproing Boing, who I swear, this fucker does not need defending. He does this for the fun of the game. If anything, he is defending me, since we beat this day on the very first attempt. Now we can finally end the Pirate Seas with our good old friend Poseidon. Now, I thought I would lose this fight on our first attempt, but oh no, not me. We never lost control. We were face to face with the man who sold the world. And with a shit reference out the way, the Pirate Seas is complete. A piss easy world where the plants did indeed verse the zombies. And now a quick word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by me. If you love retro stuff like I do and want to support the channel directly, go check out my partner's shop over on Etsy for some awesome handmade lampshades and other vintage goodies. By doing this, you are directly supporting me and my partner in achieving our dreams. The links for the shop is in the description. And now, back to the video. The Wild West is a world of pure agony and despair. It is a world that has already made me lose my sanity and question my life choices, and it's only the third world in this run. The Wild West starts off with the plants continuing to verse the zombies on day 1, and it is on this day where I continue to expand my knowledge of PvZ2. It's on this day that I learned I could actually stack the sad tomato on top of each other to exponentially increase its damage. Kind of like the Peapod, but a bit more freaky. With this newfound tomato power, we bested day 1 and 2 with ease. However, on day 2, I did want to test the extreme power of this sad tomato, so I placed 2 of them on minecarts just to see how powerful they were, and lo and behold, I managed to beat this day with only the tomatoes. That's how broken they are. Day 3 was more of the same, passed easily with tomato stacking, and on day 4, we had a conveyor belt day, so I'm just going to skip over to day 5. On day 5, we are introduced to another new zombie type, the shit-fit zombies. These little shits can sometimes have the health of a standard brown coat, or they could sometimes have the health of a bucket hat zombie, which in the past would have made this run very difficult. Fortunately, our new tomato stacking strategy managed to clear this day with only a single sad tomato. What the fuck? Unfortunately, my newfound confidence in this premium plant was starting to shake, since day 6 was starting to get a little bit tricky. Of course though, a gamer of my caliber managed to clear it with just the sad tomatoes and the artichoke, and the same goes for day 7, with it being cleared once again with only a couple of sunflowers and tomatoes. All was going well so far. The last 7 days are a complete walk in the park. Day 8 was a conveyor belt day, and day 9 was a day that I needed to beat with given plants. However, day 10 is where it all went to shit. This day introduced me to the worst enemy on this entire world, the chicken fucker zombie. Now, for the next 10 seconds or so, I'm going to explain why I hate this guy, so children, cover your ears. The chicken zombie is a mother piece of shit wanker who needs to go jump into the fiery inferno of hell along with the likes of Donald Trump, Hitler, and Andrew Tate. Now, the reason I hate the chicken zombie is simple. He will unleash his monstrous dinosaur army upon my plants at a random point, and since all of my plants are pretty slow firing, they overwhelm them quicker than you can say squawk to her. I was so close on several occasions. In fact, I nearly had it most of the time, until one random ass chicken just decided to break through my defences and poke my pecker till I pecked. Now, I just knew I wouldn't be able to beat this day with this strategy. The chicken's placement, I swear, depends so heavily on luck. I had to try something else, so I had to bring out another staple of every British garden, and one that I've shown briefly at the start of this challenge, a plant I call Death Incarnate. I am bringing out the mints, specifically the Sun Mint and the Holy Mint. Now with this lineup, I somehow managed to luck my way through this day by the skin of my teeth. I hate this zombie with every fibre of my being, and I am not looking forward to seeing him again. On a more positive note, day 11 was a walk in the park with an extra goal of not spending more than 500 sun, which didn't matter since my premium plants carried me through it. And day 12 was another conveyor belt day. It was the same for day 13 as well, with nothing notable happening other than being introduced to the bull and imp zombie, but they didn't pose any sort of threat whatsoever. Moving on to day 14, I was starting to get a little worried again. I genuinely don't know how I failed this day. Did a fucking feather kill me? I guess we'll never know. But in the end, I did manage to pass this day without too much of my sanity being lost to the void. Going on to day 15, we couldn't lose more than 2 plants, which was a walk in the park once again. But on day 16, we had to protect our endangered nut. Now, I had a strategy for this day from my last challenge. I just vigorously rubbed my nut up and down until the day climaxes and I win. However, it was on this day that my partner came to me and informed me that our sunflowers in our garden do actually have multiple heads.
Now you tell me they've all got multiple heads.
Oh, you're silly.
This whole time, I could have been using the double sunflower to produce twice as much sun. I really, really wish I knew this back on day 10, but at least it should make the rest of this world easier. Day 17 was made trivial due to our new double sunflower. However, day 18 was not one I enjoyed whatsoever. Within 30 seconds of entering this day, I was overwhelmed by cock, and I instantly failed. I knew for this day, I would need a bold new plan, and I came to yet another realization. These chickens have literally 1 HP, so a tickle from anything would kill them all off. I just needed a low damage but consistent plant, so I questioned what else there would be in a typical British garden. That's when I realised we had brambles returning to our garden.
Bramble.
This means I can put to use the spikeweed. Even with this newfound power, this day was still hard as nails, but the chickens didn't stand a chance, and in the end, they were all slaughtered and I managed to actually beat the day. After the painful slog that was day 18, the rest of the days were pretty standard, but somehow I managed to fail day 19 since I completely forgot about the sun limitation and my stupid ass decided to plant down a melon. Moving on to day 20, we had to deal with yet another conveyor belt day, and day 21 was a flower trampling day, where I once again had another close call because of the prostator zombie. This fucker nearly gave me some back shots, but luckily I ended his ass before he could reach my flowers. Day 22 was another given plant day, and day 23 was yet another day where we had to protect Dave's stupid fucking flower beds, and it was here that I discovered that these stupid chickens can trample these flowers. I mean, how the hell do they manage that? They've only got tiny tasty feet. But thankfully, I brambled up my garden and saved the day. These chickens committed suicide and I won. The final proper day of this world was day 24, where I had to protect these nuts, but with the spikeweed and my strategy of vigorous stroking my nuts up and down, I managed to beat this day quite easily. Now with all the days out the way, we can approach the boss of this world with our good old friend Ares, who smites him down for all of his sins, but not before these chickens wanted to get me to know my place. Somehow, even with the help of the gods, these little shits took out my mower and nearly came pecking for my pecker once again. Thankfully, Zombos went down on me before that could happen, allowing me to finally beat the Wild West. I'm actually finally starting to stress out about this challenge. The third world should have not been this difficult. Maybe that just says something about my Plants vs Zombie skills, or maybe it says something about my lack of intellect, but either way, I'm very nervous for the next couple of worlds. Frostbite Caves gave me frosticular cancer. The fourth world of Plants vs Zombies is full of pain and suffering. It is a world where no matter how hard I tried, I just kept wanting to give up, but I didn't. Like a true gamer, I soldiered on, and one plant managed to prove himself to be a very invaluable plant in my garden. Frostbite Caves starts off with the plants continuing to verse the zombies in day 1, where we meet the gimmick of this world, these switching lane things, but of course, since this is day 1, we get through it without any issues. On to day 2, we meet the next gimmick of this world, fresh blowies. What these blowies do is they turn my crops blue bald and freezes them in place. The only way I can undo this is with my silly little chili guy, who saved my ass on multiple occasions, and we managed to beat day 2 with ease. Day 3 was the conveyor belt day, so we swiftly move on to day 4, which was a tough day. It did give me a couple of close calls, but we beat it with the power of British mints. This was quickly followed by another conveyor belt day on day 5 before moving into the first truly hard day of this world, day 6. On this day, most of our plants have been picked for us, but it's worth noting, in my garden I do actually have peppers growing, so I can use these hot pepper thingies. This was a close call, and I almost completely fucked it due to the harsh blowing from the developers. I managed to beat the day after only a couple of attempts. To be honest, nothing really remarkable happened for the next couple of days, so to make a long story short, day 7 was piss easy, day 8 was a conveyor belt level, and on day 9, I finally figured out the true power of the strawberry. It turns out that when the strawberry turns red, you can actually click on him, and he launches a massive thermonuclear device into the zombies in his current and adjacent lanes. I'm such a fucking dumbass, I wish I knew this sooner. Day 10 was another conveyor belt level. They really love those levels in this world, and day 11 was a goddamn ball ache. I just kept getting blowies from the devs. Now don't get me wrong, this wasn't as hard as it was in my beans challenge, but I would like to reiterate, I still think day 11 hit the second tower. Day 12 was a plan your defences day. This day wasn't too hard, but man, these devs really love to freeze my crops. But now, I have a confession to make. This whole time, I was growing potatoes that saved my ass in this day. I recently harvested them and had a jacket potato with beans and cheese. My god, it tasted awesome, but I suppose it means I can't use the potatoes after this world. Or I might just use them anyway, because we all know this challenge is about as consistent as my bowel movements. Day 13 was yet another close day, where I only managed to beat the day by the skin of my balls and stalling a garg until I managed to off him. Moving on to day 14, we had to beat this day with given plants, and it is on this day where I am starting to regret the structure of this challenge. Covering every single day, no matter how dull it is just plain fucking boring. Moving on to day 15, we had to protect the first endangered plant of this world. Now, this day struck some fear into me, but I actually managed to beat it first try. The first half of Frostbite Caves has actually been relatively uneventful, but the second half of this world actually drove me fully mad. But first, we had to deal with day 16, which was another fucking conveyor belt day. Day 17, where the only remotely challenging aspect was meeting the ice-pushing hobo zombie. And day 18 was another conveyor belt day. Jesus Christ, this world is full of these boring-ass days. And if you couldn't tell, I fucking hate Frostbite Caves. Moving on to day 19, we had yet another simple day. But it is time I address the elephant in the room. In my last challenge, I never removed any pre-placed plants, and I'm going to be doing the same here, since this game is just starting to piss me off, and I'm not making this shit any harder than it needs to be. Now, I know I said the second half of this world is much harder, but it's more like the closing days that are actually hard, because first we have to deal with day 20, which was simple, day 21, which was another conveyor belt day, and we can finally move on to have an interesting day in day 22. Now, the reason day 22 was so interesting is because we were introduced to another zombie. The fucking weasel zombie. I hate these types of zombies. He can well and truly go fuck himself. If you thought the chicken zombie was bad, this guy is on a whole different level, because at least the chickens would die with a little bit of a tickle, but these little shits have the health of a near goddamn brown coat. That, and they sprint at such speeds that anytime they went on screen, spikeweed or not, I just fucking die. In the end, I did manage to beat day 22, and it was tough, but this shit's only gonna get worse. Because moving on to day 23, it made me want to rip out my ass hair and stick it to a zombie's smug little gob. The weasel came back, and he was more powerful than ever. He wanted revenge, and he was gunning for me. But he was just too much. He was so powerful, I could not defeat him. So my good old friend, the Spikeweed, decided he was going to step up. And in the end, our good old friend, the Spikeweed, did manage to tickle these weasels to death, but my god, it took so many attempts. And from here, it only got worse. Day 24 was somehow so much harder, so our good old friend the Spikeweed, he came back to me. He came back with an idea. He was going to go to the local Sainsbury's and buy a full set of Power Rangers armour, and it was a damn good thing he did, because these weasels, after hours of attempts, just decided to skewer themselves on our friend's new Power Rangers armour. The pain and agony of day 24 was followed by another goddamn conveyor belt day in day 25, and day 26 was another hard as balls weasel-centric day. It wasn't only the weasels that made it tough though, it was the continuous blowies I got from the devs. Somehow, This day wasn't actually as tough as day 26, maybe because the spikeweed was carrying my ass, but man, I just well and truly hate Frostbite Caves. This world does not need to be 30 days long. It's far too long, far too annoying, and I fucking hate this weasel twat. And the same goes for day 27. It wasn't as hard as day 24, but it took me multiple attempts, even with the spikeweed carrying me. But I think overnight the spikeweed must have gotten more powerful. I don't know if he was doing push-ups or something, but he was well and truly carrying me through day 27. I don't know how, but I am here for it. Day 28 was a plan your defences day, so I decided to put my new spikeweed friend to the test. I planned the whole day with only spikeweeds, and holy moly, this guy just became straight up busted for no reason whatsoever. It's absolutely insane. You know, maybe from now on I should hold back from using him since I fear he might be making this challenge a bit too trivial. But let's be honest, you all know what I'm like and we'll probably see him again in the near future. After finishing day 28, we've officially finished all the challenge days in Frostbite Caves since day 29 was a given plant day, and on day 30 we meet Mr. Zombos and we encounter him with our good old friend Mr. Worldwide, who decides to use his fire tunes to absolutely melt Zombos. Thank you, Mr. Worldwide, you are truly one of the top 3 bold people of all time. The Lost City is a world of no thrills, no joy, just despair, all because of one reason. This world is so painfully easy that my dog could probably spunk on my keyboard and the world would be beaten. But there are still plenty of jokes to be made, so let's get into this world. The Lost City begins on day 1, where the plants continue to verse the zombies, and we are introduced to this world's gimmick, these funky wonky sun tiles that produce sun for me when I put something on them. This is one of the only worlds where the gimmick actually aids you, which probably explains why this world was so goddamn easy, including day 1, so we can swiftly move on to day 2. On day 2 we encounter our first new zombie type, the wedgie zombie. But other than that, this day was once again piss easy, with nothing else happening. Be prepared to hear that a lot this world. And it is for this reason I have decided to make the executive decision to change the word easy to the phrase your mum. You're welcome, chat. Day 3 was a conveyor belt day, so we can continue on to day 4 without any acknowledgement. On day 4 we meet yet another new zombie type, the shit shoveler zombie, who throws it back on us, and by it, let's just say, my peanut. Needless to say, this day was your mum. We move on to day 5, where we are met with yet another conveyor belt day, so we continue on to day 6, where something mildly interesting finally happened. During my live stream, I had a technical difficulty, which chat brought to my attention. Turns out I had multiple different audio inputs on Streamlabs. Day 7 was a very your mum day, but the shovel zombie did start to stress me out a little bit because every time he moved my fertilised little guy, I started to sweat bricks. But besides that, nothing else happened. On day 8, we have another gimmick day where we beat the day with pre-picked plants, so we can move straight on to day 9, which was another stupid ass conveyor belt day. I have nothing to fill the void of these conveyor belt days in this video, so instead, why don't you stare into this picture of Chill Bill instead of my mid-ass gameplay. He's just so chill. Moving on to day 10, the only note I've written for this day is your mum, so we can continue onwards to day 11, where I realise this world actually does present a minor issue for my stupid ass. Since this world has a very yellowy colour palette and my mouse is yellow, I keep losing my mouse during the gameplay, which did give me an actual close call. Not because of the difficulty of this world, but because I'm a little bit thick. I am not looking forward to having this issue on Big Wave Bitch. Coming on to day 12, there was once again nothing notable here until the very end of the day, where these 2 gargs nutted on my screen. Fortunately, the sad tomato managed to solo them both. Day 13 was another conveyor belt day. Haha, I aim to freeze! And day 14 was another pre-picked plant day. The amount of fucking gimmick levels in this world is just astonishing. We're only halfway through it, but I suppose it was the only way the devs knew how to make this dull-ass world longer than it needed to be. On day 15, the day was your mum, but I made a vital discovery. There was a button to redo you. There was a button to use your last picked plants. If you hit the icon at the bottom left of the screen, it turns out you re-pick the same plants you had on the last level, and I never figured this out in the last 2 years. I don't even want to think about the time that I wasted manually picking all my plants on every challenge run I've done of this game. Going on to day 16, we had another Chill Bill day, and day 17 was your mum, followed by yet another Chill Bill day, where we chill with Bill. I hate this world so fucking much. Day 19 was our first actual close call of this world, although it wasn't even notable in the slightest. It only happened because of my lack of brain power since I turned my brain off playing this world. So like the true poet I am, to summarise this day, it was easy, but it was also hard, just like your mum. Same goes for day 20, with it being your mum. And day 21 and 22 were pre-picked plant days, but day 22 actually had some gimmick tiles, which could have been fun if they were used more, but they weren't, so I'm just going to ignore them, just like Andrew Wilson ignores my pleas for Garden Warfare 3. Moving on to day 23, we had yet another close call, but with the power of my garden and my immense gardening capabilities, we soldiered through. I am clearly the greatest gardener to have ever lived. Day 24 was yet another your mum day. Honestly, this world is just so bafflingly your mum. Just look at the notes I made while playing this world. These are not the scribblings of a school shooter, these are my Plants vs Zombies Lost City notes, and there's just nothing of substance here. The amount of times I've written your mum down on paper is just insane. On day 25, I thought I would have finally encountered a bit of challenge since I could only use a few of my selected plants, but nope, this day was once again spread like your mum. Fuck it, day 26 and 27 was your mum and your mum, day 28 was Chill Bill, and day 29 was your mum, in that fucking order. Day 30 was the last proper day of this world where I can pick my own plants, and it is a day that I thought would once again be more interesting than it was, since Dave decided to plant all of his little flowers on half the tiles on this day, but it turns out, no. This day gave me a couple of close calls actually, and a few points where I swear I should have lost, but in the end, this is the Lost City, and day 30 was beaten with your mum. This was followed by day 31, which was a given plant day, so we can just ignore it. The Lost City is now over and done with, so we can move on to the boss of the world, the Zombos. We call upon our good old friend Dr. House, who commences a prostate exam with his balls on Dr. Zombos, and we finally finish the Lost City for good. Thank fuck for that. This world was so goddamn tedious and boring. I'm just glad to move on to the far future, which I'm sure is going to make me eat those words and wish for this tedium back. The far future is a world so utterly awesome that it gave me dementia. That being said, this world was also another pretty easy world due to the power of the sad tomato, but there were still a couple of challenges in this world. Ancient Egypt begins on day 1, where the plants once again are versing the zombies. It is here where we were introduced to the gimmick of this world, plant food pads. The way these things work is when you plant food your plant, the other plant on the same corresponding platform gets a little bit jealous and joins in on the fun, a bit like Donald Trump in a teenage changing room. Nothing else really happens on this day, but it is worth noting that I somehow still remembered to use the repick plant button. I hope you're proud of me, chat. We continue on to day 2, where we are introduced to the first of many new zombies of this world, the rover zombie. Now, this little fella only exists to try and goad us into using the newly introduced laser beam, but since I cannot grow laser beams in real life, try as I might, we have to use a different method of dealing with the rover zombie. It's a good thing we have the sad tomato to act as our laser plant, or else we may have well and truly been screwed on this world. Needless to say, this day was pretty easy, and to save all of your sanity for the far future, I've decided to change the word easy into the phrase Chill Bill. You're welcome, chat. Day 3 was yet another Chill Bill day thanks to our good old friend the sad tomato prostituting for the laser beam. And on day 4, we were introduced to another type of gimmick for the far future and future worlds, the sun bomb gimmick. The way these funky purple bombs work is if you touch them too soon, they go kaboom for both nearby zombies and your nearby plants, which can either be a massive help or a massive pain in the ass. In my case, it was a massive pain in the ass, since I kept forgetting that sun is meant to be yellow and not purple explodey colour. Moving on to day 5, we meet yet another new zombie type, the ice cream cone zombie. Now, this fella just has a lot of health, which I thought would pose a bit more of a problem, but you know what I'm about to say. The sad tomato made this day Chillium Billium. Continuing onwards, day 6 was another gimmick day where we had to use pre-picked plants, so we can continue straight on to day 7, which was also made Chill Bill, due to the epic placement of food plant platforms. Day 7 was followed by day 8, which was another conveyor belt day, so for this world, instead of going over the conveyor belt days, I have decided to put a full face reveal in this video. This is literally me, guys. Day 9 could have been a semi-interesting, challenging day, to be fair. We couldn't have any more than 15 plants at any given time, but it's a damn good thing the sad tomato stacking only counts as one plant, or else we well and truly would have been fucked. Anyway, due to this ability, the sad tomato made day 9 a breeze. Moving on to day 10, we are introduced to our next new zombie type, the Tippy Tappy Shoe Mech zombie that also has a time machine. Now, I actually hate this zombie for many reasons, but the main reason is he brings in zombies from the Freaky Mixtape Tour, and I fucking hate the Freaky Mixtape Tour, so fuck this zombie Tippy Tappy fuck in particular. Other than this time-travelling freaky mixtaping bastard, day 10 was pretty chill. Day 11 was our first Plan Your Defences day, and it was a pretty chill ballsack day. The sad tomato and the domestic terrorist strawberry carried this day for me, and we beat it first try. Coming on to day 12, we meet the Gargs of this world, and it's where the challenge starts to ramp up. For some reason, this world likes to throw a lot of high health zombies at you at once, and while I do appreciate the challenge, it was clearly no match for me and my premium plant power. Continuing on to day 13, we meet yet another new zombie type, the All-Star Mech Zombie. Now, I would explain to you what he does, but I don't think he even survived long enough to make it clear. Sorry, little fella. Needless to say, day 13 was chilling with the billing collector. Day 14 was yet another gimmicky day where I had to use no more than 1500 sun. This day actually gave me a few close calls once again, but with the power of corn on the knob stalling and mints, we managed to save the day and continue straight on to day 15. Day 15 was to protect the endangered suck and blow plant. However, we pretty much failed this day straight away. I don't know what was up with the random leap in difficulty, but this just meant I was actually going to have to think for once, an actual rarity on the Whoie channel. After many attempts and saving up just enough sun, I managed to put down enough sad tomatoes to bodyguard the suck and blow oranges. This, and with the power of the Holy Mint, we succeeded with only minor mental damage. Day 16 was yet another conveyor belt day, so here is another image of myself. And day 17 was a pre-picked plant, so we can skip over these and go right to the next part of the challenge at day 18. The gimmick of this day was once again to produce a certain amount of sun, but this time the total was 6,000. A genuinely ludicrous amount, and one that I thought for sure I was not going to be able to make. Fortunately, with the help of plant food and these plant food pads, we passed the day with chill bill. I love blueballing my audience with false suspense. The immensely challenging day 18 was followed up by a day I can't remember, and it came with another gimmick, the sun bomb gimmick again. Fortunately, just like your mum, there was nothing remarkable about it, and on day 20, we failed instantly once more. I think at this point, I went into autopilot and my brain stopped working to the point that my legal name has been changed to Brian Rott. The reason we failed this day instantly was due to the amount of endangered plants that we had to protect. There was one in every single lane, and not just that, they were all near the front, so by the time my blind ass saw the zombie, it was already too late and they were gobbling on my nuts. The positioning of the endangered plants, combined with the sheer amount of high health zombies, made this day a really tough one, but after some random ass luck, RNG, or maybe it was just my own plain skill, I did manage to beat this day on my 5th attempt or so. Give or take about 50. We are now on the final stretch of the far future, and I for one am so glad that this world went back down to the 25 days after the 32 grueling days of the last couple of worlds. It really gives me the time to hone in my script and to truly be creative. Day 21 was yet another sun producing day, with this total being 5,000 sun needing to be produced. This day was once again a chill with Bill day, and the same goes for day 22, which was yet another Plan Your Defences day. To be honest, the mint entirely saved my ass here. My defences were so painfully mid that they couldn't even make a dent in the zombies' army, but the mint cost 0 sun to use, so I just kept spamming it as much as I could, and I beat this day on the first try. Continuing on to day 23, it was another day where I actually managed to fail. Why, you may ask?
Well, we had to spend no more than 2,250 sun, and I just simply forgot. I placed down one too many sad tomatoes, and the day just instantly failed. However, we did manage to beat the day second try without too much hassle. And finally, day 24 was yet another day completed without too much physical or mental despair, thanks to the sun bombs aiding me in killing the zombies and the plant food pretty much saving the day. With all the normal days gone, we can finally move towards the Zombos of this world, where we call up our good old friend Roderick Heffley, who uses his loaded diaper to blast his load all over Zombos' face, killing him instantly. With the help of Roderick, we finally completed the Far Future, a world that was a noticeable step up in difficulty, but it was one that my perfect gaming skills could handle. The Dark Ages is the most unbalanced world in Plants vs Zombies 2. For some reason, this sunless void of a world possesses some of the easiest days and some of the hardest we have encountered thus far, and it includes a day that should have, by all accounts, been impossible. That is, until my garden evolved. The Dark Ages starts out in the Dark Ages, where the plants continue to verse the zombies on day 1. On this day, we had a great start, failing twice because I forgot to pick my sun producers. This is important since the whole gimmick of this world is that sun doesn't fall from the sky, so you have to produce all the sun yourself. I genuinely do not know how I beat this world on my Beans Only challenge. Other than dementia, day 1 of Dark Ages wasn't all that tough, but it had a noticeable increase in difficulty compared to the Far Future. Continuing on to day 2, we encountered the same issue I had on day 1. I, once again, forgot to bring my sunflowers. Fortunately, when I played this day a second time round, we managed to beat it. Day 3 was our first close call of this world, with the zombies getting a bit too close to my Peenar for my liking, but due to my immense intellect, we managed to clear day 3 on our first try. Day 3 was then followed by a conveyor belt level on day 4. So for this world, instead of showing you my conveyor belt gameplay, I'm going to present you with some coffee facts. Did you know, when I drink coffee, I get rather sleepy, which is why coffee is nothing more than a placebo, and this has absolutely nothing to do with me. On day 5, we are introduced to our first new zombie type of the Dark Ages, the Jonkler zombie. What this little twat does is he throws it back onto our crops, and by it, I mean all the projectiles fired at him when he's spinning. Fortunately, in these early days of the Dark Ages, he doesn't pose much of a threat at all. We continue on to day 6, where it is our first plan your defences day of this world. Naturally, our defences were outright terrible, but we managed to best it on our first attempt with the power of mints. Same goes for day 7, but there was a couple of notable things about day 7. For one, it was on this day where I realised the music sounds like a mosquito playing a kazoo. That, and this world also has another gimmick, necromancy, which I don't know how it got approved by PopCap and EA. This is a children's game, and the devs thought it would be okay to include corpse fucking? SMH my head. Day 8 was another day we had to beat with pre-picked plants, and on day 9 we are introduced to yet another gimmick of the Dark Ages, fentanyl. What these pipes do is they make the zombies large and hard, just like your mum. Fortunately, since this is an introduction to the gimmick, we beat this day on our first attempt. Continuing on to day 10, we had our next conveyor belt level. So did you know that coffee acts as an excellent laxative? Or almost negates the negative side effects of my lactose intolerance? Who would have thought? We are finally halfway through the Dark Ages, and words cannot express just how glad I am that this world is only 20 days. So far it's been pretty uneventful, but the second half is so much harder. On day 11 we are introduced to Gandalf Zombie. This fucking zombie turns all my crops into sheep until the day he dies. This became a massive annoyance for this entire world, but fortunately I had an ace up my sleeve, the jalapeno. As long as I had 125 sun, I could just insta-kill the bastard and negate any negative effects, but since this is the Dark Ages, I didn't always have enough sun on me, making Gandalf a giant pain in my ass for the rest of the world. Still managed to beat day 11 first try though. Continuing on to day 12, we had to protect some endangered plants. This is a day that I actually failed multiple times live on Twitch. Day 12 was a tough day since we needed to protect these little shrooms who were so hell-bent on killing themselves. The issue with these shrooms is that after a certain amount of time, they just decide to dip like your dad, and the only way we could keep them around was by paying them child support in the form of plant food. However, The timer wasn't the only issue on this day. The other issue came in the form of the Jonkler zombie, who decided to throw it back, and by it I mean every projectile, to our shrooms, near instantly killing them. Fortunately, with enough time and luck put into this day, I managed to beat it on like the 4th try or something, with only some minor skill issues. Day 13 was yet another conveyor belt day, so for this day's coffee fact, I decided to bring you the fact that coffee is coffee when the coffee does the coffee, slap a nut. Continuing on to day 14, we encounter a truly problematic day. The only sun producer this day will allow us to use is the sunbeam, and we have to produce 5,000 sun at the same time. This is obviously a problem, since we don't have a sunbeam in my garden. So, is this it? The end of the line? Is it time to pack up and go home? Was it another challenge failed? At the time, I thought so, but I decided to go out on a whim and check my garden again.
In my last video, everybody told me that peas counted as beans since they're legumes. But seeing that the sun's out... Oh, would you look at that? It's a sunbeam.
Thanks to all your guys' comments on my beans only challenge telling me that a pea is a legume and therefore a bean, I am now allowed to use the sunbeam. I'm only making this rule for the sunbeam since there's only one bean in my garden and it's very clear that this bean is basking in the sunlight, and he is the only bean in that garden. Due to the immense power of the sunbeam, thanks to him being level mustard 1, we managed to beat day 14 on our first try. Moving on to day 15, we had yet another plan your defences day, and Gandalf is a little bitch here. This fucker just kept turning all my crops into sheep, and I had to stall the zombies with plant foods and mints towards the end, letting the mowers take care of all of them on my behalf. This day did really take a lot of attempts, but with the stalling power of my corn, we managed to pass the day without going too mad. Unfortunately though, the difficulty is really starting to ramp up, and I'm not looking forward to the next world. On day 16, we are introduced to yet another new zombie type. Prince Andrew zombie, as depicted here on Jeffrey Epstein's island. Fortunately, Prince Andrew is a lazy sack of shit, so we managed to beat this day first try, with Prince Andrew being as threatening as a turd floating in a pool. Not very threatening, but it's certainly something you never want to see. Day 16 was followed by day 17, which I believe was the easiest day in the whole of the Dark Ages. I've actually grown pretty fond of the Dark Ages, but the difficulty is so inconsistent. Either that or I'm just getting incredibly lucky. We then had to go and beat day 18 with given plants before encountering the single hardest day of the challenge so far on day 19. The reason day 19 sucked so much was because we had to protect these magnet-looking asses, while using the sunflower, which just didn't produce enough sun fast enough to be able to effectively protect these endangered plants from the horde of high-health zombies that approach very early into this day. Now, I know this day is possible with the sunflower because of my beans only challenge, but the sad tomato has a very high sun cost compared to most plants. If we had a different laser plant to protect the endangered plants, then it wouldn't have been such a pain in the ass. Naturally, we had to bring out the sunbeam once again, who we fed repeatedly to the first zombie that spawned before using a mint on his ass to kill him instantly. This strategy gave me just enough sun at the start to put down some corn and sad tomatoes in the lanes needed to protect these magnets, but even then, it still wasn't enough. The sad tomato was either eliminating the zombies too fast or too slow for the sunbeam to be helpful, and we couldn't seem to gather any more sun past a certain point in the day. So I continued onward and called in yet another one of our substitute plants. I let the bramble in with his full suit of armour. With the bramble protecting the magnets, we just barely managed to beat this day by the skin of our balls after the 20th attempt. Day 19 was without a doubt the hardest day in this challenge so far, but with it finally done, we can call up our good old friends the Imagine Dragon These Nuts to take on the Zombos. And with that, the Dark Ages is complete. For such a short world, this definitely took me the longest and the most attempts to complete, but I think it had a pretty decent balance and difficulty, and it makes me excited to tackle the next world, or I would be saying that if I knew the next world wasn't the fucking Neon Mixtape Tour. I hate the fucking Neon Mixtape Tour! I cannot emphasise how much I hate the Neon Mixtape Tour in Plants vs Zombies 2. This world is so unbalanced, so unfair, that on some days you spend hours and on others a toddler could do it on their first attempt.
We start Freaky Mixtape Tour on day 1, where we meet the gimmick of this world, 80s porn stars and fire tunes that turn the zombies' slow walk speed into a mad rush to take whatever white substance they can get their hands on. Fortunately for us, day 1 was a simple day that we beat on our first attempt, but this was even more difficult than every other day 1 in this challenge so far, not a good sign for things to come. Continuing on to day 2, we meet our first new zombie type of this world, the emo zombie, who has returned for round 2. What these stupid little guys do is they make it their life's mission to ram their steel-capped boot right up your arsehole, and they will kick any plant into oblivion in order to do so. Fortunately, day 2 was another day we managed to beat on our first attempt. Day 3 was a conveyor belt day, so here's a picture of Chill Bill, and day 4 was already our first close call. We lost every single mower on this day, but we somehow managed to scrape by relatively unscathed. Day 5 was the first of our many failures in Neon Mixtape Tour. We had to protect these endangered plants, but an issue appeared. Our corn on the cob did not do enough damage to tackle these zombies before they all reached my plant and gobbled them up, and we didn't even have enough sun to put down enough sad tomatoes to protect them. This meant I had to pull out the first ace in my ass, the sunbean. By feeding the very first zombie as many sunbeams as he could handle and blowing him up, we managed to get just enough sun to put a sad tomato in each lane, allowing us to beat this day after only just a couple of attempts. This was followed by day 6, which was another conveyor belt day, and day 7, which was actually pretty easy. However, on day 7 we were introduced to the roller skate zombie, who protects every single zombie behind them when music plays, but with the help of the sad tomato, they didn't pose much of a threat whatsoever. Continuing on to day 8, we had another fairly simple day that got easier as it went on. But the second this day started, music was already blasting in our ears, leading the zombies to attempt to rush me and eat my ass. Fortunately, I beat this day on my first attempt. Continuing on to day 9, it was a day where I had to complete it with pre-picked plants, and day 10 was a Chill Bill day. This was once again followed by another pre-picked plant day on day 11. Usually I would complain about the amount of gimmick days, but the less I had to play Neon Mixtape Tour, the better. Moving on to day 12, we are introduced to our next new zombie type, the Michael Jacksoff zombie. The way this little fucker works is when he gets close to any plant, he spins his cock and balls, taking out any plant in the way. Fortunately, since I'm not exactly lacking in any range, he didn't exactly pose much for challenge yet, and we passed day 12 without too much agony. Day 13 was a truly troublesome day. It was a plan your defences day, so I started with my usual setup with corn and sad tomatoes while sprinkling in some mints. But due to my insane lack of DPS, I couldn't even make a dent in the insane number of zombies that this day threw at me, leading me to fail this day multiple times. I tried so many strategies, and by many, I mean I tried this one strategy with 5 strawberries, but that completely fucked up. Unfortunately, I had to make the executive decision to call back in my good old friend the Bramble, who still had his full suit of armour on. Naturally, my Bramble friend managed to save the day with this expertly crafted setup. Day 14 was a pre-picked plant day, and day 15 was another protect the endangered plant day. Unfortunately, on our first couple of attempts, Michael Jacksoff spun it all over the endangered plants, leading us to fail. This happened so many times that I had to once again call up my good old friend the Bramble. Now I know what you're thinking, the Bramble is so ungodly busted, and yes it is, but I'm trying not to use him unless I absolutely have to, and I'm afraid I did have to on this day. I swear to God, this whole world was designed with levelling plants in mind. Continuing on to day 16, we encountered a Chill with Bill from the planet Chill. And then we had the easiest days in the entire Neon Mixtape Tour, with day 17 and day 18 being so stupidly easy I probably could have done this when I was fresh out the womb while huffing a pipe. We then had to seal the deal with another Chill Bill day before continuing on to day 20, where I had yet another realisation. I could actually use the imitator, since a previous video on this run mentioned that I did actually grow potatoes, so I'm cashing in my potato privileges now. Naturally, I wasted the imitator on this day since I cloned the sad tomato, who already has a very short cooldown, but we still managed to beat day 20 on our first attempt. This was then followed by day 21. Day 21 fucking sucked. It was such horseshit, and I swear to God, it relied so heavily on luck and RNG that I just started to lose my fucking mind. This was so difficult, in fact, that I decided I needed to level up myself in real life, so I popped some Tylenol and continued this level. The issue on this day was these breakdance zombies flinging their friends towards me, and sometimes they would just throw their friends onto this flower bed that I needed to protect, catching me with my pants down. That, and since they spawned so early in the day, I couldn't get enough sad tomatoes down in time. To mitigate this issue, I decided to use the imitator on the sunbeam to double my early sun production, but even then, it wasn't enough, since a Garg spawned in not long after these breakdancing fucks, and he would just stroll up to the flowers like a Catholic priest going to a primary school. I failed this day about 20 times before I once again decided to call up my brambles and managed to beat the day on the first attempt, after placing these brambles sporadically all over the place. If this doesn't prove this game is pay to win, I don't know what will. Day 22 was another chill Bill day where we chill with Bill. And on day 23, we are introduced to yet another new zombie type, the nerd zombie, who pushes this arcade thing. Now, for some reason, this day was a goddamn cakewalk compared to the other days in this world, so we can move straight on to day 24, which was another Plan Your Defences day. Now, I knew here that my old setup would not have enough firepower to deal with the insane amount of zombies that were to come, so I went with the old reliable bramble strategy. Unfortunately, I encountered some trouble here. It turns out, when the nerd zombie pushes an arcade machine, he destroys any plant in front of him instantly, including my brambles, leaving me completely and utterly defenceless. Fortunately, I had some plant food and mints to deal with this guy, so I managed to beat this day on my first attempt with the help of some lawnmowers. This tough day was followed by some piss easy days with day 25 and 26, which were so easy, I'm not even going to bother covering them. We then chilled with Bill on day 27, and on day 28, we were introduced to the next zombie type of Neon Mixtape Tour. The Freddie Mercury zombie who decides to serenade our plants, putting them to sleep every time he plays music out of his boombox. Fortunately, my jalapeno dealt with him, meaning he was no problem whatsoever, and day 28 was beaten without too much stress. Same goes for day 29, which just goes to show the folks down at Poop Cap in 2013 must have spent a whole 30 seconds collectively balancing Neon Mixtape Tour. I would rather play Big Wave Beach than this shit. Day 30 was the final day we could complete with our own plants, and the gimmick of this day was to have no more than 15 plants at any given time. But with some fast reactions using the sunbeam and sad tomato stacking, this day actually wasn't too hard after the first 30 seconds, just like your dad. We can now finally finish this travesty of a world by beating day 31 with given plants and moving on to the Zombos, where we get our good old friend Nemesis Blood Rice 22 to come down from the YouTube comment section and smite the Zombos. And with that, we have finally finished Freaky Mixtape Tour, the part of the challenge I have been dreading. We are finally on the home stretch now, only 3 worlds to go before I have to repeat this whole challenge with only spring beans. Jurassic Marsh is the easiest, most pointless world in the entirety of Plants vs Zombies 2, but on the plus side, there are dinosaurs. This world was so incredibly easy, I beat it all in just under 90 minutes. But there is still dinosaurs to see and jokes to be made, so let's see what this disappointment of a world has to offer. We start Jurassic Marsh on day 1, where the plants continue to verse the zombies, and we don't even meet the world's gimmick. Instead, we just have a bunch of high health zombies, which I bust out the sunbeam for. Similar to my last Plants vs Zombies run, the sunbeam made these days trivial, and it continues to do so on day 1. The only difference with this day 1 is we meet a new zombie type, the head zombie, who just has a lot of head. Day 1 of every world is usually pretty easy, and the same goes here, but to save all of your sanity, I have decided to change the word easy into the phrase Barney's Big Blue Balls. Moving on to day 2, it was the exact same thing, and it was Barney's Big Blue Balls. Day 3 was a conveyor belt day where we chill with Bill, and on day 4, we finally meet the gimmick of this world, dinosaurs. Specifically, the Kyle Crane dinosaur, who 2-foots any zombie further into my lawn. I thought this would create some issues, but my good old friend the Sad Tomato dealt with all these zombies before it could even be a problem. problem. In the end, Barney's big blue balls got me, and they did the same in day 5 as well. Continuing on to day 6, we meet another new dinosaur, the red one. Now I really like the red one. What he does is he uses his red dinosaur powers to shove zombies into other lanes where they can cause the most havoc. Unfortunately, his powers proved futile against my sad tomatoes where they all got incinerated. Needless to say, Barney's big blue balls returned, but did I mention I really like the red one? Day 7 was the chillest day with Bill, and on day 8, nothing happened that was interesting at all, other than the insane amount of sunbeam stacking on the very first zombie, giving me thousands of sun, allowing me to clear this day with Barney's big blue balls. I genuinely hate the Jurassic Marsh so much, not because it's easy, but because it's just so fucking boring, to the point where I questioned why I wouldn't just skip over this dull ass world. Then I remembered I'm doing this all for my beloved friend, the red dinosaur. Continuing on to day 9, it was a day we had to beat with given plants. On day 10, something interesting finally happened. We met the pharmacist dinosaur, who I thought would have actually caused me more problems than he did, since he picks up zombies and drops them off right behind my sad tomato in order to give me back shots. Although I'd eventually realised I could just use my jalapeno on the zombie dropped behind me, so it didn't become an issue in the slightest. I guess you could say this day was Barney's big blue balls. On day 11 we encountered a little bit of trouble with the pharmacist dinosaur, but it's nothing I couldn't handle. I beat this day on my first attempt, just like every other fucking day in this shit world. Continuing on to day 12, I thought it would be an interesting day with us not being able to lose more than 6 plants, which includes any of our sunbeam uses, but then, with my bramble friend returning, it wasn't an issue in the slightest. In fact, I even managed to remember to put brambles behind the sunflowers in case the pharmacist dinosaur decided to come give us back shots. Naturally, I beat this day first try, and don't judge me for this setup, I was fed up of this world already. On day 13, we soloed the whole day with just the sad tomatoes, and it was Barney's big blue balls, and on day 14, we dealt with a given plant day, followed by day 15, which I thought could have actually posed a challenge. But since this is Jurassic Marsh, I was wrong, and I beat the whole day with 4 fucking plants. How the fuck is this day the sequel to Neon Mixtape Tour? Was the balancing guy at PopCap just snorting coke and bashing one out? I guess we'll never know. On day 16 we chilled with Bill, followed by a blue ball day on day 17. Literally nothing happened at all, just take my word for it. Fortunately, day 18 gave me something to yap about since we meet another new dinosaur. The cutie patootie dinosaur, who speeds up all the zombies in their lane until they meet one of my cool, awesome plants. Now, this would be a cool gimmick in theory, but in the end I realised I could just counter this dinosaur's entire mechanic by putting down one sunbeam, stopping these zombies in their tracks. At least he's cool to look at though. Needless to say, I did this day on the first try. Day 19 was the chillest build day yet, and on day 20 we had to produce over 2,000 sun, which I managed to do before we even got to the halfway point of this day. Continuing through Jurassic Marsh, day 21 was Barney's big blue balls, and day 22 was a plan your defences day. Naturally, I used my best defence setup yet. When recording this day, I actually went for a massive shit, and I came back and the whole day was complete without ever losing a plant. So there's some fun trivia for you. Continuing on to day 23, we actually managed to lose a lawnmower. Holy Jesus Christ, on a bike in a chippy chip shop, we have something to talk about. Unfortunately, it was at the end of the day, so we beat it with Barney's big sad sack. Day 24 was a day that actually made me look at my screen for once, and I actually managed to get an impressive save down if I do say so myself. Unfortunately, when a gamer of my caliber locks in, it's all over for the zombies, so we beat this day on our first attempt. On day 25, we meet the final dinosaur of this world, the green one, who is just like the blue one, but bigger. What this fella does is he forces any zombie in front of him near to the end of the lawn instantly, so I had to get my reaction times down and commit to a lawnmower sacrifice early on, but thanks to the great lawnmower sacrifice of 1472 BC, we managed to beat this day on our first try. This kind of interesting day was followed up by day 26, where we couldn't plant on Dave's mould, but somehow this was one of the easiest days in the entire world, and it is exactly where I gave up any sort of hope of having anything interesting to say. Day 27 was a plan your defences day, so we once again went with our old reliable strategy, and it is where I actually learned a massive secret. It turns out, all of these dinosaurs actually have a code name. They are known as Revolver Ocelot, and they are all quadruple agents for the CIA, and they assisted me in this day by pushing their zombie friends towards their death. I knew I liked the red one for a good reason. They were the good guys all along, and thanks to our new friends, we beat this day with Barney's big blue ballsack. Day 28 was actually our very first close call of this entire world, but I suppose it doesn't matter since I beat this day on our first attempt anyway. At this point, I completely forgot to realise there was another new zombie type introduced, the caveman zombie, who literally does fuck all. Apparently their whole gimmick is they don't get knocked back by the primal pea shooter, and I gotta say, that's a fucking terrible gimmick. A whole ass zombie wasted to just counter one plant is completely lame. Continuing on to day 29, we beat the day with given plants, and day 30 was an actual close call once again due to the amount of gags on the screen. But thanks to our jalapeno friend and sad tomato, we once again beat this day on our first attempt. This terrible world goes out with not a bang, but a whimper, since the final day, day 31, was a day we also had to beat with given plants, so we just skip over it. Now we can face the Zombos of this world, where we call up our good old friend, the YouTube commenter Octotinkle, who smikes down Zombos with their incredible lightning power. Thank you for your service, Octotinkle. We are now in the final two worlds, Big Wave Beach and the modern day, and I gotta say, I'm not looking forward to it, but if they're as easy as the Jurassic Marsh, then it probably won't take too long at least. I've changed my mind. Big Wave Beach is actually harder than I thought. Not because of a gradual increase in difficulty, but because of an absolute insane difficulty spike that occurred in the final 5 days of this world. Maybe it's due to the fact that I'm washed, or due to the fact that I actually beat this world without a single lily pad. But either way, I never want to see this world again. Big Wave Beach starts on day 1, where the plants continue to verse the zombies. But this time, they do it with sandy cheeks. It is on this day where we are introduced to the lily pad, a vital tool that would make this world impossible without it. However, I have no lily pads growing in my back garden. But not all hope was lost, since most days in this world come with a few lily pads pre-placed, and I could just plant food the lily pads to spawn more on the neighbouring tiles. This plant food strategy will be invaluable for this world, but right now, needless to say, this was day 1, and day 1 was beaten with ease. Moving on to day 2, we are shown the next part of the gimmick of Big Wave Beach, the waves. What these waves do is they do wave things, and they make a wave towards the seaweed line. Basically, this means I cannot plant anywhere after the seaweed line unless there's a lily pad, or unless I just wanted to piss away every bit of sun I produced. Fortunately, this day was pretty easy, and I didn't need to worry about the waves just yet. Day 3 was a day where we chilled with Bill, and day 4 was another day made easy with the help of our sad tomato. But unfortunately guys, I have a sad announcement to make. With recent British weather and going into the month of October, we have our first plant death. My artichoke plant has finally died off. Here's a picture of my empty pot. Make sure to put an F in the comments for the fartichoke. He was pretty useless, but in the end he was still our friend, and we must not forget his valiant sacrifice. Day 5 was another chill build day, so we continue on to day 6 where we meet our first new zombie type, the skooma zombie. What this guy does is he takes the magical substance skooma before diving underwater, and with him being underwater, the only way we can damage him is with our lobbing plants until he reveals his ugly ass face. Fortunately, this zombie didn't give me too much of a hard time, and we beat this day on our first attempt. Day 7 was a day I thought we might actually need to throw the towel in for and bring out our lily pad. Fortunately though, with the help of some smart plant food usage, it was another day we managed to actually beat on our first attempt. This was followed by day 8, which was another chill build day, and day 9, where Dave decided to plant mould all over the part of the garden that we could actually plant on. Thanks Dave, you fucking dickhead. Fortunately, we still managed to scrape by without using any lily pads, and we beat this day on our first attempt. Day 10 was another chillium billium day, and on day 11 we had most of our plants picked for us. This day still wasn't tough in the slightest, since I could just plant behind the tides, and we were introduced to a new zombie type, the surfer zombie, who insta-kills any plant he surfs towards. Even though this guy was a complete tosspot in my last challenge, he's almost laughably easy here, which is actually a nice change of pace. We continue on to day 12, which was by far the easiest day of the world so far. We had to plan our defences, and somehow I managed to succeed with only the sad tomato, proving once and for all, Big Wave Beach is easier than Neon Mixtape Tour, at least until the final 5 days of the world. Day 13 was a day where we had to produce at least 2,000 sun with less than 16 plants at any given time. but with the help of our good old friend the Bramble, we beat this day on our first attempt. This world's difficulty is as inconsistent as my bowel movements. Day 14 was a day we had to beat with given plants, and day 15 was our first actual hard day of Big Wave Beach. On this day, we had to protect these endangered cream pies, but unfortunately, a single touch makes them cream everywhere. That, and the sheer amount of zombies on screen overstimulated me to fuck, and made me end up making some stupid mistakes. There was nothing all that notable about this day, to be honest. Yes, it was hard, but only because of the low health of the cream pies, and in the end we actually did manage to beat this day on our 5th attempt or so. We are now halfway through Big Wave Beach, with Chill Bill marking the halfway point. We then continue on to day 17 and meet our next new zombie type, the Rule 34 Tentacle Zombie. Fortunately, once again, this zombie didn't really pose any sort of a threat whatsoever. In fact, I'm near certain we could probably skip over the next 5 or so days and go right to day 22 where shit starts to get bad, but you know me, I just love wasting everyone's time. Day 18 was a very chill Bill day, and day 19 was a day where most of my plants were picked for me. This severely limited my options. Fortunately, it was another day I bested on my first attempt. This day was followed by day 20 where I just kept failing. In fact, I kept failing so much that I had to implement a new patented Whoie strategy. I called this strategy the 3-stage plan. Stage 1. It's where I focus solely on sun production and brambles, just to get as much sun as humanly possible. This was then followed by phase 2, which was plant fooding every single bean pad and placing some sad tomatoes, which was then followed by phase 3, forgetting everything and somehow winning the day anyway. This was then followed by another Chill Bill day where we chill with Bill, before heading straight to day 22 where this challenge truly gets fucking stupid. The majority of my time on this world was spent on the final 10 days. I failed all of these days so fucking much I started to go insane live on stream. The reason day 22 was so utterly stupid was because we were introduced to the hooker zombie, who hooks my plants towards him, inevitably drowning them in their sorrows of having to be in a Whoie video. Since day 22 was an introduction to him, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. We did manage to pass the day within a few attempts, but this guy can truly go fuck himself. This was followed by day 23, which once again just sucked ass. The main issue with this day was we had to protect these endangered bananas, which doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world, but then these hooker zombies show up and pull them towards their instant death. I learned to hate this fucking zombie even more on this day. The fact that this zombie kept getting away with this and made my day a fucking nightmare, it just made me roar. This paired with the fact that I had to manually aim the banana, I genuinely think I failed this day due to the fact I was just getting overstimulated. But after 25 attempts, I managed to beat the day. Unfortunately though, I believe I'm now colourblind. Day 23 was followed by day 24, which was a Chillium Billium day, and day 25 was a day where we had to spend no more than 3,000 sun. Relying on sad tomatoes was out of the question here, and we had to attempt to stall until the final wave and let the mowers do most of the work. Unfortunately, this is what the day threw at me. What the fuck is this? In the end, I just decided to spam my bramble, but oh my god, this was another day that hurt my feelings and gave me a headache due to the sheer amount of bullshit on my screen at once. Day 26 was a conveyor belt day, and on day 27 we had most plants picked for us, which somehow we managed to beat on our first attempt. They clearly brought in the balancing guy from Jurassic Marsh on this day. Unfortunately, day 27 lured me into a false sense of security, because the next day broke me. Day 28 was the biggest load of bullshit I have ever seen in my entire fucking life. This day is the hardest day in the entirety of Plants vs Zombies 2. It is a day that I am convinced relies so heavily on RNG or just on you leveling your plants that it stomps out every single challenge run that goes its way. The issue with this day is we can't lose more than 5 plants at a time. This sounds fair, right? Well, fucking wrong, dumbass, because this lily pad counts as a fucking plant, so this number might as well be 2 plants. You can't lose more than 2 plants because go fuck yourself. Couple this with the fact that the hooker zombie basically insta-kills any of the plants if he pulls them far enough, and the fact that I can't place any lily pads of my own makes this day completely unfair. It was so unfair, in fact, that I decided this game was cheating, and if the game was cheating, I was going to have to play dirty. So I went back into my garden, fertilised both my sunflowers and my tomatoes, and increased their power. I was now ready to take on this day once again, and somehow I still fucking failed. If this isn't a testament to how bullshit this day is, then I don't know what is. I might be washed, I might be shit at PvZ too, but fuck this day, man. After many, many more attempts and a lot of luck, we managed to scrape by and beat the day, but at what cost? Our tomato was now a genetically modified super tomato, but in the end, I came to the conclusion that we need every single bit of firepower we could muster for the modern day. The hardest day in the game was then followed up by day 29, which was a plan your defences day. Unfortunately, this whole day was on waves and there wasn't a lily pad in every lane, meaning we had to start the day with plant fooding a lily pad, and then we sent out our sad tomatoes on every single one. With this genius move, we actually did manage to beat this day on our first attempt. We then move on to day 30, a day that was so unbelievably hard in my previous challenge that it actually led to me erasing my old save file, all because I had to protect these little cutie patooties. Fortunately, in this challenge it was a complete cakewalk and I beat it on my very first attempt. I'm just going to put this down to luck, and not my insanely powerful tomatoes. And since day 31 was a given plant day, we can finally move on to the Zombos encounter of this world, so I decided to call down my good old friend, YouTube commenter, HANNES.YES to smite down the Zombos where he stood by electrocuting him for 5 minutes straight, and with that, Big Wave Beach was complete. This world completely broke me, especially in the final 10 days or so, but somehow, even with this world taking the longest by far and having the most fails, I still think Neon Mixtape Tour is worse. The modern day is a world that turned out to be the easiest world of the entire challenge. Why, you may ask? Because other than Queen Elizabeth II, I am the most skilled PvZ gamer in history. Even though this world is pretty easy, there are still plenty of observations to be made. The challenge continues for the last time on day 1, where the plants continue to verse the zombies, and it is here where we had our very first problem of this world. Technical difficulties. My PC decided to turn off my mouse, meaning I had to go under the desk and unplug it and replug it. But unfortunately, on my way up, I banged my head against the desk. 1, 2, 3. Ah! Fucking table! Jesus! This incident opened my third eye, showing me things I never thought possible, but it also gave me voices in my head. So with the help of the new voice in my head, who I've called Fred, we beat this day on our first attempt. We continue on to day 2, where we already encounter a Garg, but thanks to our shenanigans in the Big Wave Beach, we managed to beat this day on our first attempt. This world has a lot of days like this where there really isn't anything to comment on other than it was easy, so to save all of your sanity, for this final world I've decided to rephrase the word easy to banana bum bum. You're welcome, chat. We continue on to day 3, where we have one of our final encounters with Chill Bill before moving on to day 4, which was a banana bum bum day, with the only thing notable happening being the return of the Neon Mixtape Tour zombies. And now, for no reason whatsoever, I wanted to address an elephant in this room that's been lingering over us for this whole challenge. For some reason, people have been commenting asking me to use the magnifying glass, but take a look at this picture. Do you see any grass here? No, exactly. I'm a renter in the UK housing market, which very clearly means I'm not good enough for grass. Moving on to day 5, I had a sudden realisation. If I didn't actually go and fertilise my plants in Big Wave Beach, then I am certain this world would have not been possible at all. The sheer bullshit this world throws here basically forces your hand into levelling. Try this shit with level 1 plants. Go on, you won't. Day 6 was where we had our very first fail of this world. The reason for this is I fully went into autopilot and Fred took control. Unfortunately, Fred is a forgetful little guy, and he might have forgot to produce the 4,000 stun necessary to pass this day. As soon as I took back control, this day was Banana Bum Bum. Continuing on to day 7, we had a Banana Bum Bum day, and then we go on to day 8, where PopCap shows us the gimmick they must have been so proud of since they won't stop making me play it. On these days, we have to play a little bit of Candy Crush in order to pass, and some people in Twitch chat were actually telling me this wasn't Candy Crush, but instead it was a reference to PoopCap's previous game, but I wasn't listening, to be honest. Day 9 was a given plant day, and day 10 was a day that struck fear into my very soul. It was the return of the Weasel zombie. Fortunately, I just whipped out my bramble and we beat this day on our first attempt. Same goes for day 11. Day 12 was yet another day that struck the fear of God into me. It was the return of the cock zombie. But this day managed to redeem itself by bringing back the red one to say hi to all of us. What a chill guy. I guess you could say he's chill like Bill. Day 13 was Candy Crush, and on day 14 we had pre-picked plants, day 15 we had to protect our nut, day 16 we had to chill with Bill, and then we had to continue on to day 17 and 18, which were all banana bum bum days. I'm starting to think I might have just barely over-leveled in Big Wave Beach. These days were followed by the red one with Chill Bill on day 19, and on day 20, we had the sad tomato carry us through it. Fortunately, on day 21 we finally had something interesting to talk about. We meet a new zombie type, the All-Star Zombie. What this guy does is he sprints into your plants at Mach 67 before becoming a normal zombie and dying. I don't know, to be honest, I'm mentally checked out at this point. We then continue on to day 22 where we have another Candy Crush day. On stream, a viewer suggested I should just forego talking about the Candy Crush days and instead I should mention a fact about the geopolitical climate of Uruguay. But I really don't know enough to comment on it, so maybe I'll just leave it. Did you know Uruguay is recognised for its strong democratic institutions and political stability? Of course there are always problems, but Google won't tell me. As always, I highly encourage everyone to do their own political research and not take one jackass's word as gospel. Day 23 and 24 we beat on our first attempt, and on day 25 we encountered Chill Bill for the final time. Goodbye Chill Bill, and thank you for your service. Day 26 was a banana day, and on day 27 I learned even more about the geopolitical climate of Uruguay. But on day 28 we actually had another fail. Fred took control of the wheel, and once again he forgot to produce the 3000 sun necessary to pass this day, but fortunately I took back control and we did manage to beat this day on our second attempt. This was followed by day 29, which was a day of all time, which we beat with banana. This was followed by day 30, which was the only challenging day of the entire world. Oh yes, I get to vigorously rub it up and down once again. The only reason this day was so challenging was due to the flowers we needed to protect being so far into the lawn, and the fact that stupid ass Fred decided to put a sad tomato on the conveyor belt when it just doesn't fire fast enough. This led to a bunch of zombies trampling my flowers. Fortunately, on the second attempt I did my usual setup, but put some sunflowers in front of the flower bed. And thanks to my special fertiliser, our sunflowers were now absolute units. They could tank any damage you threw at them. And they bought us just enough time to put down enough sad tomatoes to smite all of our foes, winning the day. This was then followed by the final proper day of the entire series with day 31, which was unfortunately the easiest day in the whole world. But as you may know, we aren't done yet. There are 3 final days to go where we face off against the Zombos. Our first face off was in the Wild West, where I called down my good old friend, YouTube commenter, Tory Bergman, who struck him down where he stood. Cheers, Tory. I'm glad Tory is just your name and not representative of a certain UK political party that crashed the economy. We then move on to our second face-off, where we call down our friend, YouTube commenter, Dovahkiin, who uses Dragonborn Shout to smite down the Dark Ages Zombos. Thank you, Dovahkiin, you are very cool. And finally, we can face the final Zombos, which takes place in the Lost City. It was today where I finally learned that these Zombos fights were actually randomised. So in my Beans Only challenge where I had to face the final Zombos in Neon Mixtape Tour, that was just the game trying to fuck with me. Anyway, here I call down my good old friend, Shadowmancer with a top hat, who uses his top hat to viciously beat the Zombos to death. It's a bit excessive, but I really dig it. And with the power of friendship, we have finally beat Plants vs Zombies 2 with only plants I've grown in real life. I would like to thank you all for sticking around in this challenge, and I hope you'll all stay for the next one, which has the in-development title of OnlyFans. And with all that said and done, to end the series, I've just got one last thing to say. Fuck Neon Mixtape Tour. Recently, I was checking my YouTube analytics, and for no reason whatsoever, I then decided I was going to do a challenge run one more time. That's right. Today we are going to beat Plants vs Zombies 2 with OnlyFans. But first, what constitutes as a fan? For this challenge, I'm going to accept any plant that either looks like a fan or has some sort of knockback effect. In short, if it looks like it blows harder than your dad, then it's good enough for me. Examples include the Hurricane, the Nightshade, the Blover, the Time Warp, the Spring Bean, and many others. I'm also allowed to level all non-damaging plants if I have to, but I will try and avoid it. We start Ancient Egypt with day 3 since the other days are tutorials and I can't be arsed, and it's here on day 3 where we encounter the very first problem of this challenge, the insane length of each individual level. Since I'm not using any range plants, I have to just basically sit there and wait for every zombie to commit death on my lawnmowers. Luckily, since these mowers respawn on this day, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. Day 3 was then followed by day 4 where we can bring back an old friend. Instead of covering these conveyor belt levels, I would like to introduce you all to our good old friend Chill Bill. Say hi, Chill Bill. Haha, nice to meet you. Thank you, Chill Bill. Day 5 was a day with pre-picked plants, so instead I want to present you guys with a question. How do you like your tea? Personally, I add 2 sugars then water with a splash of milk, and dare I say, it goes quite nice with a digestive biscuit. This was followed by day 6 where we once again meet Chill Bill. I aim to freeze! Day 7 was one of the first days where I already started to question my own rule set. I was deliberating whether or not to use a sun producer, but when I realised that none looked like a fan, I decided to think about it at a later date. We also realised just how many zombies come on my screen. Since I don't actually kill them, I just marginally push them back. In the end, this level took 10 minutes to complete, but at least I finished it on my first attempt. On day 8 we are introduced to our first new zombie type, the touch zombie. Fortunately, I discovered a nifty little trick to deal with this nonce. If I use the blowy plant, I actually blow his tip out. This day was yet another day that took 10 minutes to complete. May God have mercy on my soul. On day 9, I attempted to figure out what exactly the blower does, but for the life of me, I just couldn't figure out how he worked. It looks like he blows things, but I just can't tell, to be honest. We had our very first close call on this day, nearly losing a mower very early on, and if we lose a mower this early on, well, we might as well restart since we don't have the firepower to take out all the zombies without them. But thanks to the spring bean and a harsh cold blowing, we sent this torch zombie back to the land of tea and crumpets. This day was also beaten on our first attempt. Now is also the perfect time to mention, all my challenges are streamed over at twitch.tv/Whoie, so why don't you come on by so I can show you my OnlyFans. We continue on to day 10 where we learn the true power of the time warp. This little guy basically provides a full level reset, sending all zombies back to the start. This will prove to be an invaluable lifesaver later on in the challenge. On this day, we also learnt that the mowers don't actually kill all the zombies. Apparently, some zombies wait until the other zombies are dead just to fuck with me. Luckily, using the nightshade, we managed to off the rest of them. I am very glad this nightshade is as cheap as your dad. Moving on to day 11, we had another given plant day, and did you know there are actually many differences between seals and sea lions? For example, sea lions actually have visible external ears where seals don't, and sea lions actually crawl on land, whereas seals do a little movement called galumping. So we move straight on to day 12, where for once I actually did some research. That's right, chat, I finally discovered what the blower does, and apparently he gives blowies to flying zombies, killing them off instantly with pleasure. On this day, we also meet the Sarcophagus zombie, who has a lot of health. Anyway, I beat this day on our first attempt after 10 more minutes of waiting with my thumb up my ass. Continuing on to day 13, we have to deal with Dave's mould, and I don't know how to explain this, but the chard guard looks like he'd have a monobrow. Fortunately, our mustard 150 spring bean managed to clear this day since that little fucker has more health than a walnut. I will forever be a defender of the Sproing Boing. We beat this level on our first attempt and we are rewarded by listening to Dave's mould bouncing on it. Moving on to day 14, there's nothing of note that happened here. It was an easy yet lengthy day that took me 15 minutes to beat before moving on to day 15, where we had to protect some sunflowers. I thought this one would be harder than it was, but with our unorthodox defense strategy, we once again beat this day on our first attempt, and the same goes for day 16, with the only thing of note being that it took me 64 years to complete and I now have an anal prolapse. Day 17 was a day where we could only have 14 plants at any given time, but even as unobvious
optimised as my placement was, we once again beat this day on our first attempt. You know what? Fuck it. I'm sick of covering every single level in this game on my third consecutive challenge run. So instead, every time I get bored, I'm going to do something else, and I'm not going to tell you what. On day 18, we actually have something else to talk about since it was a plan your defences day. So we put down the best defences known to man, and for some reason, the game decided to throw us a bone. We now had 2 time warps. I can only assume Dave impregnated the time warp to give us an extra one. Thanks, Dave. I guess. After placing our regular defences with the Spring Bean and Nightshade, we had just enough sun to deal with those pesky zombies who spawn in after the mowers. With this strategy, we beat this day within 20 minutes on our first attempt. On day 19, we had another easy day, so I decided to log on to Team Fortress 2 and ruin someone else's day with my main, the Pyro. Now remember guys, just because I'm a Pyro main, it does not make me a furry. Moving on to day 20, we had to protect some endangered sunflowers, which was easy because I smell barbecue and I thirst for human flesh. In the end, we beat this day on our first attempt after 12 minutes of me losing my sanity. On day 21, we had half of our plants picked for us, but we still managed to burn our enemies alive, and we beat this day on our first go. Continuing on to day 22, we had to deal with another long, boring snooze fest of a day. In fact, it was so boring, I think I went honk shoo me before I woke up and the day was over after fuck knows how long. On day 23, we encountered our first Gargle These Nuts and once again waited for the mowers to end the day. So in the meantime, la 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 la. Day 24 was the final proper day in this world and it was a plan your defences day. But once again, it was another real snooze fest and I beat this level on my first attempt. In fact, it was such a snooze fest, I went for a massive shit before coming back and seeing this level was beaten. Now with ancient Egypt over, we can move on to the Zombos of this world where I call down my good old friend TF2 Pyro to burn the Zombos alive. If you want to assist me in my next OnlyFans video, be sure to comment, damn Whoie, this is the best Plants vs Zombies video ever, down in the comments below. And with that, we have beaten ancient Egypt, and I can just tell this challenge is going to make me lose it. We continue our OnlyFans journey onto the Pirate Seas day 1, where we meet the MVP of this world, the Spring Bean. With the might of armies, the Spring Bean bounces on it so hard that he sends all the zombies in the vicinity off the plank. In fact, the Spring Bean goes so hard, he manages to solo day 1 solo. Continuing on to day 2, we actually managed to use the blower for the first time, and I learnt how overpowered this little guy actually is, since any flying zombie that approaches, which in this case is the seagull zombie, gets blown away all the way back to Big Tesco. Needless to say, we beat this day on our first attempt. As we move on to day 3, things start to get a little bit boring since there's only so many times I can say the Spring Bean carried me. So instead of covering this day, I decided to go boot up the hit game Cyberpunk 2077, where I saw Corpse strip farmers of water and eventually of land, saw them transform Night City into a machine fueled by people's crushed spirits and broken dreams. Corpse have long controlled our lives, taken lots, and now they're after our souls. I've declared war not because capitalism's a thorn in my side or out of nostalgia for an America gone by. This war's a people's war against the system that spiraled out of control. Moving on to day 4, nothing of note happened, so I sat there with my thumb literally up my ass, waiting for the day to be over. Same goes for day 5, with the only difference being we are introduced to a next new zombie type, the Swinger Zombie, who swings on it sexual style before meeting his end to the Spring Bean. Needless to say, this day made me just a sleepy little guy. Day 6 was the first day of the world where I started to lose my grasp on reality. I was just going with the flow at this point and I was so unimmersed I accidentally did this boring ass day twice. And we actually managed to beat it on our first attempt on both occasions. On day 7 we encounter our next zombie type, the Barrel Zombie, who rolls his sack into our garden ready to release his little spawns of Satan. This was yet another boring ass day, so instead of covering it, I decided to go boot up Fallout 4, where Jane Fallout decided to try some Ghoulusy. This was followed by day 8, where Chill Bill makes his amazing return. I haven't showered in weeks! Then we move on to day 9,
which was another dull day, so I don't want to shit in my pants. Day 9 was followed by day 10, where we meet yet another new zombie type, the cannon zombie, who fires out kids like he's Catholic. And once again, this was another boring day, so instead of playing this day, I decided to go and play some Plants vs Zombies Replanted. With day 10 complete, we move swiftly on to day 11, where the spring bean springs all over the beans. We actually had a slight close call on this day, but with the power of our spring bean, we managed to get incredibly lucky and beat this day on our first attempt. On day 12, we got to play with Dave's giant nuts, and on day 13, we had our very first sun production day. So the time has finally come. I had to choose my sun producer for this challenge, and in the end, I decided to go with the fan stool, since he gobbles up the zombies from a great distance, which technically displaces them, meaning this counts as a knockback. That, and it has been the fan stool's lifelong dream to be a fan, and I just can't say no to the guy. I wouldn't crush his dreams like that. I'm not a hydraulic press. Unfortunately, I failed to realise that the fan stool refused to make more than 50 sun at a time, and I actually failed this day. On my next attempt, I decided to bring in the gold leaf, which doesn't affect zombies in the slightest, but it helps with sun generation, and if you think about it, sun kind of looks like a fan anyway, so we're rolling with it. In the end, we managed to beat this day on our second attempt. Moving on to day 14, it was a plan your defences day, and it was a pretty simple day that the spring bean carried me through, so I just continued straight on to day 15, where I was greeted with the three-peater, who was there when I got here. I was actually deliberating showing the uncensored nasty three-peater art on this video, but when I realised I had to pay bills at the end of this month, I decided against it. Day 16 was an endangered plant day where we had to protect some spring beans, which we managed to do by planting even more spring beans. This was another easy bog standard day, so instead of covering it further, I decided to go boot up Borderlands 4, and oh for fuck's sake. Day 17 was a day where we actually had a bit of trouble. Since there were so many Catholics about, we struggled to take them all down due to our lack of range. In fact, the only way we could take out the cannon imps was to plant food the nightshade and hope for the best. With this strategy, we did manage to beat day 17 on our first attempt. Continuing on to day 18, we gently pushed some children into the ocean before going to play some Disco Elysium for the working class. Unfortunately, I failed to reinstate communism, so I continued on to day 19, where me and chat decided we were going to go watch the hit video PVZ2, but every time I placed a nut, I busted a nut in real life, where my guy drops a slur within the first 3 seconds. But don't worry guys, it was censored, therefore ableism is no more. I'm more impressed that this video was allowed on YouTube at all, to be honest. How the fuck do I get to this level of impunity? Day 20 was another sun producing day where we had to bring out the fan stool, but unfortunately the day just wasn't long enough to produce the necessary sun to pass with this little guy. But then something magical happened. The seams of the universe started to crack, imbuing the fan stool with such immense power that he could chew marginally quicker. With this new power at our side, we managed to beat this day on our third attempt. This was followed by day 21, where the fan stool was once again here to aid us on this journey, helping us beat the day with ease. And then day 22 was a plan your defences day, where we proved our superiority to the zombies by beating the day on our first go with only spring beans. The final 2 days of this world were once again nothing special. Day 23 was a day that had an immense challenge of killing 8 zombies in 10 seconds, but due to most of my lineup being porn stars, this day took a long time to finish, and in that time we didn't manage to kill 8 zombies within 10 seconds, meaning we then had to repeat this day multiple times until somehow we just managed it. I'm literally just going to put it down to luck and the spring bean's immense power. This was followed by day 24, the final proper day of Pirate Seas, where we once again had to protect the endangered spring beans. This was yet another simple day, but towards the end we actually ran out of plant food, so we had to menacingly stare at these cannon imps until eventually they surrendered, and we beat this day on our first attempt after about 15 minutes of my thumb being firmly up my ass. Now that Pirate Seas is complete, we can go face the Zombos, where we get our good old friend, YouTube commenter, the Top Hat Clan 67 to save us with Free Peter Fred, and in the end the Zombos fired his kids at us and went down, ending the Pirate Seas. The Wild West starts on day 1, where we can bring out our next new plant, the tumbleweed. This guy has quickly become one of my new favourite plants since he harnesses the power of gambling. You just never know if he's going to insta-kill all the zombies on screen or if he's going to lick their feet and run. But with a measly cost of 50 sun, it doesn't matter how many times I roll the dice, just like putting a pound on the horses 500 times. With our new friend, day 1 was made easy and we can move straight on to day 2, where we once again had just another long boring slog of a day. So I've decided to give you one of my Whoie hot takes. I don't actually think the price hike of games is that bad of a thing. Now hear me out, I don't think it's bad because for the most part, the price hike only affects those in America, making them pay what us Europeans, Canadians and Australians have been paying for the longest of times. Although I don't think it's that bad, don't get my words twisted, it's still not ideal in any capacity since it's yet another excuse for these corporations to rinse everyday people of their hard-earned money which they need to pay rent. Which is why I need you to comment for the working class down in the comments below. Continuing on to day 3, it was time I discussed the allegations. I don't own the Draftadil, so I am completely unable to use it. I hope that clears things up. Anyway, on day 3 we were introduced to the pianist zombie where I got lucky, put it all on red with the tumbleweed and flung him away. Luckily this seemed to do the job and the pianist zombie stopped fiddling my pianist for now. Overall, day 3 was beaten with ease. On day 4 we have another encounter with Chill from the Bill kind. Toss a coin to your witcher! This was followed by day 5, which was once again another slog of a day, so instead of covering it, I just decided to go boot up Fallout New Vegas where I attempted to beat the game as Crazy Dave. So just in case you haven't seen it, maybe go check out my Fallout New Vegas as Crazy Dave video, after watching this of course. Day 6 was a Plan Your Defences day, and it was a day that forced us to whip it out, and by it, I mean the Bloomerang and the Rutabaga since they both look like fans. With our new plants equipped, we managed to beat day 6 on our first attempt, and the same goes for day 7, with it being just another midday with literally nothing notable happening whatsoever. Moving on to day 8, we have another conveyor belt day, so we once again encounter Chill Bill. I'm having violent diarrhea! Day 9 was a day that we completed with pre-picked plants, so we can continue on to day 10 where we bring out the fan stool once again. This is also the day where we are introduced to the chicken zombie. Now, I won't repeat the same obscenities I called this cunt in my last PvZ challenge run, but just know I still hate this pecking pecker. Fortunately, the cutie patootie fan stool managed to gobble up all the cock before it could come on my lawn. Besides the cock zombie, day 10 was beaten with ease. On day 11 we had the objective to not spend any more than 500 sun. This day was a little fiddly, just like Bill Cosby, but it was another day we managed to beat on our first attempt. And on day 12 we once again met Chill Bill. It's still coming out like water! Continuing on to day 13, we meet yet another new zombie type, the Bull and Child zombie, who had no impact on this world whatsoever. In fact, the only interesting thing about this day was our cutie patootie ate out a prospector from behind. And on day 14, we had another easy day that had so much cock on my screen, but instead of deep throating it, I decided to go boot up Balding Gate 3, where I proceeded to lose my hairline. If you want to see more Balding Gate 3 on this channel, be sure to go downstairs at 3 AM, scream 6-7 to summon the mythical beast known as your mother before ending up at your new spawn point, the adoption centre. Come day 15, we had the secondary objective to not lose more than 2 plants, which was once again easy with the help of our fan stool. So instead, I decided to boot up the hit game Darkest Dungeon, where I indeed darkest all over the dungeon. After the cakewalk that was day 15, I suspected day 16 would be a little bit more challenging since I had to protect these nuts from the incoming post-nut clarity, but unfortunately it was just boring, so I went to go boot up Halo before I remembered I fucking suck at Halo, so we returned to PvZ2, where the day was over and we could continue straight on to day 17, which I'm not even going to bother talking about, it was that boring, so we just moved straight on to day 18, which was a Plan Your Defences day. On this day, I tried using the tiled turnip since it has a literal fan on it, but I realised he kinda sucks due to his long cooldown, and I just used the Bloomerang instead, who saved me from the coming onslaught of cock. With the help of our Bloomerang friend, we managed to beat this day on our first attempt and move on to day 19, where we once again had the side objective of not spending any more than 2,000 sun and to not lose any more than 2 plants. Somehow, I also managed to beat this day on my first attempt. It just took 10 minutes, and I could guarantee my Twitch chat were very bored. On day 20, we once again encountered Chill Bill. Ow! And on day 21, we had another side objective of not spending any more than 1,750 sun, but it sucked so hard that it sent me to Skyrim, where I take revenge on a chicken by killing one, eating it, and then running into a half-naked old lady. This was followed by day 22, which was a pre-picked plant day, and on day 23, we had to protect some flowers from cock. Luckily, the cock wasn't too long and hard, and I took it the second time round, finishing with ease. Day 23's relatively easy day was followed by day 24, which absolutely sucked. We had to protect these endangered nuts, but with my only range being either the tumbleweed or the cutie patootie, I struggled to hold back this horde of zombies from gobbling my nuts. What's worse is that this was by far the longest day so far, taking over 12 minutes to get to the end, and when I failed the first time round, I audibly sighed and whipped out my bloomerang once again. Fuck this day and fuck the chicken zombie. They're so needlessly annoying to the point that I just want to go eat a chicken sandwich to feel better about myself. In the end, we beat this day on our third or fourth attempt, I wasn't counting. With the final day out the way, we can finally move on to the Zombos of this world, where we call up our good old friend, YouTube commenter, Sloth, 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 to smite down the Zombos with his hammer, fleshlight and sickle. Frostbite Caves opens on day 1, where we breeze past this level with no issue whatsoever, before moving straight on to day 2, which was another by the numbers Plants vs Zombies day. But these zombies reminded me of something. I remember once I encountered somebody watching GB News, and one of the presenters just decided to drop a slur. The reason why this day reminded me of this occasion was because the zombies kind of look like your average GB News or Fox News presenter. Besides right-wing stupidity, day 2 was beaten on our first attempt. Day 2 was followed by day 3, where we once again encountered Chill Bill, who is looking extra chill today. Continuing on to day 4, we made a vital discovery. The fan stool actually likes to play with their bean, and they actually activate the spring bean from afar when they bring a zombie in. But this bean flicking is perfectly balanced out by the fact that our fan stool actually defrosts other plants quicker than the hot potato by rapidly tonguing the ice. With the toadstool licking the ice, we beat day 4 with ease and moved straight on to day 5, which was a Chill Bill day once again. Our brief chilling with Bill was then followed by day 6, where we had most of our plants picked for us. But unfortunately, we failed this day due to the harsh blowing we received from the developers, who apparently now had fans of their own which could freeze all of our plants in place. In the end, we did manage to beat this day on our second attempt by moving our chosen plants a few tiles forward, giving us enough room to place some plants behind them to defrost them. Continuing on to day 7, we had yet another easy day, where I had to recite the words of Plato to just stay sane. I like that boulder, that is a nice boulder. Thanks to the immense intelligence of Plato, we beat day 7 with ease and can move straight on to day 8, where we have another chilling session with Bill before moving on to day 9, where we meet yet another new zombie type, the dildo zombie. What this zombie does is it eats my ass until I am no more. So in order to stop this immense power, I had to recall the time my mayonnaise jar farted in order to power up my fans. In the end, we managed to beat this day on our first attempt. Day 10 was yet another day where Chill Bill chilled, but this time he had his pickle out. So we ran straight to day 11, which was a day that actually gave us a challenge for no discernible reason other than the sheer amount of zombies on screen at once. I don't know how I managed to beat this day with what is perhaps the strangest setup in PvZ history, but we did manage to beat it on our first attempt. This was followed by day 12, which was a Plan Your Defences day, where I finally decided to bust out my primal pea shooter for its knockback ability before failing the day instantaneously. On our second attempt, I made the big brain move to do the exact same strategy all over again, but this time I left some room to plant some plants behind my defences for when they inevitably freezed over, and with this genius move, we managed to beat this day on our second attempt. You may now congratulate me for my intellect in the comments below. Day 13 was a day where we had to protect these stupid fucking flowers, but since it was such an easy day, I have a little story story to tell you instead. Let me set the scene. Me and Amy were at this house viewing and we saw a little tree house, but it was just a sad chair on a tree, and we notice it's facing an upstairs window of another house, and Amy just goes, they could have been a peeping Tom. The person showing us this house was very clearly not impressed, and on our walk back into the property, I just hear a sad little, well, they could have been, behind me. I was both internally screaming and laughing my ass off. This was the funniest shit I seen all week. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, day 13 was beat on our first attempt. Continuing on to day 14, it was a day where we had to beat it with given plants before moving straight on to day 15 where we had to protect some endangered plants. But it was yet another unremarkable day, so instead I just decided to go get a nap. Good night, chat. Good morning, chat. It seems we're on day 16 since Chill Bill is staring at me longingly, so I'm just going to move straight on to day 17 where we are greeted with a bunch of plants that were already placed. Day 17 was followed by day 18 where Chill Bill returns, and then we move on to day 19, which was a day that had most of our plants already picked for us. I thought this day would pose a bit more of a challenge, but it turns out it was just another easy day. And the same goes for day 20, which was also followed by yet another Chill Bill day on day 21. Fortunately, day 22 actually gives me normal things to talk about, such as the internal organ placement of weasels. On this day, we are once again introduced to the Weezer zombie, who, for some reason, absolutely refused to release a single weasel, making this day a lot more easy than I remembered, but I'm just going to put this down to pure luck. Continuing on to day 23, I decided I didn't want to talk about it since it was easy and boring, but day 24 was a day that finally gave us a bit of trouble. It was a day where we had to produce 2.5 thousand sun with our beloved fan stool. Unfortunately, the fan stool does not produce anywhere near that amount of sun, even when only using the fan stool for the whole day and not killing a single zombie with anything else. Needless to say, we had to think outside the box for this one, so instead of just using the fan stool, I had to once again bust out my golden leaf and place it beneath the fan stools. With this strategy and a good luck call from an estate agent on stream, we managed to beat this day on our second attempt. This was followed by yet another Chill Bill day on day 25 and day 26, which was a day we managed to vanquish with a massive amount of fan stool spamming. Entering the final few days, we beat day 27 on our first attempt with some more cans of spam, and day 28 was a plan your defenses day where we once again encounter the Weezer zombie. Unfortunately, this time they released their log and a whole bunch of Weezers came after me, screaming Buddy Holly. Towards the end of the day, one Weezer slipped through my defenses and ate my big brain ball. This day was some utter horseshit due to the amount of Weezers on screen at once, but after many failed attempts, I came up with a new plan. I upgraded my time warp to level 10 and kept digging up all my plants in every lane that had no zombies before spamming the time warp to buy me enough time to take down all the members of Weezer. This awesome new strategy allowed me to beat this day on my third attempt. With the final proper day out the way, we move on to day 29, which was a pre-picked plant day before going in to fight the Zombos, where we call down our good old friend, YouTube commenter, MadAnder2, who smites down the Zombos with their critical thinking skills and ability to Google the flaws of capitalism. The Lost City starts on day 1, where we are introduced to the gimmick of the world, the sun tiles. What these sun tiles do is they generate OnlyFans content while there are plants on top of them, giving us more sun to work with throughout the entire world. Needless to say, day 1 was beaten with ease, and to save all of our sanity, I have decided to replace the phrase easy with a random phrase from either a Disney movie or the Communist Manifesto. You're welcome, chat. Continuing on to day 2, we are met with some pre-placed plants and we meet our next new zombie type, the Wedgie zombie. And for no reason whatsoever, I decided I wanted to address the allegations. The fan stool is actually a fan, and there's nothing you can do to convince me otherwise. The reason for this is because his tongue movements actually displace zombies and bring them closer, so it counts. I win, bye bye. Day 2 was followed by day 3, where we meet Chill Bill's evil brother, Manic William, who is getting a little visit from the Sloppy Fairy. This was followed by day 4, where we meet yet another new zombie type, the shovel zombie, who shovels his shit into my face, but he left me with no impact whatsoever. So instead of running through this day, I just wanted to inform you that Mary Poppins is in fact the same species as Pennywise the Clown, and no, I will not elaborate. This was followed by day 5, where Manic William does Manic William things, before moving on to day 6, where we had so much sun I could just place down anything without a single worry. Naturally, there is no Queen of England. Day 7 was a day where we are introduced to yet another new zombie type, the Umbrella Zombie, who does absolutely nothing but recites Rihanna's hit song, Disturbia. This day had absolutely nothing notable going on whatsoever, so instead I decided to check on my next loaf of bread. Needless to say, all that was solid melts into air. Moving on to day 8, we had to protect Dave's stupid little flower bed, but it was a pre-picked plant day, so we can move straight on to day 9, where Manic William kept popping a cherry. Day 10 was yet another boring ass day. Continuing on to day 11, we meet the mosquito zombie, and instead I finally made my grand return to Overwatch 2, a game I haven't played in eons, and to my surprise, it's actually pretty fun now thanks to the reintroduction of 6v6. Oh Overwatch, how I've missed you. Anyway, day 11 was beaten with no capes. Day 12 was a day where we had to produce 5,000 sun, and somehow this was a day that was even easier than usual due to the above average amount of sun we received. So instead, I started recruiting a team of international super spies to free Chill Bill from Ronald Reagan's gulag. In this team, we have Solid Snake, Crazy Dave, Roadhog, Sly Cooper, John Fallout, and last but not least, Sackboy, to join me in freeing our hero Bill. The plan is all coming together. Will you join us? Unfortunately, when I moved on to day 13, we met Manic William, who refused to join us. He said he liked it here, and he would not have Chill Bill returning to take his place. Now I knew we had to formulate a plan to rid ourselves of Manic William, but that will have to come later. Day 14 was a day that we had to complete with given plants, and on day 15 we had to protect some endangered plants where ants don't serve grasshoppers. Continuing on to day 16, we see Manic William forging a weapon of mass destruction, prepping himself for war. We had to retaliate. To combat Manic William, we enlisted the entire British military. Now we are in pre-war time, and the doomsday clock is getting ever so close to striking midnight. On day 17, we had yet another simple day that gave us an overwhelming amount of sun. So we jump straight on to day 18, where we see Manic William continuing to work on his weapon. So naturally, we use this time to continue our own preparations. In order to buy us more time, we instructed our special military force to gather blackmail of Donald Trump's relationship with Manic William, and we instructed the US government to release an email as proof to keep the masses' eyes on William, monitoring his every move and ensuring he can't finish his ultimate weapon before we free our friend Bill. This military operation was followed by days 19 and 20, which were just fucking boring days, and day 21, which was a pre-picked plant day, and then day 22, which was another pre-picked plant day, but this time it was actually interesting since it employed a new gimmick with these special tiles. It's just a shame they come up twice before disappearing into the lands of PvZ2 obscurity with the likes of the 3-Peter image. The only interesting day of Lost City was followed by day 23, which was a complete cakewalk thanks to the Time Warp and Primal P spam. The same goes for day 24. But on the plus side, we got some new recruits for our military, but I'm starting to fear our time is running out. Manic William's weapon is almost complete, and I don't have much time left. On day 25, we had half of our plants picked for us. However, with just a couple of plants, the Lost City once again proves to me why it's one of the worst worlds in PvZ, since we managed to beat it first try, just like every other day in this world. This was then followed by day 26, where I went honk shmee me 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 me, and day 27, where we are introduced to the Dr. Emmett Brown zombie. I actually thought I would fail this day since I forgot to pick all of my plants, and the game just gave me the same loadout as the previous days, but then I remembered this is the Lost City, and my old arthritic dog could have beaten this day for me. Fortunately, on day 28, I received a bit of respite since I got to play with the balls of Lost City on this cool gimmick. But since it was a pre-picked plant day, we moved straight on to day 29, which was once again another stupid boring day. On this day though, something happened. My missile detection system started going crazy, so I had to run to my military and activate a device of my own. With this new device activated, Manic William got banished to another realm where all he could do was game in the Clinton years. Now that William was banished, we could finally finish the Lost City by protecting Dave's boring ass mold with as many time warps as possible, and beat day 31 with pre-picked plants before going to strike down the Zombos, where our channel composer, Pengareng, uses his Willem Dafoe fanfiction to smite down the Zombos where he stood. The far future is a world in the future far from now, where Bill was never freed from the Gulag, and Nigel Farage was sadly allowed to take the role of Supreme Leader, leading to the Great Seal Migration of 2134. The far future starts on April 1st, 2134, where we are introduced to the gimmick of this world, plant food tiles. What these little squares do is they infect plants on them with a specific strain of hepatitis, leading to them blasting their full power if they so much as look at a plant doing the same on a corresponding tile. Other than the introduction of power tiles, April 1st was another standard Plants vs Zombies 2 day, which was quickly followed up by April 2nd and April 3rd, which were once again unremarkable days where Evil Larry made everyone do the salsa or they would be put to sleep. On April 4th, we were introduced to another gimmick of the world, purple exploding sun that explodes if you touch them too early. On these days, we are not allowed to use any sun producers, and we have to rely solely on these purple rabbit droppings. Fortunately, this day was just an easy day, and we can go straight on to April 5th, which once again gave me absolutely nothing to talk about. In fact, every day up to day 8 gave me nothing to talk about, so instead, we've just skipped right there, where we finally got our visitor pass to see Chill Bill in the Gulag 109 years into the future. He's been here far too long, and the future that has come to pass has all stemmed from the moment that he was captured by Ronald Reagan. So to try and give us a safety net, and to make sure the future doesn't get any worse, we give the Chill Bill of 2134 a file that I smuggled in through my prison wallet. With this, Chill Bill should be able to escape by the end of the century, but hopefully we will be able to free Chill Bill in our current time before any of this could ever happen. Moving on to April 9th, we have a day where we can only use 14 plants, but once again, this was another unremarkable day. In fact, most of the days in this world were pretty easy until about the final 10, but I've got to pad this video out somehow, so what'll do. On April 10th, we encounter our next new zombie type, the time travel zombie, who is a massive piece of filth since he brings in zombies from the Neon Mixtape Tour. And if you know me, you know I cannot stand the Neon Mixtape Tour. In fact, I think Neon Mixtape Tour and every single zombie within it is a great supine protoplasmic invertebrate jelly. The issue with April 10th was the fact that this time travel zombie kept respawning zombies, and we didn't exactly have an extreme amount of firepower to counter it, meaning we just had to sit there until we pushed them back enough to the point where they all just gave up. April 10th was then followed by April 11th, where we had a Plan Your Defences Day, which gave me absolutely nothing to talk about. That's right, nada, zero, zilch, naught, zip, void, cipher, foxhound, Psychomantis, Metal Gear Flaccid. On April 12th, we had yet another day that took an eternity to beat due to the consistently respawning Neon Mixtape Tour zombies. With the help of the time warp, they all went down eventually. It just took so freaking long. April 13th was yet another day that gave me absolutely nothing to talk about, so we can move right on to April 14th, which was the first day of the far future I managed to fail. Why? Because I fucking suck at counting. On this day, we couldn't spend any more than 1500 sun, and my maths just wasn't mathing, so I ended up spending 1501 sun, making me fail the day. Fortunately, I managed to beat this day on my second attempt. We then continue on to April 15th, where we had to protect some endangered oranges. This was yet another easy day that really didn't give me much to talk about other than our insane amount of time warp spam. April 15th was then followed by April 16th, where we headed back to the Gulag to see Chill Bill's progress. But it seems he made much more progress than I anticipated. Chill Bill had escaped 66 years earlier than I thought. Hopefully, with him free, the far future's future can start to reshape itself into a more hopeful world. April 17th was a day we had to beat with pre-picked plants, and on April 18th we had to produce over 6,000 sun. Unfortunately, my fan stulp head with my golden leaf couldn't produce anywhere near the required amount of sun. Now, I could have leveled the golden leaf, but I didn't want to make future levels trivial just yet,
So for this level only, I have decided to introduce the double-bladed fan, which technically is allowed since it is one of the most fan-like plants in the entirety of Plants vs Zombies. With our new double-bladed fan from Argos, we managed to beat day 18 on our second attempt. We continue on to April 19th, where I completely forgot to take notes while playing. I remember it being another sun bomb level and that it was easy, so we'll just go with that. And on April 20th, we had to protect these funky wonky style looking things. We managed to beat April 20th on our first attempt without too many strained defecations, before moving on to April 21st. I genuinely thought I was going to have to bust out the double-bladed fan for this day, but for some reason, this was so much easier than the last Sun production day, and we managed to beat it on our first attempt, with our usual setup of fan stools and golden leaves. On April 22nd, we actually failed the day. It was a plan your defences day, and my defences were subpar to say the least. This day had more zombies on my screen than a certain PvZ YouTuber has awful racist jokes. Fortunately, we managed to beat this day on our second attempt by spamming spring bean plant food and relying on our mowers to finish the day for us. Moving on to day 23, we had another added objective of spending no more than 2,250 sun and having no more than 15 plants on screen at once. This day was yet another unremarkable day where I actually managed to beat it on the toilet. For our final day in the far future, we have yet another purple rabbit dropping day, which had so many zombies on screen at once. This was yet another day that took me straight to honk shmee me land due to the insane length and amount of zombies on this level. But in the end, we did manage to beat this day on our first attempt. With each day of the far future complete, we can finally move on to the Zombos of this world, where we call down our good old friend, YouTube commenter Frank Dieter 9907 to smite down the Zombos with the power of their insanely bony cranium. And with the Zombos struck down, we have finally finished the snooze fest that was the far future. But wait a minute. I've just had an email through from old Bill, and what it reads you will never believe. It turns out Chill Bill was actually executed by firing squad at the turn of the century, and the old Bill we actually freed was in fact Herobrine from the hit game Pixel Gun 3D. He's demanding the Trump files from Manic William, or else he's going to end all life as we know it. Shit just got serious, and we need to somehow not only just free Chill Bill from the past, but we also need to find these files so Herobrine doesn't go off on one. And what's worse, apparently he's also taken Chill Bill as hostage, and they'll be waiting for us in the Dark Ages. On day 1, we are introduced to the gimmick of the Dark Ages, no falling sun. This means with my current setup, it is impossible to beat any of these days as I have no way to bust on the Tombs of the Dead, and I failed day 1 almost instantly. This is where I learned that in order to beat the Dark Ages, I had to come up with a new strategy and a new way of producing sun. So in the end, I decided to bring back out the Golden Leaf, who, paired with the Spring Bean, managed to produce enough sun to make this day trivial, and we beat it on our second attempt. We then continue on to day 2, which was a simple day with our new setup. Unfortunately, day 2 decided to bring back the trend of having days longer than the typical length of a knee surgery. The reason for this was because of our lack of firepower, which needed to change if we were to ever have any hope of freeing Chill Bill from Herobrine. Needless to say, we beat day 2 with ease before moving on to day 3, which was the day where we decided to bust out a fan that would give us a massive increase in our firepower. We decided to bring out the max level tile turnip. It's max level because I'm better than you. It turns out this increase in firepower might have actually been too much, since a single plant food can now almost entirely wipe out a whole screen of zombies. But I won't change my dastardly ways just yet, not until we free Chill Bill. In the end, day 3 was beaten with ease. Moving on to day 4, we finally catch up with Chill Bill, who was being held at gunpoint by Herobrine, who still wants the Trump files. Off screen, I went on a little side quest to visit Manic William, who directed me to Baldur's Gate to find the files from the man himself. Once I obtained the Trump files, I headed back to the Dark Ages, bringing us to where we are now. Herobrine tells us that he will make the trade on day 10 of Dark Ages, where we have to meet him atop the Black Pool Tower. On day
day 5 we meet the zombie who managed to cause us the most trouble in this whole world. The Jonkler zombie, who jongles my projectiles and throws them back onto my fans. Fortunately, this day didn't pose too much of a challenge due to the tiled turnips and the fan stall plant food combo causing an entire screen wipe, allowing us to beat this day on our first attempt. We continued on to day 6, which was our first Plan Your Defences day of the Dark Ages, where the Jonkler jonked it all over our screen and screwed us hard by throwing our projectiles back at us, and to be entirely honest, I have no clue how I even managed to beat this day. I managed it by the skin of my teeth, and the only thing I can remember is Danny DeVito was there. Day 6 was followed by day 7, which in comparison was a very easy, simple day that we managed to beat on our first attempt. This day gave me absolutely nothing else to write about, so instead I just wanted to remind you all that in the early 2000s, the UK chocolate brand Yorkie had one of the most misogynistic ad campaigns in existence, which kind of makes sense, seeing that they must have been desperate due to the fact that Yorkie tastes the exact same as dog shit. And the thing is, me being like 3-4 years old at the time, this ad campaign made me genuinely believe that it was illegal for women to eat this chocolate, and when my sister ate it, I thought the police would come knocking. But it turns out they did come knocking, but not because of the chocolate bar, but it was because my neighbour's house was in fact struck by lightning. We then move on to day 8, which was a pre-picked plant day, and then day 9, where we are introduced to the next gimmick of the Dark Ages, bongs. What these things do is they allow the zombies to get absolutely off their faces to the point that they find Whoie videos funny. Now, before I say this next part, I have to cover my own ass and say I do not condone breaking the law or consumption of any substances underage. But if it's legal in your country and you are an adult, then I need to ask you, what is it like to watch my videos high? Does it make them better or 10 times stupider? Leave your votes in the comments below. Anyway, day 9 was a pretty chill, easy day since we ripped with the zombies and let my usual setup carry me through the day. Now that all the filler was out the way, we can finally move on to day 10, where we can make the trade with Herobrine for the release of Chill Bill. But when I handed Herobrine the files and Chill Bill was released, it turned out Herobrine had done something terrible. He turned Chill Bill into a university student, giving him tons of ecstasy and taking him to raves in the Neon Mixtape Tour. We had to get Chill Bill off this stuff and get him into the Neon Mixtape rehab, but first Herobrine must pay, and we couldn't allow him to get away with the Trump files before releasing them to the public. So we have to go chase him down through the remaining days of the Dark Ages. As we continued to day 11, we encountered another new zombie type, one that made me want to continually cry. It was the Pope zombie, who transformed all of our plants into sheep. Fortunately, I can either send a mower his way or drop a fan stool at his feet to deal with a singular Pope zombie, so it wasn't too bad on this day since they didn't come in too larger groups, and we managed to beat this day on our first attempt. Day 12 was a day that was somewhat interesting. We had to keep this group of puff shrooms alive, but after a certain amount of time, they take their final puff and start to whitey out of this reality. Fortunately, if I plant food one of them, I plant food all of them, and this keeps them alive for a little bit longer. Besides the constant need to plant food the shrooms, this day was an otherwise simple, painless day with a pretty interesting gimmick which we beat on our first attempt. Moving on to day 13, we check back in with Chill Bill, who was raving like a lunatic, snorting all sorts. At least he was a happy and free man, but it's clear he still needed rehab. As this wasn't just a one-time thing or something he does for fun on the occasional Saturday, it has been going on for every single day of the Dark Ages. In fact, as I record this line, he is right behind me trying to do a line off my door handle. Stop it, Bill! We need to get this man into rehab, and we need to do it soon. We then move on to day 14, which was a day where we had to produce 5,000 sun, but sadly, this day forced me to use the Sunbeam as my only sun producer, so even though this day doesn't technically count and I beat it on my first attempt, I just find it really lame when we're forced to use plants other than my OnlyFans army. We then had to move on to day 15, which was yet another Plan Your Defense day, where it immediately starts with an army of jonklers jonking on it. Sadly, this meant I had to restart right away since I had no way of damaging them, but then I remembered something. I remembered we had a Nightshade who could attack the jonkler through his spinning special, and somehow, through using the Nightshade, we managed to come out on top once again by the skin of our teeth on our second attempt, thanks to the help of most of our lawnmowers. Continuing on to day 16, we encountered a zombie who very clearly did not want us recovering the Trump files from Herobrine.
It was the Prince Andrew zombie, who appeared as the ugly blob that he is, ordering his army of taxpayer-funded guards to come destroy us. Thankfully, he was no match for our army of fans, and we beat his ass and this day on our first attempt with our usual setup. Day 16 was followed by day 17, which was another day where Chill Bill and I ripped some bongs with the zombies and beat this day on our first attempt, before moving on to day 18, which was a pre-picked plant day, and day 19, where we had to protect these endangered magnets, which was just another simple day that we beat on our first attempt with our usual setup. There's nothing more to add. With all of the days out of the way, we finally could go and take on Herobrine, who took the form of the Zombos. We managed to smite down Herobrine with the help of YouTube commenter Volttech with Soup 6569. With Herobrine finally defeated, we get the Trump files off his burning corpse, and we can finally take Bill to the Neon Mixtape rehab to get him the treatment he needs. But we need to do it quick. I don't know how many more overstimulating nights of rave music I can handle before I start to go insane. Neon Mixtape Tour is the worst world in the entirety of Plants vs Zombies 2. It is a world so boring, so unbalanced, that it made Chill Bill's trip to rehab far more excruciating than it should have been. Neon Mixtape Tour starts on day 1, where we have a simple Plants vs Zombies day which I managed to beat on my first attempt, before moving straight on to day 2, where things start to get interesting. On this day, we were introduced to the gimmick of this world: music and punk zombies. Yes, I finally said punk instead of emo. I hope you're proud of me, chat. When this music plays, it does something to these zombies. It causes them to start taking every substance under the sun, and then they kick every plant that stands in their way. These punk zombies made later days utter hell for me, but luckily, with the help of the tiled turnip and some plant food, we beat this day on our first attempt, before moving on to check on Chill Bill on day 3. Chill Bill's rehab was going well, but it wasn't going well enough. He still somehow managed to smuggle in some paraphernalia and go to some intense raves. But Bill has still made a little bit of progress, and has made a slight decline in the amount of hardcore shit he's taking. All we can do is wait and continually check up and support our friend. We then move on to day 4, which was another easy day which we beat with our usual setup, and the same goes for day 5, with an added complication of the punk zombie kicking these endangered plants down the lanes, making me unable to see them, since I am in fact as blind as a bat. But somehow, we still managed to beat day 5 on our first attempt. Come day 6, we went back to check on Chill Bill once again, who seemed to be making a bit more steady progress, but he's still addicted to drugs. But I suppose time will tell whether or not he makes a full recovery. Continuing on to day 7, we had our first close call of the world, with the punk zombie coming to punk my ass, but it was nothing my epic gamer brain couldn't handle, and with the help of more fan stalls and tiled turnips, we managed to wipe the entire screen of zombies with a single plant food. Day 8 was another close call, which we managed to beat by spamming the time warp, until I got enough plant food to supply another screen wipe, which allowed me to beat day 8 on my first attempt. Day 8 was then followed by day 9, which was a pre-picked plant day, so instead we went straight to day 10, where we visited Chill Bill again in rehab, where he started to show some more positive signs of progress. But Bill, he seemed sad. He needed something to fill the empty void that was once inhabited by drugs, so it made me worry that he will find another new addiction. But whatever it may be, I came to the conclusion that it just couldn't be worse than hard drugs. Day 11 was a day that we had to beat with pre-picked plants, and on day 12 we were introduced to another new zombie type who used to give me a lot more trouble than he did in this challenge. It was the Michael Jacksoff zombie, who Michael Jacks off all my fans. Fortunately, day 12 was an easy day and I didn't have to worry about any cleanup. This was followed by day 13, which was a Plan Your Defences day. As this challenge progressed, these Plan Your Defences days have proven to be the single hardest parts of the challenge. I failed day 13 instantly due to my lack of firepower and due to the fact that you cannot create any more sun on these days. The tile turnips couldn't even save me, as I couldn't afford to put them in every single lane, so I needed a new strategy for these Plan Your Defences days. I decided that for these days I needed to introduce a new fan, so I decided to reintroduce 3 Blower Bob. The reason 3 Blower Bob is a fan is because of the famous 3-Peter image, which depicted 3 Blower Bob doing acts against God. With the help of 3 Blower Bob, we managed to beat day 13 on our second attempt. And don't worry chat, I'll try not to abuse 3 Blower Bob like the Neon Mixtape Tour abused me.
Day 14 was a day we had to beat with pre-picked plants, and on day 15 we had to protect these endangered plants, which made absolutely zero difference to the level, and we managed to beat it on our first attempt. Continuing on to day 16, we meet Chill Bill in rehab once again. After 16 days, it finally seemed like Chill Bill was off the hard stuff, but unfortunately, it was just as I feared. Chill Bill has had to fill the void in his heart with something else, and in its place, he seemed to have chose something much worse. He filled the void with right-wing grifter podcasts. Oh dear God, no. Chill Bill has fallen victim to the manosphere, and as a recovering drug addict with a fractured mind, Chill Bill was the perfect victim for the manosphere. We had to get him out of it, no matter what. On day 17, we were introduced to yet another new zombie type. The breakdance zombie, who breaks his dancing streak to come eat my brain. Fortunately, this little twat didn't pose much of an issue for me on this day, and we beat it on our first attempt. Continuing on to day 18, we managed to best it on our first attempt as well with our usual setup, before moving straight on to day 19, where we visit Chill Bill to see if he's still a raving misogynist. Sadly, he's only gotten worse, and in his podcast binging streak, he started to listen to the likes of Ben Shapiro and Andrew Tate, while also posting on the Nice Guy subreddit about how much he hates women. This was breaking my heart. I hated to see Chill Bill go down this route, and it made me start to wonder if there was even a possibility of redemption for him. Days 20 and 21 were once again easy days with nothing to talk about, and on day 22 we had to check up on Chill Bill once more. I started to wonder whether I should even dare to, but unfortunately when I did, Chill Bill's behaviour got even worse. He was now wearing a MAGA hat. At this point I feared it was entirely too late for Bill, so I had to leave. I had to clear my head and think about what I was going to do with him. Continuing on to day 23, we spammed Time Warp enough times to slowly pick off all the zombies on our screen, and on day 24 we had to resummon 3-Blower Bob to save us for this Plan Your Defences day. Sadly, I completely underestimated the power of 3-Blower Bob, and the level finished itself within literal seconds. Bob is the god of this universe, and I will hear no second opinions. Day 25 was a day we managed to beat on our first attempt with our usual setup, with nothing else notable going on other than the nerd zombie showing up somewhere along the way. As you may be able to tell, my mind is otherwise preoccupied with the fate of Chill Bill, and it makes me worry. I just hope he's okay, and he's somehow able to escape this terrible path he's chosen. On day 26, we experienced the truly terrible balancing of Freaky Mixtape Tour. On this day, we had to protect these endangered plants and let the punk zombies at the start of the level kick them back far enough to be able to protect them properly. But sadly, I didn't think of that, and I killed the punk zombies too early, which allowed Michael Jacksoff to wipe his mic on my endangered plants, making me fail the day. This happened a good handful of times, and no strategy could save me, not even the Time Warp spam. In the end, I just lost my temper and I called in 3-Blower Bob to blow on Michael Jacksoff's mic. This managed to allow me to beat this day after many attempts. Neon Mixtape Tour can in fact suck my Neon Mixtape toe. Come day 27, I decided it was time for me to say goodbye to Chill Bill, as I just couldn't see my friend go down this path any longer, but it turns out it wasn't all as it seemed. Chill Bill actually infiltrated the manosphere to gain their trust in order to track down their leader and put a stop to this misogyny. And not only did he infiltrate it, but he was also successful in finding their leader, Peter Griffin, and Bill tracked him to a location within the Neon Mixtape Tour. I knew Bill wouldn't let us down, and with this information, hopefully we can put a stop to this shit forever and save a whole generation of young men from becoming monsters. It was time for the final stretch of Neon Mixtape Tour, so we move on to day 28, where we meet the Freddie Mercury zombie, who serenades our plants with his sick beats. Fortunately, I discovered Freddie Mercury is allergic to time, and a time warp gets his ass to stop playing music for a bit. With this new strategy, it allowed us to beat day 28 with ease before moving on to day 29, which we just beat with our usual setup, and then we went straight to day 30, which was the exact same thing. It was just another really easy day, which shows how terrible the balancing in this world really is. And with day 31 being another given plant day, we finally go and encounter Peter Griffin, who disguised himself as the Zombos, but our good old friend YouTube commenter Tachanka from Rainbow Six Siege mounted and loaded his LMG and shot down Peter Griffin. And with that, Freaky Mixtape Tour is complete and Chill Bill is saved. But sadly, even though Peter Griffin is defeated, I have recently learned of his more evil clone Retep, who had to be stopped from spreading any more anti-feminist bullshit. Jurassic Marsh starts out at day 1, where we meet our first new zombie type, the Dino Head zombie, who storms towards us to give us head off a dinosaur. Day 1 was just another day beat with our usual setup, and to save my own sanity, whenever I mention anything about my usual setup, I'm going to instead talk about Five Nights at Freddy's, because I just can't think of anything else at this point. On day 2 we were introduced to the gimmick of this world, dinosaurs, specifically the blue one who kicks zombies in front of him forward. Now, if I said this dinosaur was one of the most difficult mechanics I've had to put up with so far, then you'd probably think I was off my meds, which I am. But the reason this blue bald twat was so tough was because he kicked zombies over my spring beans, allowing them to eat my behind. But fortunately, it didn't pose that big of an issue because every time it happened, I could just use the time warp to send the zombies back to the start. Continuing on to day 3, we go to meet Chill Bill, who is still having explosive diarrhea, but he knew to at least aim it at the zombies. And on day 4, we had yet another simple day that we beat with our usual setup and with the help of Fredbear in 1984 biting the head off a crying child. This was then followed by day 5, which continued the trend of easy days, being beaten by our usual setup, but this time it was at a pizzeria in 1987, where Mangled Johnny bit the dick off a security guard. Continuing on to day 6, we were introduced to the red dinosaur. Now, if you know me, you know I really like the red one. But what this little guy does is he uses his tail to move zombies to random places, but it had little bearing on this day, and we managed to beat it on our first attempt. On day 7, we went to catch up with Chill Bill once again, who was pursuing our lead on Retep. Apparently, Retep had left a trail of bodies in his wake, and he is currently hiding out on the final day of Jurassic Marsh. Everyone, make sure to say thank you for the information to Chill Bill. Day 8 was yet another unremarkable day which gave us little to talk about. So we moved straight on to day 9, where we had a day that we had to beat with given plants, and on day 10 we were introduced to our next new dinosaur, the ibuprofen dinosaur, who picks up zombies and drops them into our backside. Thankfully, the time warp spam made it so we had more time to deal with these zombies, and we beat day 10 on our first attempt. Continuing on to day 11, I came to the sad realization that this world did in fact not need to be 32 days, because if I'm struggling to come up with terrible jokes, then I can't imagine the devs could come up with actual gameplay ideas for this many days. Anyway, day 11 was another easy, boring slog of a day which sent me straight to sleep. On day 12, we had an added objective to not lose more than 6 plants, and this day was somehow even easier than the others. We managed to beat it with only the fan stool and the spring bean, finally proving once and for all that Plants vs Zombies 2 is a pay-to-win mess. Moving on to day 13, it was the same thing again, another easy, boring day which we beat with our usual setup to the dismay of Purple Guy. This was followed by day 14, which was a given plant day, and day 15, where we had to protect these endangered nuts. But these weren't just any nuts. You see, recently my dog got castrated and we had to protect these historic gems from being gobbled by zombies. But with this being the Jurassic Marsh, we beat this day on our first attempt. Continuing on to day 16, we encountered Chill Bill, who gives us some more information. It turns out that Retep isn't Retep. He is actually William After. What William aims to do is to harness the power of AI to create content perfectly catered to 4-year-olds with the attention span of a piece of mouldy cheese. This couldn't be allowed to continue. We had to stop William After before the whole purpose of YouTube fades into oblivion. But first, we had to beat the rest of this mid-ass world. Day 17 was another boring day, which I'm not going to talk to you about because fuck you. Moving on to day 18, we were introduced to another new dinosaur type, the B-Rex. What this cute little guy does is he throws it back and makes every zombie run away from his unimaginable power. I thought the B-Rex would give me a bit more of a challenge, but it turns out I was wrong. So very wrong. I am one bad day away from turning Big Wave Beach into a video about the Colonel Sanders dating simulator if things don't pick up. Moving on to day 19, we ran into Chill Bill once more, who was nowhere to be seen. Bill had vanished once more. I'm sure wherever he is, he will be perfectly safe and not at all in any danger. Day 20 was a day where we had to produce 2,000 sun, but with our usual sun producing setup, we beat it on our first attempt before
going straight on to day 21 where we encounter the caveman zombie. With this challenge, I finally discovered exactly what he does. What the caveman zombie does is he is actually immune to the knockback effects from the primal P. That's it. I don't know if it's literally it, or if he's immune to all knockback, because I never bothered to test it, but I doubt it, since the fan stall gobbled his hairy ass up, making him not a threat at all. This was followed by day 22, which was a plan your defences day, and I hope none of you blame me for this, but with Jurassic Marsh being as mid as it is, I just instantly brought out 3-blower Bob. I have no doubt I'd be able to beat this day normally, but I just couldn't be arsed with wasting any more time. Naturally, I once again underestimated the power of 3-blower Bob as he cleared the day in literally 15 seconds. You know what, chat? Fuck it, let's go through these final days as quick as possible. Day 23 and 24 were boring ass easy days, but on day 25 I actually had something to talk about. We were introduced to the bull dinosaur, and on this day he actually made it kind of tricky, as he pushed zombies directly into my fans, knocking them back and sometimes knocking them off screen, killing them instantly. But once again, since this is the Jurassic Marsh, it wasn't that big of a challenge and I managed to beat day 25 on my first attempt. This was followed by the snooze fest of a day that was day 26, which we beat by spamming time warps, and on day 27 it was a plan your defences day. I did the exact same thing as before and just whipped out my 3-blower Bob to beat this day as fast as possible since I couldn't be arsed. Once again, I know full well this day would be possible to beat without 3-blower Bob, but just give me a break for this world, I am so tired. The final days of Jurassic Marsh were nothing remarkable, and this world went out not with a bang but with a quiet sad whimper. Day 28 was a sad, easy, boring day. Day 29 we beat with pre-picked plants, and on day 30 we tackled it with our usual setup, which made me reminisce of the time William After was living in hell to act as a security guard in the Ultimate Custom Night, before escaping to this video series for some unknown reason. This was then followed by day 31, which was another pre-picked plant day, and now we can finally move on to the Zombos of this world, who was William After in disguise. Unfortunately, Chill Bill was once again nowhere to be found, but that's not because William After took him. No, Chill Bill had in fact had enough of the Jurassic Marsh and decided to chill on the beach a bit earlier than planned. Not that I can blame him, I just hoped that he would have a good reason to be there. Anyway, we struck down William After with the help of good old YouTube commenter DeCrossCross, who scared him away with his absolutely depraved YouTube comment. Big Wave Beach starts on day 1, where we are introduced to the gimmick of the world, the Big Wave Beach. This world has shifting tides that go in and out, a bit like your mum and dad last night. But sadly, these waves kill off any plants that are not behind the seaweed line unless they're standing on a lily pad. But me, being the stubborn man that I am, decided against using the lily pad for this challenge. However, in later days, to save my sanity, I had to come up with more of an unorthodox solution. But for now, we will see how far we can get with our normal setup and without any lily pads. And just like every other day 1, this day was beaten with ease. On day 2 we had yet another easy day. However, I was surprised at the potency of my usual setup, since towards the end of this day I managed to accumulate nearly 9,000 sun when I didn't need it. This brings me to my biggest issue with Big Wave Beach, the balancing. I swear to God, this world was balanced by some chimp with a ruler and access to the hub instead of one of the developers. Continuing on to day 3, we caught up with Chill Bill, who told us exactly why he came to the beach. It turns out, Bill had had enough of Plants vs Zombies challenge runs. He tells us that this third challenge run was just starting to get a bit boring and derivative, which turned Bill to drink, but he's not an alcoholic just yet since he's on the beach, on holiday, and it's only 11 AM. Then I realised the best way to help Bill was to finish this goddamn challenge, and then to create something so absurd, so stupid, so utterly diabolical that you fuckers can't help but click. But until then, we had to catch up with the purple guy who was hiding out on the final day of Big Wave Beach. Moving on to day 4, I decided I was going to do something a bit different. I was going to bring out the Nightshade, before I remembered just how terrible he was and said goodbye to him forever before finishing the day and moving on to day 5, where we ran into Chill Bill, who decided he was going to help me brainstorm more video ideas. Bill told me that I should make a video about Valve's newest multiplayer game, since he knows I'm thoroughly addicted to it. if you want to see a deadlocked video, be sure to comment the hexadecimal code for the words Biscoff spread in the comments below. On day 6, the day decided to give me half the plants for this day, which lowered my available fans to 3. Somehow, even with this wild restriction, I managed to beat day 6 with only the fan stool and spring bean, since I am truly the gamer of all time. Now that we beat day 6, we can go to 7, which was the first day that gave me no beach whatsoever. We only had the waves. Fortunately, some lily pads were already placed as usual, so I could create more by plant fooding a plant that was on top of the lily pad. But, since this world is some total bullshit and I'm already making it harder for myself by not using the lily pad, I decided I was going to cut myself some slack. And instead of using the lily pad, I would be allowed to use 3 blower bob on normal days. But I will be limiting 3 blower bob's usage to 3 per day until later in the world where I just lost my shit. But for now, I beat day 7 on my first attempt. Moving on to day 8, we encountered Chill Bill once more, who was thoroughly inebriated. And in this inebriated state, Bill gave me the challenge idea to beat Resident Evil 4 with only one hand or something. I don't know, I'm running out of ideas as well. On day 9, we had a day that actually gave me some beach back. But sadly, Dave planted his mould on it like a total tosser, so we had to use some lily pads that were already placed. But fortunately, it was a simple day with the help of 3 blower bob and we beat it on our first attempt. Continuing on to day 10, we once again encountered Chill Bill, who asked me if I could beat Bloodborne without any extra challenge, since I've never actually managed to beat that game before, but I guess I'll find out myself soon enough anyway. On day 11, we had most of our plants picked for us, and we encountered the surf zombie, who surfed his way into our hearts. In the previous challenge, he was much more difficult with his insta-killing surfboard, but in this challenge, him and his surfboard was gobbled up by the fan stool, allowing us to beat this day on our first attempt. Day 12 was a plan your defences day, so you know what that means. It's time for 3 blower bob to come out and assert his dominance once again, allowing us to beat this day within seconds before we move straight on to day 13. On day 13, we had to produce 2000 sun and use no more than 16 plants. This was a relatively easy day, or so I thought, because right as I finished this day, I failed it as I completely forgot to produce any sun and I finished this day with 0 sun in total. Fortunately, on our second attempt, the fan stool managed to beat this day solo, which I don't think I've ever seen happen in the history of Plants vs Zombies 2. Continuing on to day 14, it was a day that we had to beat with pre-picked plants, and on day 15, it was a day that gave me a lot of trouble in the past as I had to protect these endangered cream pies. And this time was no exception. I tried to go about this day with my usual setup, but right towards the end of the day, the fan stool took far too long to slurp up this one random zombie, and with the waves coming right up to the pies, they blew themselves up out of fear. This was some total bullshit, and it was my final straw for this world. So I just busted out a couple of 3 blower bobs who beat the day before the tide could even shift, which made me wonder if the tide was a time-based mechanic, or if I was just really unlucky before. But either way, I was just glad to have this day finished. On day 16, we encountered Chill Bill once again, who gave us the video idea to see how long it takes to become a predator by playing Minecraft. I wasn't too enthralled about this video idea, but hey, views are views I guess. Moving on to day 17, we met another new zombie type, the Octodaddy zombie, who was just a complete and utter wanker, as my usual setup with the fan stool doesn't really give me much room to counter this twat, especially when the waves are in and I can't throw down a fan stool at his feet. Luckily, he didn't pose that much of a problem on this day, but I knew that wouldn't last for long. On day 18, we ran into Chill Bill once again, who gave me the video idea to see how long it would take for me to become a massive racist by just playing League of Legends. Continuing on to day 19, we had most of our plants picked for us, but the day was surprisingly easy, and we can move straight on to day 20, where I just spammed the fan stool and the 3-peater until the Octodaddy zombie stopped Rule 34ing my plants. This was followed by day 21, where we once again ran into Chill Bill, who had the excellent content idea of trying to beat a game of my choice as Tom Cruise. The reason for this was because of my hatred of Tom Cruise, as one time when I was on holiday, I went out to one of my favourite pubs for breakfast, but then that rich twat turned up on his super yacht, and everybody was removed from the pub so the rich man could eat in peace. Maybe this video wasn't such a bad idea after all. On day 22, we were introduced to my 13th reason, the hooker zombie. I hate this zombie so goddamn much. He has such a large health pool, and he pulls all sorts towards him in the waves, basically insta-killing them. It was here that I just decided to use the 3-peater normally, since if the game was going to cheat, I was going to cheat right back, and in the end, I managed to beat this day on my first attempt. Moving on to day 23, we had to protect these endangered bananas, but most of you have seen me suffer this day before, and I wanted revenge. So, once again, I spammed the 3-peater until the zombies were no more. This was followed by day 24, where Chill Bill had the content idea of robbing a sperm bank and using it to make coffee. On day 25, we had to spend no more than 3,000 sun and beat off 10 zombies in 5 seconds, which I managed to beat on my first attempt before once again meeting Chill Bill on day 26, who had another content idea of playing Roblox until I get molested. But I had to sadly inform Chill Bill that this video idea was taken. Moving on to day 27, we once again had most of our plants picked for us, but with the help of 3-blower Bob, the zombies sucked 4 heads before moving on to day 28, which was another day we managed to beat with the help of 3-blower Bob, before going to day 29, which was a plan your defenses day, which once again we beat by spamming some more bobs, and then we moved on to day 30, where we had to protect these cutie patooties. This day is hands down my least favourite in the entirety of Plants vs Zombies 2, as a single tickle from these hooker zombies kills off these cutie patooties, but this time the turntables had turned thanks to the power of 3-blower Bob. But even with this power, the hooker zombie had bugged out, and the final 2 were completely invulnerable to damage. So, knowing I would have beaten this day anyway if the game didn't chicken out, I called down Zeus from the heavens to help me beat this day and give them the toaster bath treatment, which did the trick. Seriously, fuck this day. With day 31 being a pre-picked plant day, we can finally move on to face the purple guy, who is still disguised as a Zombos. So we call down our friend YouTube commenter Variety L, who used another depraved comment to finally game end the purple guy. But sadly, I found a note on his corpse where it turns out there is one final villain who needs to be stopped. Their name was Quebblecop, and they were using AI to create content so devoid of human emotion and setting a precedent where YouTube loses its soul. We must stop this AI slop, or otherwise there won't be a YouTube left to save. The modern day starts on day 1, where we meet the gimmick of this world. Ass cracks in time. This day also marked the return of the barrel zombie, who rolled his heavy sack of children into this game once more. This day didn't pose any sort of challenge, and I managed to beat it with my usual setup of spring bean and fan stool. On day 2 it was the same story. An easy day we beat with our usual setup, but with the added twist of the Octodaddy returning to rule 34 my plants a few more times before the credits rolled. Luckily it made no difference this day, and we also managed to beat it on our first attempt. Moving on to day 3, we encountered Chill Bill for one of the final times, who was so sick of the derivativeness of these challenge runs, he was creating a time machine to go back and stop it before it even happened. Fortunately, he seemed a bit of a ways off before finishing his machine, and we could continue this world as usual. Continuing on to day 4, we encountered the roller skate zombie, who seemed to have gained a new ability. As I used the time warp, the roller skate zombie decided to keep their rainbow light effect going on in order to blind me. This made it nearly impossible to see where I placed my plants, but fortunately I still had my mowers in the end of the day, and I let them deal with this horde of roller skating wankers. On day 5 we met another new zombie type, the newspaper zombie, who comes onto our lawn reading the Sun. But as this zombie is as gullible as Gulliver himself, they get into a rage whenever they read the Sun's racist headlines and start to storm at anyone who looks marginally different to them, which in this case was my fans. Luckily, the newspaper zombie didn't give me any issues, and the fan stall gobbled their racist ass up, allowing us to beat day 5 on our first attempt. Moving on to day 6, we had the added goal of producing 4,000 sun, but with my main plant being the sun producing fan stall, I don't think I even need to explain how this day went. Day 7 was another samey day that we beat on our first attempt, and then we moved on to day 8, where we played PopCap's version of Candy Crush that was named after the Taylor Swift song The Man. With me not being able to pick any of my plants on these days, I just decided I'm not going to cover them in this video. However, I have grown to enjoy this gimmick over time to the point where it's probably one of my favourites in Plants vs Zombies 2. Moving on to day 9, we had a given plant day, and then on day 10 the time travel zombie returned for round 2. The amount of zombies this guy spawns is utterly insane, and with the fan stool only being able to eat one zombie at a time, it took me so long to beat this day. But in the end, I managed to do it on my first attempt,
100% with countless time warps. This was followed by day 11 where we had the return of the pianist zombie who came to touch A minor. This day had nothing else going for it, I just really wanted to say that last part. On day 12 we had the added goal of not losing any more than 10 plants, which basically cuts my lineup in half since this meant I couldn't use the gold leaf, tiled turnip or time warp. But somehow, this was the easiest day in the whole of the modern day, as I managed to beat it with only the spring bean and fan stool. Moving on to day 13, we had another Candy Crush day, which was followed by a given plant day on day 14 before we moved on to day 15, where I had to protect these endangered nuts before they busted. This day was pretty tricky, as these children kept getting launched out of this cannon towards the endangered plants, which made them hard to protect. However, the time warp spam saved me once again, and we managed to beat the day on our first attempt by spamming the time warp once again. Continuing on to day 16, we encountered Chill Bill, who was making some very seriously scary progress on his time machine. We can't have all of our work be for nothing, we gotta finish this challenge before Bill's final invention is complete. We continued on to day 17, which was another easy day, but it did have an anticlimactic ending with one zombie pausing before he could come on screen for dramatic effect. Someone send this fucker back to GCSE drama, he has a lot to learn. This was followed by day 18, which was the same as usual, and then day 19 where Chill Bill had almost finished making the time machine. This was starting to get scary. I will not have all this work going to waste just because Bill thought it was derivative. We need to finish this world and we need to finish it quick. Day 20 was another simple day, and on day 21 we encountered one of the final zombie types, the famous all-star zombie who charges in head first, worrying about the consequences later. Luckily, he didn't cause me many problems until day 30, but we'll get to that shortly, and for now, day 21 was beaten on our first attempt. Moving on to day 22, we had another Candy Crush day, and on day 23 and 24, we had two very easy days which we bested with the spring bean and fan stool on our first attempts. On day 25, we encountered Chill Bill for the final time, who managed to get his machine completed. He was just getting ready to activate it. I pleaded with Bill to let me finish this challenge, but he told me just how sick he is of current YouTube content. It's either all derivative or AI slop. There's no soul, no creativity anymore, and when there is, YouTube will always choose the slop. Bill thought if he sent us back in time, he could change the outcome of my channel and save it from what it has become. Rehashed old challenges and humour that will be dated in 2 days. I couldn't let this be the end, not yet. So I booted the remote out of his hand, and it landed on the final day of the modern day. It was now a race to see who could get to this remote first, so we had to move quick. Day 26 was a day we beat with our usual setup, day 27 was another Candy Crush day, and on day 28 we had another goal of producing 3,000 sun. I somehow made it through this day by the skin of my teeth by using my sun producers, but at the very end I had to buy myself some time. So I dug up a few fan stools which gave me the precious seconds I needed to hit the 3,000 sun threshold before ending the day. Now we can finally move on to the final 3 days. Day 29 was a complete walk in the park, and day 30 was a complete and utter joke, and not in the funny way. This shit sucked harder than that time I sat on the Henry Hoover hose. The reason this day sucked was because of the flower line which I had to protect, and the fact that it was so close to the front. Either all-star zombies or newspaper zombies would just zoom in and trample it before I could even react. But since it was the final few days and I was running out of time, in the end I brought back out 3-blower Bob, but that wasn't even enough. I had to think smarter. In the end, I found a strategy that worked. At the very start, I would spam spring beans to hold off the zombies until I had enough sun to place down 10 3-blower Bobs. The second the Bobs were placed, the day was over. They wiped every single zombie away from this reality and finished the day within seconds of being summoned. I'm just glad this day was over. I genuinely lost count how many times my stupid ass failed this day. But now we can move on to day 31, where I brought Bob back out for revenge. This day was a total joke, but this time the joke was actually funny, and the day was over within 100 seconds, which was absolutely wild, as this was the final day in the challenge where I could pick my plants. Now it's time to face the Zombos of this world, who was Quebblecop and his AI in disguise. I summoned every ounce of strength I had to beat Quebblecop in the Wild West with the help of my good old friend Poseidon, and then I had to battle his AI in the Big Wave Beach with the help of the Greek god Eruptor, before finally finding the time travel remote on on the final day. But sadly, Bill was disguised as a Zombos this time, and he wasn't going down without a fight. I didn't want to hurt him, but words just weren't getting through. He wanted to make content creation creative again, and deep down, I know that I did too. But this wasn't for him to decide. So, with the power of all 41,000 of you that are subscribed, I powered up my ultimate blue laser technique, and knocked Bill unconscious. With that, the OnlyFans challenge is technically complete. It was a challenge that was probably one of the easier ones I've ever done, but to be entirely honest, I just did it for the clickbait name. But now the challenge is complete, and with us entering the new year, I think we can all confidently say this will be our year. But first, I think it's finally time to hit Bill's button and work on something new.
One day, I was in my uni house, eating my beans on toast, and my housemate came in raving about this Plants vs Zombies challenge he made.